too early. But I think that's going to be great. In Bakhmut, or sorry, in Ukraine, I'm really conflicted about this thing you talked about earlier, Tim. I mean, we have this directive not to discuss, not to analyze things about military matters, for OPSEC, and we all want to comply with that, of course. But you cannot. I mean, I dare you, as I know you failed already. I dare you to hear about the T-14s that are supposedly hitting the battlefield and not discussing their capabilities and what thing we'd like to see them meet first, right? You guys all said a Challenger, and I actually have a historical question for a British person about Challenger, or maybe Bearded if he was still around. But I personally would much like to see an Armada meet an M2 Bradley with a tow missile. Would be my favorite, frankly, because nothing will be more demoralizing, I would think, to the Russian tank corps than to see their newest beauty, hottest thing come out and get taken out by a tank killer rather than even a tank. I guess maybe a Javelin, but I really want to see the TOW because it carries a much larger warhead than does a Javelin. And I think a top attack from a TOW would be my favorite thing I'm looking for with an Armada. But maybe have I gone too far, Tim? Tell me. Am I overanalyzing that situation?
Well, I mean, I guess there's absolutely no shame in losing a battle to a Challenger, right? That's like losing a fight with the Balrog, right? There's absolutely no shame in it, because that is just an absolute monster of a vehicle. When it comes to what I'd like to see one, take a hit from a 25mm Bushmaster cannon and just leave the battlefield. That's what I'd like, because the gun system you find on a Western IFV, this will do it for most Soviet era armor, right? Unless it's right on the front. If you get a side or a rear hit, that'll do it. You don't need a big gun for that. I don't know a huge amount about the armor on a T-14 aside from it's largely fictional. Yeah, I'd like to see an embarrassingly small caliber weapon take one out. What do you think, Finance? Your head went up. Your hand went up.
No. I have to say, as a militarily ignorant person, you're my favorite tank analyst, because you explain it like in a way that my frat boy, my inner frat boy appreciates. You're like, bigger's better with the tank. Bigger's always better. To remind myself, is the T-14 the one that like doesn't work? Like it doesn't drive and turn well, and like has problems shooting? Is that the T-14? It's their modern one that like just sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's the modern one that doesn't exist. So it's like the Su-57, right? It's been in the prototype stage for over a decade now. It was supposed to be finalized in, I think it was 2014. It was supposed to be delivered in the thousands to replace all of the Soviet armor they've got between, I think it's 2015 and 2020. Allegedly due to budgetary constraints, that didn't happen. They do keep changing the design, right? And they keep changing the design in very fundamental ways. So, for example, the gun, was it going to be the standard 125mm caliber? Was it going to be a 152mm gun? This changed several times during the design process after 2014. It does have a number of innovative design features. So it does have an unmanned turret. So the three blokes who operate the tank, they sit in a kind of armored capsule in the hull, and the turret is totally unmanned. So that means the turret can be smaller. It can present a lower profile. Fundamentally, though, this is not a major departure from your basic Soviet tank design, right? It has a three-man crew, which the advantage of which is you need fewer people to operate the tank. The disadvantage of which is you have fewer people to operate the tank, right? So anybody who's ever been, a cavalier will tell you maintaining a tank is hard work, right? If you throw a track, you've got to put your tracks back together. Each of those track lengths weighs what, 25, 30 kilos. This is hard work. It's hard, heavy work. And if you only have 3 people, then I'm not sure how the maths would work, but that's 25% more work for everybody, or 33% more work for everybody. I've never been very good at maths. So this is quite a profound disadvantage when you're actually operating these things.
Like, do they operate?
Yeah.
Like really basic? Like, do they drive, shoot the right direction, and like work as a tank? Or like I was told they tried some of these prototypes in the battlefield and they couldn't do this very basic requirement of driving towards, well, their enemies are friends, shooting towards them, and like they had to be like pulled because they couldn't drive. Like, do they now have current T-14s that do the basic activities of a tank, or is that still not possible?
I've never seen these things off the parade ground. I don't know what it's doing in trials, but we haven't seen it in Ukraine yet. And this thing was in prototype almost 10 years ago. It's not been seen in combat. I've not seen footage of it training. So I think it's probably safe to assume that it's it's not a viable system yet. One of the crucial things, though, that we discussed earlier was the idea of mass, right? The Soviet tanks, Russian tank doctrine relies very, very heavily on having overwhelmingly superior numbers. And this is why their tanks are quite light, right? Even a T-14, big, spiffy new tank, the very latest in Russian tank design, it's only 55 tons. A fully up-armored Challenger is 80 tons. Leopard's somewhat smaller. I think Leopards come around 65. Abrams is slightly lighter than a Challenger, but still, in the 65, 75 ton range. The T-14 Armata is small. This is a tiny tank, and that has, that tells you something about its survivability, and that tells you something about its the need for greater numbers when it comes to facing heavier systems. And there's nothing to indicate they can deliver them in the numbers that's required to have an effect on the Ukrainian battlefield, because so far we've not seen them there. It's a design that is known to have a lot of problems. That's why they keep changing it. So if it is ready to go, I've not seen any evidence of that, finance.
I mean, and we came up on this discussion. So the only quote unquote evidence to add to that is an article from the Russian side about how they plan to where and how they're going to introduce them into the combat arena, and that they're going to do that soon, and that they're going to do it in numbers. And they show a photograph of, in the range of 10 to 20 of them on a parade ground behind each other, much like the Quadro Eurofighter, and they're all lined up in front of each other, so you can't see the ones back and down the line. And speculation. The photographic evidence people have just had scouring over that immediately when they saw it to try to identify which ones were cardboard, because I've only ever seen 3 of these on a parade ground or a testing ground together, and one of them was physically being towed by another vehicle. So, these ain't ready for prime time, I don't think. But in the event that they are, I want it to, I want to hear the music rolling, the band playing, and it rolls out onto the field, and within 16 seconds of being there, gets. I'm going to change my view, Tim. I'm going to say within 15 seconds of rolling toward the front, it gets immobilized by the gun of a Bradley and then destroyed by a top-down tow hit from a Bradley. Would be, I guess, my new favorite. So, yeah, it's why we started talking about it. But as I say, I'm always worried that we'll be talking about something that we're not supposed to talk about. But I can't believe that's it, because that's basically talking about science fiction. Wouldn't you agree, Tim?
Absolutely. And, speaking of science fiction, there is another aspect to the T-14 Armata that we discussed earlier on with Ray, and it's active protection. So the T-14 is said to have an active protection system called Afghanite, which is basically a little missile launcher on the tank that intercepts incoming rounds. Now, so it's a bit like the point defense system on a ship, or chaff fired by an aircraft. Now, this is interesting because these systems do work, right? They are a thing and they do work. The Israelis operate an active protection system on the Merkava 4, I think.
Arena?
It had. Say again?
Is that called Arena?
I don't know what it's called, but it is in Israeli service and it does work. So it will deal with the incoming stuff they get from their local troublemakers. And the T-14 is said to have a system that is like that, but is somewhat more capable, so it can intercept the very super duper sonic, armor piercing, fin stabilized, discarding sabot rounds, the kinetic rounds that are typical of systems like Leopard and Abrams, and obviously the Hesh rounds that the British Army tends to use. So apparently this system can protect the tank in an active way, but I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but I kind of like British doctrine on this. If you make the tank an absolute tank in the figurative sense, then that's probably the best protection you can have. You think about, well, the British government takes armor technology very seriously. It is the British defense establishment is the global leader in designing and making tank armor. It's a very closely guarded secret. Not very many powers get to play around with British armor technology. The Americans have got it. They use it in Abrams. The Aussies have obviously got it. A handful of British client states, such as Oman and Jordan, they have it. But, this stuff is not generally for sale, because it is very, very advanced and very, very effective. How that behaves on the battlefield, there's the story of the Challenger 2 in Basra, which took over 70 hits from RPG-7s and RPG-9s, and it took a hit from at least 2 Milan missiles. So that's a second-generation French-made anti-tank missile, and the crew had a bit of a headache, and the tank was back in action 6 hours later, right? So the active protection systems, if they work, the Israeli one does, they only work for as long as you have ammunition for them. And if they fail, if you don't have adequate armor, then you end up with a very vulnerable system indeed. So I would sooner be inside a really heavily armored thing than an actively protected, less well armored thing. But frankly, I'd prefer to do my fighting outside of a giant missile target on tracks. Light roll always seems safer to me, but maybe I'm biased.
No, and that system, the Israeli system is actually called Trophy. And yeah, you're right, it has been tested and is successful, but limited rounds. That's right.
War Dog Fella.
If there is a specific expression for trying to show the things better that they are in fact, we call this as Potemkin villages. So I believe I have an image of Potemkin tank by all of the things you've been mentioning. Of course, there is also the Potemkin plane, and this Potemkin seems to be a famous person for many things being engineered in Russia, starting from tanks to the villages. I mean, what an engineer! On the thing that you've been mentioning, related seeing the T-14 tank being busted by a TOW missile. I've seen somewhere in public media the story how a couple of guys with 50 caliber rifles simply made Russian tanks retreating. So is not only about the technology, is about the human inside. Let's call it that way, unless to what extent we could call Russians humans, because if you remember the stories of having a guy who being yesterday mixing a concrete, today he is mobilized, conscripted to the tank. There is certain quality of personnel limiting the technology ability. On the Ukrainian side, for instance, you have such tanks genius like, for instance, Mr. Mojavikin, call sign Adam, who is, since the Donetsk airport was the nightmare of all Russians who are in the range of his tank. Also in the Kiev campaign, he showed himself as a genius commander for great tanker, for the capabilities of the equipment he had. So it's not only about the technology, but it's also about the person and the person inside of the technology. That's my thing about it. But yes, Potemkin tank is somehow how I will call this Russian technology. Thanks for the hint. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, Wardogo. I think another thing we have to remember is that Western tanks are much more forgiving of their crews, right? They're more highly technologized, and so they do require more technically minded people to operate them. Whereas Soviet tanks, they tend to be a little kind of less, a little more rugged and a little less, less delicate, particularly on the technology front. And so the training around the crews is radically different. So a Soviet tank crew, each individual member has to be very good at the individual thing he does. Whereas in Western tanks, the crews are more generalists because the technology will do a lot of the more technical stuff for them. Now this will probably suit the kind of Ukrainian who will find himself in a tank a lot better with a Western tank than it would with a Soviet tank, I would imagine, because the Western tank designs they tend to reward higher intelligence and higher levels of initiative than the Soviet tanks, which tend to reward very, very well drilled people. Yeah, I guess there's that to think about, but I'll defer to anybody who has more experience on on the doctrine of training tank crews on that. Nala, welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, and good morning, everybody. Just a question regarding the Armata tank that has this point defense system you mentioned. Okay, so they have that, but that system doesn't have an infinite amount of missiles to use either. So they're going to run out of those, of course. And what happens then? Do we know anything about the T-14's armor, or is it just this cold rolled welded steel that the T-72 has?
It's some special magic dwarven armor. No, I haven't heard yet. Nally, I haven't heard about the any composite arming at all, armor at all in it, other than the active defense system, which you correctly state has limited rounds for shooting things down, and the very shortwave radar to be able to make that function. The only other thing I've heard it has, and this is another sci-fi speculative thing, is it has a targeting system which doesn't require them to actually see the target. It's some sort of computer generated AI targeting above it so that it can read the map and target behind things or whatever. But it reads like a sci-fi novel because it probably is. I mean, until we see it actually functioning on the battlefield, I don't think we should believe any of it. The active system has never been tested. It uses a slightly different technology than does the Israeli system, which does function. So you know, I just don't think it's that much to worry about, and I have no problem doing a bit of speculating about it, especially you know, as we're not supposed to talk about things that would matter. I'm happy to speculate about this sci-fi stuff, which is essentially what it is. But I did want to ask, and I didn't ask because Tim's already repeated it. You know, the actual experience of a Challenger tank and an M1A1 tank in situ against T-72s, C-64s, all that type of armor. It has happened. We have seen the results of it, and they didn't. The Soviet armor did not fare well, especially against the Challenger, including some ATGM systems. And I just, yeah, I mean, to speculate with the Challenger, I just hope, as I think Bearded Britain, you and Tim were talking about before, I hope I see it out on the battlefield doing what a tank is meant to do in combined arms, which is they are so incredibly heavily armored so that they can take a potential hit while they're moving in position to provide cover for other things. But once they get into that position, they're able to lay down incredible covering fire of their own so that their other assets can move in and play their appropriate role. And I hope I see it, you know, moving around. I hope I see the Challengers moving around the battlefield, displacing periodically and moving and shooting like you'd hope to see a tank do, a modern battle tank do, in a combined arms role, not just roll out there and expose itself. Because you still see, I mean, I was looking through news for today, and you still see these bizarre thunder runs of these armored fighting vehicles, including tanks and BMPs of Russia, just driving out through open fields, you know, until they get nailed by something. And you're going, why are you people still doing that? That clearly doesn't work. But we still see examples of it all the time. And not moving in cover in concert with infantry and other fighting vehicles is just asinine, but we still see it. I hope I see really good, impressive combined arms that does actually, you know, play out like a good movie when we do see it. But I won't speculate any further. No.
Just on the sorry, thank you, Will. Yeah, on the armor, the T-14 has some kind of composite armor. So a composite armor is not just pure thick steel. It will have layers of ceramic in it to increase its hardness. It's basically fairly standard in modern armor designs. It's something that the British government leads in, as I've said. The exact way the UK makes composite armor is very, very highly classified. This was something that was a bit of a problem in Iraq, because the Iranian-backed militias were always trying to get their hands on a British armored vehicle so they could have a look at what it's made of. Needless to say, they will have been under orders from the Russians as well. So there's some kind of composite armor on there. That's nothing new. What is new about the armor is the explosive reactive armor. Now you'll see that the explosive reactive armor is the idea that you can counter the kinetic power of a you can counter explosions with other explosions, right? Put very crudely, and you see this as the little bricks on the side of vehicles. Ukrainians particularly keen on up armoring their vehicles with these little explosive bricks. But the Russians do it as well. So when you see those little bricks stuck all over the vehicle, that's explosive reactive armor. What the T-14 Armata has is, rather than the modular bricks that you attach to the outside, it has a continuous layer of explosive reactive armor around key parts of the vehicle. Now, I don't think anybody has ever done this before. I think this is totally new. It also strikes me as, I mean, just speculating here, if it's a continuous layer and it's basically factory installed, then you're not going to be able to replace it easily in the field. So it may be more effective. It may give better ERA coverage to your vehicle. But if the blokes can't unpack a box of more of this stuff and stick it onto the side of the vehicle, then you've got a bit of a problem with sustaining your system in the field. especially if it's been involved in heavy combat, because that explosive reactive armor layer will degrade over time and become more effective. They are putting a lot of store in this active protection system. I don't know that it's been tested in combat, and all of the sources on it seem to be Russian sources. The same is true of the stealth characteristics. So the T-14 Armata was designed with stealth characteristics. That's why it looks like it's from a sci-fi film. And it allegedly has a radar absorbing paint. The Russians claim it will be invisible to radar. Nobody believes them. And in any case, radar is not the only sensor you're going to use, particularly in the kind of fairly close battles that you see tanks typically involved in. It's not like a ship where they're firing from over the other side of the horizon. A tank battle, you can generally see the other tank. And when with that come other sensors such as thermal sensors, which it will be almost impossible to hide a tank from anyway. There does seem to be some innovation in the design. That innovation is largely untested, particularly thinking of the crewless turret, thinking of the armored capsule for the crew, and also the continuous layers of explosive reactive armor, and also the active protection system. It is a thing. Israel uses an effective one, but I've not seen any demonstration that the Russian Afghanite active protection system actually works. Bearded Brit has come back up to talk about the training of tank crews. If you've got a few minutes, Bearded Brit, we do have a couple of hands, so I'd like to go to Finance and Nala first, if that's all right.
Go to Nala.
Absolutely fine.
Finance.
I'm passing to Nala.
Nala.
Cool, because I wanted to ask Finance a question, and the question is short and sweet. How screwed is Russia on the economics front?
Pretty screwed. Not as screwed as I'd like, right? Like, I'd love to see that, they just can't do anything and they're done with the war. Ukraine's going to have to win this one on the battlefield still. The economy won't grind that much to a halt. That said, they have no balls, by which I mean ball bearings. So they can't make new tanks, and they're trying between refurbing tanks and refurbing their train tracks, which, as discussed by everyone who understands the military, is the only way they have a logistics system. And their logistics system is being pushed basically to the brink right now. So if the Ukrainians can start figuring out how to take even more trains off the rails, Russia goes from bad to worse on the logistics front. So they can't make ball bearings. If the only reason you hear people like the IMF say that their economy might grow this year is that they're getting numbers from Rosstat. Before the war, Rosstat was criticized by other Russian apparatchiks as painting with as telling stories with fiction. But Vlad felt that the fiction of Rosstat wasn't fictional enough, and so he booted at the start of March. He decided that he would boot his apparatchik head of Rosstat for an even more Soviet-style fiction writer. So basically, Rosstat is more full of poop than a porta potty and a construction site. And so the Russian economy is hosed. They don't make ball bearings still. They don't make semiconductors. And when we hear things like South Korea expanding their list of stuff they're not going to export to Russia, they just lose one more key supplier that they need for the high-end machine tools that China doesn't make. Right now, they're really being their big problem is not exports but imports. Right, there's so many critical key holes throughout their industrial economy and throughout their military-industrial complex that they can only run their factories if they get spare parts and they get machines from outside. And they're not getting enough machines, they're not getting enough parts, so they're not able to run everything normally. So they're hosed, not as hosed as I'd like. It's not totally ground to a halt. They basically last year they had the Great Depression in 1 year. It's getting worse this year, and until the war ends, I would be shocked if their economy does anything but continue to get worse on a year-over-year basis.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Vance. Bearded Brett, training of tank crews, Soviet versus Western. Talk to me.
Okay. Right. My last role when I was in uniform was as part of the Royal Armoured Corps testing and training standards group. So I'm going to try and keep this brief. So bear with me. Take a tank regiment, for example. Okay, you've got soldiers, you've got officers. However, where rank and position within a regimental hierarchy mean one thing, tank crews are tank crews, and they're all trained the same. And I'll give a very brief oversight of that, if that's okay with everybody. Tim?
Shoot.
Okay. So, you have a regiment. It's got to be staffed and manned and the like. So generally you don't try and start them from scratch. So you're always rotating people in and out. Let's just get that. So there's always a constant drip or churn with retention and the like. So within the UK, and I'm going to speak only about UK training, nothing restricted or sensitive. It's going to be similar elsewhere. To train a competent tank crewman to be proficient in his three main tasks for a soldier, once he's left basic training, and therefore he's now going on to special arms, can take between 18 months and 3 years. And I'll try and break that down a bit. Every role within a tank crew, as in a crewman or a commander, and across the whole of the army have job specs, and those job specs talk about roles and responsibilities, difficulties and distastes, the bad things, confined spaces and whatever. And from there, there'll be a list of qualifications that that individual has to successfully complete and gain experience in to be given the appointment of crewman. And in the case of the Royal Tank Regiment, those people who have attained the 3 core disciplines of learning to drive a tank, gun a tank, and communicate using the systems, wears a emblem on their arm of a First World War tank. Now, junior NCOs, corporals and above, will be trained as tank commanders, as will officers. And they are obviously proficient crewmen. They will have done an advanced course in one of the 3 subjects discussed there: gunnery, driver maintenance, or communications. And they'll be selected to go on a commander's course. Now then, that course gives them the ability to understand, maneuver, and everything, as well as commanding a vehicle. Right. Officers, go to Sandhurst, go and do special arm. They do a concentrated course where they learn gunnery, D&M, and driving. Gunnery, D&M, and communications to the same level as a crewman. But then they will go and sit a commander's course, so they turn up at the regiment fully trained, but they've now got to add the experience. Okay, and from there, you gain that experience by building upon individual training into now melding the crew together. Then the crew to the troop to the squadron to the battle group. And that experience begins to grow and form crewmen, young officers, junior commanders. And it's a continuous cycle of improvement. I'm sorry, that was a very quick canter around there, and I could make everybody's ears bleed for hours, so I'll stop now.
Thank you, Bearded Brit. So that's a really good overview. Am I correct in my assessment earlier on about Western tank systems being more forgiving to a technically minded generalist? than Soviet systems who require a very well-drilled person in the specific thing that he does within a tank. Is that too crude, or would you say that's broadly accurate?
I think, your question points down to the level of training. I left the army 19 years ago. I last served on Challenger 2 in 1999. Muscle memory, repetition, training. There are certain skills and drills that are just so completely hardwired in me that whether it's a emergency word of command or it's do this or do that, same as any other soldier, through practice. So are Western systems more forgiving? I think, okay, in some areas they are leaps and bounds ahead technologically, but the man-machine interface has been designed to enable that crew to do their core function and take away some of the management of the systems and everything else and semi-automate it. But the man-machine interface is such that a commander can interrogate his systems, do this, do that, do the other, so can the gunner, so can the loader, so can the driver. That means they can concentrate on what they're doing. If it's more electrical, mechanical, such as some of the older Russian vehicles, acknowledging they've had some upgrades, how much actual training have they had? How many rounds have they fired? How many times have they maneuvered against a live enemy within a training environment, firing lasers at each other? To understand how you bring it all together to achieve this shock effect. It's not about technology, it's about the training, Tim. But I'm biased, I'm always going to say that.
Fantastic, thank you very much. If anybody has any questions on tank crew training, we do have Bearded Brit on the panel with his frogs, and I'm sure he'd be glad to take your questions. In the meantime, let's go to Dan John. Dan John.
Yes, morning, morning everyone. Nala had a question to finance about finance or Russian economy, and yeah, ball bearings came up. Obviously, a bad thing for them. I love this fact, but there's another indicator I heard about, and I'm so proud of even being able to talk about it because I don't have a clue normally. But apparently, Putin has said that there's a problem in the real estate with overstocking in the market, meaning, yeah, they build too much, and normally, according to Russians, he wouldn't admit to any problems unless there's a huge problem. So apparently, they have 70 million square meters of unsold real estate in Russia. That's 800 million square feet, and 10 million square meters of this is just in Moscow, and that's 110 million square feet. So prices are falling, and buyers are not there to be seen. And this is a major thing, which could bring the whole thing down. But I'm sure finance can chime in on that.
Yeah. So two things. One, yes, it's bad for their economy, but real estate prices crashing, banks having problems, etc. Like, they'll just float their banks. They're already basically government run and funded at this point. So they run a sort of Soviet style Potemkin village, to use War Doggo's earlier example of a modern economy. So they don't have a Soviet command economy anymore. They modernized it, but it's still, it's still every bit as centralized, if not more so, actually. It's actually more, not less centralized in the Soviet economy in many ways. So, they run a reserve banking system, but the major loans are made in like government bonds right now, because what private industry is there during the war? It all got shut down, left, or taken by the Siloviki. And if you're making loans to Gazprom, is that really a private loan, or is that a public loan, right? That's almost when their companies are part of the state, at the extent that they are at present, that, yes, what does banking mean, right? So it's like they have this bizarre Soviet-style facsimile of a modern economy. But the upshot for them is that if their real estate market tanks, which it probably will, so what? Like they'll just bail out all the banks by printing a bunch of money or saying they're not broke and forgiving all the loans and calling it a day and moving on. And insofar as this screws over Russian actual individual Russians who own real estate, I mean, since when does Moscow care about individuual Russians? Haha, too bad for you. So they don't care about that. Again, they're not a democracy. They've already had the Great Depression as far as economic downturn last year, and it's getting worse now. So we'd expect real estate to suck. No matter how bad the economy is, no one's voting Putin out of office because he's not a democratically elected leader. That said, all these things do provide more pressure on their system. They make it more likely that more things break, that their big budget deficit gets even bigger, that they'll be forced to spend money to try to do something or other so they don't have other kind of systemic shocks, because by organizing your economy like a modern one, you still are forced to pay for stuff when things break. And as for the real estate itself, I know this will shock you, but you don't need any kind of degree to think through the fact that if you are a country of 100 something million people and you get 180,000 of your fighting age men plowed into the Ukrainian soil, that you might not have new home buyers. I know this is a stretch, hard to consider, but it does not take an MBA to realize that they're going to have issues on the demand side when 180,000 of their former compatriots are currently dead or possibly in a Ukrainian prisoner of war cell. And they also had, 3 million, 7 million? What's the current number of Russians who fled the country because they only want another Russian to be mobilized and they didn't want to do it themselves, right? So, when your population declines, you need people to buy homes and real estate. And if people leave, then you have too much real estate if you had enough before. So even if they had done no building, they would have a surplus of real estate. They'd been doing some building, I think. And so, yeah, they have a metric ton of real estate, mainly because they're in a stupid genocidal war they shouldn't have started in the first place. Again, the best solution to this problem would be if they packed it up, went home to Russia, and stopped a genocidal invasion. And maybe some of their compatriots who really didn't care, they just didn't want to be mobilized, would come back and they could maybe have an economy or the facsimile of one again. That would be the solution, right? But they're not doing that. It's going to be a long time. And yeah, they should. We would expect them to have a major supply-demand difference, because that's what happens when 5+% of your population isn't there. And I'm going to go with new family formations kind of hard when all your young men are dying in Ukraine. Is that a fair economic summary, Tim? Will? Yeah. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
And I can confirm to you that in St. Petersburg, at least, that is true. Real estate prices are reportedly dropping, from personal information I have.
Thank you.
Hey Tim, back on tanks. Can I ask a question now? We obviously haven't seen, as I say, I've only seen in videos over the last couple of years. The T-14, I've only ever seen 3 of them together in the same room, if you will, on the same testing ground. The sound of them operating sounded like the gas turbines that are in them was dubbed. It didn't sound normal, and the movement didn't look all that normal. But anyway, I'm not sure there's many of those that are moving toward the battlefield as predicted. But you know, it is moving toward the battlefield. Daniel Arfire just pointed out to me an IS-3. And you know when the IS-3 was produced, right?
Like World War II.
Yeah, end of World War II. Basically the biggest, most massive tank that they could put up on the field to take on the Tiger, right? and the IS-3 that is on this rail car, actually moving toward the front, is so old. You know, when you saw those old tanks painted green, when they sit out in the yard too long and they get they're not rusting, but they are oxidizing to the point that they look like there's mold growing on the outside of the surface, the skin of them. That's exactly what it looked like. I mean, so this thing is just going to be in fantastic shape. But can you imagine taking up the spot, like I talked about when those anti-tank guns they were pulling out of storage from the end of World War II? Can you imagine even wasting the rail car and the engine and the fuel and the room and the labor to move a piece of shit like that into Ukraine? Other than if you were doing it for metal recycling. I just can't. I mean, Bearded, is that the most laughable thing you've ever heard of? To think that you'd field an IS-3 in this conflict in this day and age?
Copium, hopium. I just don't have words. I mean, okay, so you've bought something out of deep storage, but you're going to need between 500 and 1,000. Next question, really.
Well, I mean, it does depend what you're doing with them, right? I mean, it is a moderately heavy armored thing with a big gun on it. Now, okay, so it's not going to stand toe to toe with any kind of other armored system, and it's not going to be survivable against lighter units with anti-armor capabilities. But it is still a thing that's impervious to small to medium arms with a big gun on it and a machine gun, right? I mean, that's going to have some use depending on how you apply it. How you apply it, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't wish to sound dismissive. You know, anything that's throwing hot, fast ammunition at you is a danger. But great, they've telegraphed it. They're bringing something into theatre. I'm sure the Ukrainians have got some people thinking about how do we counter that then, as you would do precision ATW or your Excalibur rounds and whatever. So move, counter move, counter move. Okay, you bring it into theatre. We figure out a way to neutralize it from a distance, minimize the risk to us. Now what are you going to do next? It's that sort of thing, almost spy versus spy in a way. But yeah, anything that's going to chuck rounds at you is going to be considered a threat. But how you apply it, well, the masters of strategy are our Russian friends.
Yeah, I guess the only thing to be a little wary about it in relation to it is it does. I think it was the first tank that they ever produced that used the 122 millimeter round, the D-25. I think it was the first one they mounted that thing on. So yeah, I mean, if you've got an absolute ton of artillery or of rounds for other things that would use the 122, yeah, if you've got plenty of surplus rounds, I suppose nothing wrong with fielding it as another target to try to overwhelm with numbers. But geez, I can't imagine the state of repair of anything like that would be worth the time and effort to try to do, because that's what I mean. The logistics of moving it, the logistics of fueling it, the logistics of supplying it, the crewing of it, and the maintenance it would require, given its survivability, doesn't sound. It just sounds crazy to me. But you're right. If anything that's got a gun that might potentially put Ukrainian lives at risk, if it survives at all, and there's no obvious counter to it, that would be a problem. But it seems to me, based on performance, and this is what I was talking about before. It's good you're here, Bearded. It seems to me that performance of the Challenger, particularly in the M1A1, against Soviet-era tanks, T-64s, T-72s in Iraq, particularly, would suggest that the IS-3 is going to be nothing but an additional waste target that will be taken out before it'll be even capable of coming into range of anything else. So I guess it's as you say, yes, have you got 1,000 of those? Because that might all work, I guess. And that essentially has been Soviet doctrine and Russian doctrine since the beginning, isn't it? Just have a cheaper tank that crewed with less, and we're going to field so many more of them that they're going to overwhelm with numbers the people that would be our adversaries. But it does. I just don't see the numbers being capable of meeting the test of that doctrine, I guess.
I guess when it comes to the caliber, right, this 122 millimeter, is there any other system in the Russian arsenal that uses that caliber? I don't think there is there? That's unique to the I. Well, it's unique to the I series tank, right?
I think so. I'm looking at the T-64 now to see which round, and the T-72 which round they use.
Will, if I can, here's some food for thought. Okay, they brought IS-3 out, great fanfare and the like. Let's look at it from Russia's perspective. What sort of state is their tank reserves in if they've made a conscious decision and weighed up the risks, the burden of maintenance, transportation, whatever, and it's still seen as viable to put into Ukraine? I just think about it. I mean, the thought process they got through it. Somebody said, "Comrade, dig it out, send it to the front." If they didn't go through a thought analysis process to get to that decision to do it, and they just did it on spec, I mean, again, what does that tell us about the sustainment and the replenishment and the reinforcement of Russian forces in South and East Ukraine?
Yeah. Really good point. And you're right, Tim. That doesn't. There is no other tank they're fielding that uses that round size.
So then you have to think about the logistics of this, right? Is it worth having another platform if it's going to cause, if it's going to be a nightmare to resupply? I mean, I'm not a logistician, so I don't really know, but I would imagine it does cause problems in logistics chains if you have so many different calibers to keep supplied.
Yeah, we've been worried
and
about
Russia has a lot of. Russia has a lot of different calibers already, right? So the different tanks in the T series, they all use various calibers from 115 to 125, right? Like there's not that many. That's not that much uniformity of ammunition in the Russian Federation. But there we go. We've got a lot of hands. I think it was finance first, then Chris, Nala, then liberal. Finance.
Hi, I'm asking this question tongue in cheek, but I also mean it dead seriously. Put yourself in the shoes of a poor Russian tanker. Skip the genocidal parts. You have your choice. You can have a brand spanking new T-14 Armada or the IS-3 from World War II, and you have to roll out into the Ukrainians. So which one has the better chance of you making it?
That's a bearded Brit question. Bearded Brit, you're going into battle tomorrow. Do you want a World War II tank or do you want a fictional tank?
I'll take the note from my mother, please. But I think it's an interesting. I think I'll take the IS-3 for 500. Thank you.
So there we go. You have it from our resident Cavalier that he would rather rock up in, a World War II tank than in the totally untested and apparently non-existent T-14 Armata. I guess at least you wouldn't have to pedal with the IS-3. It is known to have an engine.
I was just thinking how vaporware could possibly protect you against depleted uranium fin, but there you go.
Very good. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Tim. Well,
Finance, Den John, Prince, everybody. You've just sort of like queued me up there, actually, because I saw a bit of information, shall we call it, or propaganda that a load of armatas had arrived in Ukraine, and I thought to myself, armatas arriving in Ukraine, and 3,000 Tuvan horses. That there must be a connection there, I think, Tim, between that, right? Because armatas need horses, right? I think that's the connection there.
I think the
So that was,
the Russian word for gas turbine is horses.
Is it? Very good, very good. So there was that. Yeah. I also just wanted to spark up the conversation on tankers and tankies by just saying that I was speaking to my Remy tank mate yesterday, and I said, "Hey, what do you call it?" He is actually tank crew, by the way. You know, so he was telling me the other day about how when he was in the Gulf War and that, you know, he had to like fix tanks under fire. So anyway, he confirmed to me that in the British Army it's tanky. I said, "Oh shit, that's gonna confuse everybody." And then what I saw online was the Americans say tanker. So it's just very confusing, isn't it? All of that.
Yeah, if I may, it has troubled me when the use of the word tanky meant what it is now meant in modern parlance, when traditionally it has been associated to the men who wear the black coveralls. So since all this began, I've just referred to tanker. It's easier.
Oh, given into the Americanization of language. Shame on you, sir.
Well, it is possible to be both, right? So if you had a three-man crew, let's say Noam Chomsky, Jeremy Corbyn, and Aaron Mate crewing an IS-3, you could have three tankies in a tank.
Well, here's the thing. Within the Royal Armoured Corps, you have the cavalry and the lifeguards and the Blues and Royals, hundreds of years of tradition. The Royal Tank Regiment has formed 4 tanks, and we're only allowing the cavalry units to borrow tanks. They're on loan until horses come back into fashion. But we've been known as the People's Cavalry in the past. And in fact, in my regiment, we used to have a sort of underground newspaper that was called Pravda. So tankies, tankers, tankies. Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
I've heard less kind nicknames for the Royal Tank Regiment. The Household Cavalry was my favourite one, I think.
Oh, yes.
But he wouldn't say that to their faces.
I wouldn't say it to their tanks, no.
All mess buddies together, especially if you serve in an armoured corps mess. The hazing and the backbiting is character building stuff.
Absolutely, and one of the things that is striking but not surprising is how quickly these little rivalries dissipate when the poop hits the fan, right? And how quickly units who love to josh each other will forget about all that nonsense and work towards a common goal. So thank you to Bearded Brit from the Household Cavalry. Nalo.
Yes, sir. We'll mention numbers. So, and usually the numbers don't lie, but now Russia is refurbishing old tanks. They can do about, what was it, 3 dozen a month, and then they have about 60 of these T-14s. So that's one part of this thing, and the other part is what the other side has, and thousands upon thousands of NLAWs and javelins. So how about that logic there? I think the Russians are going to have a very bad time because they've lost what, over 1,000 tanks already, 2,000 tanks. And it would be interesting to know. And it would be interesting to know how many of the Russian losses were caused by man-pads and how many by tank fire from the opposite side. Do we have an idea about that? But I think the man-pads are going to make minced meat out of the Russian tanks still. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. There, the javelins and the all the other anti-tank systems, including the Carl Gustav, and those are thousands in number, tens of thousands in number, and the U.S. Army or the U.S. Defense Department has shipped more than 2,000 TOW missiles to equip the I think 110 Bradleys that are in theater. So yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bearded and Tim, but I believe the Bradley itself, because of that TOW missile, actually killed more tanks during Desert Shield and Desert Storm than did tanks themselves.
Don't know. That seems likely, but yeah, not sure. Bearded Brit?
No idea. No idea.
But I guess, we have to remember that the actual battle during both Gulf Wars was, it was a couple of days long, right? This didn't last very long.
Yeah, we're going into something. We're into campaign planning and execution, and it's having the ability to sustain that offensive spirit and momentum and the like. What I envisage in some way is the Ukrainians making maximum use of mobility. The Russians, through their, and they've already indicated to us, they're prepared to fix themselves. Okay, so Ukraine, let's go like water, path of least resistance, use the mobility, fix them in place, put a light anti-tank screen out to a flank, which enables your main armor to plow into a main defensive belt, or whatever it is. I don't see the ability of the Russians to provide any maneuver counter penetration, even at company level, even beyond that. So, yeah, it's. I was thinking. I don't know whether to pose this. Perhaps food for thought for another day. What happens if Russia declines combat and pulls back? Everybody's expecting this huge, overwhelming force that could last months and months to achieve its objectives. What happens if Russia pulls back and declines that? Trying to force a peace. It's something I've not heard anybody discuss. What about if all the psyops, the information war, were coming to get you, look at the tanks we've got, actually achieves the effect, and to preserve his land formations as a credible threatening force in the future, he pulls back. Now what do we do? Food for thought.
Well, it depends where he pulls back to, right? If it's Russia, then great.
And if they attempt, Bearded Brit, would it not be fair? So someone was asking me about this rules of war a while back, I guess, and I'd like your confirmation. But if hostilities are not formally ceased and an offensive starts and Russia begins pulling back, all that equipment and arms is fair game until they surrender, regardless of which direction they're going. And I would think it would be Ukraine's intent to annihilate that army until such time as it did leave their territory, unless they surrendered it before doing so. Isn't that the acceptable military legal law? I mean, the rules of warfare.
Well, absolutely right. Unless there is some form of agreement, such as prisoner exchanges or casualty exchanges or whatever, then everything is fair game. My point is this: if Russia blinks and they thin the line, and there's been commentary about that's what's happened in Kherson, to move back to perhaps a defensive belt on the north edge of Crimea. If it's about preservation is forced to eventually move it back to his own border, and then to have a future threatening stance. It's just another dynamic that plays in. Yes, because the main effort is remove Russian forces and restore the sovereign integrity of Ukraine. Okay. If that's the mission, then you've achieved that without actually engaging in the decisive offensive or series of offensives or whatever it is within the campaign. But it's just an interesting point to ponder. Now, where do we stand? Because Russia's still preserved whatever force it has and perhaps sacrificed some form of screen or something.
And I think, Bearded Britain, good morning all. I think something along these lines is actually quite likely if you look at what Russians have done previously, both in on the right bank of Kherson, what they've eventually done after they were surprised in the Kharkiv Oblast, what they did, everywhere in the north of Ukraine, around Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, they retreated, right? They decided to go the way of forced preservation. They didn't try to stand up and fight, and it's probably going to be some sort of a mix of the two. Do you reckon that's fair? There's probably going to be some sort of a something to break the teeth of the Ukrainian offensive at, but the majority of the forces probably isn't going to engage, or at least it's plausible that the majority of the forces isn't going to engage. So not a total retreat, right? But a mix.
Oh, absolutely, and no doubt some poor Ukrainians have been sitting in a darkened room in their headquarters somewhere with wet towels wrapped around their heads, trying to come up with some what ifs for a myriad of options. I don't envy them at all. But if anything, a combination of they remain in place and therefore they're threatening, they're being threatened, they'll be destroyed in piecemeal, or a combination of full or whatever. The strength of the Ukrainian command and staff planning system will be able to absorb that and pull out of their back pocket branch X to get us to where we want to be or whatever it is. So yes, I'm sure there's quite a complex matrix of possibilities and so what's in somebody's back pocket somewhere.
Thank you very much, Brad. I'm very curious to ask you about something to do with challengers very specifically. But let's go to the one hand we've got up, which is finance.
Good morning, Doman. I think that the question's equivalent on whether they fully preserve their forces or not, right? It's the how does the war end if Russia doesn't come to the table with any sort of agreement, even if they get their butts kicked all the way back to Russia, right? They hold whatever mobics they have with guns at the border. They keep launching their bombs or terror rockets, and it's not peace, but they're not invading Ukraine. Then what happens, right? Like that's a legitimate question, right? I think that's a very similar scenario to what you point out here, Britt, and I don't think it's totally implausible for something like that to occur. And I don't know what the answer is, right? Like this is not a clean answer. So I think it's a totally legitimate question. As I said, it does even require force preservation for it to be interesting. That's been something I've I've wondered personally, like what that looks like if the Russians just don't quit, even if they get their butts handed to them. Like then what does Ukraine, like how does Ukraine pull off a victory in that kind of insane case? Speaking of logistics points, you know, I believe it was mentioned in here that all these different tanks require different kinds of maintenance, and Russia runs a number of different calibers of shells doing this. Are we seeing any points? Oh, sorry. You mentioned how stupid they were. Before I ask this question, I know we have a kind of a blackout on, but have the Russians figured out to stop driving over landmines around Volhydar and similar places, or is that still part of their doctrine? Are they still demilitarizing landmines by driving over them?
Occasionally, but really most of the kills in the last few days I've seen have been anti-tank guided missiles. But a lot of independent moving around of armored fighting vehicles all by themselves, which you would have thought would not be happening at this point.
Never, ever move without a wingman. Ever.
Tim?
Yep. Oh, you wanted my question? Yeah, I just had a comment on the you know, the what ifs of Russian retreat. I mean, I could see that happening, right? I could see Russia abandoning quite a large swathe of territory, particularly to the east, and then basically using it to push the propaganda narrative, right? So they retreat from the kind of the northern bit of the east that they hold, you know, Bakhmut, Lysychansk, etc., to a corridor along the south coast, including Crimea, including Melitopol, Mariupol, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and then they propose a ceasefire, and they try and freeze the conflict there. And the propaganda narrative coming out of that will be, you know, inevitably Ukraine will refuse any terms, and the propaganda narrative will then be pumped out that, oh look, Ukraine is warmongering, Ukraine is refusing to compromise on, refusing to make peace, etc., etc. And then, you know, the usual prats will come out of the woodwork pumping that nonsense, you know, the pacifists, the Chomskys, the Corbyns, and all of that crap show. Yeah, I could see that happening.
This is where the restatement of what the goal of Ukraine is, to re-establish international border and integrity and sovereignty and all that. If that's the mission, that's what they're going to the table with. Get out of our country. And you're quite right, yes, trying to maintain a southern corridor, though with what troops, how, again, more problems for the red team, so to speak, to have to contemplate. It's on our side they're nice problems to solve. Ironically enough, from a Russian perspective, they're not so.
And in my, this is international diplomacy, so it's not the same thing. But in my history of dealing with people who are negotiating in bad faith, shall we say, be it regulators or other people, you know, working for industry, we've often got into discussions with people that you would face a very bad public relations sort of reaction if you just said no. So our approach, and this has been very successful in the last 20 years, is to never say no. You say yes, but, right? We always answer yes, but. Yes, we can do that. Regulator asks us something completely irresponsible or unreasonable, and we say yes, we will do that, or yes, we can do that, but we're going to need A, B, C, and D. So if I was to advise Ukraine on how to handle it, I'd handle it sort of that way. If Russia came back and said, "Yeah, we're covering our position at the beginning of 23 February, we're returning to there, and we're calling for a ceasefire along the lines of what Macron proposed. Do you accept?" Ukraine should say, yes, we will accept the ceasefire, but only at the 1991 borders, and we await your response to cease hostilities. Just don't answer no, but answer no by proposing the direct alternative that you just said, Bearded, because anything else doesn't achieve their goals, and Ukraine deserves to achieve their goals unless they prove they can't. Essentially, once a war they didn't start's begun.
Yeah, and anybody who has experience of negotiating contracts or anything, especially in the Middle East, will be well aware of the yes, but. Yeah, there's going to come a point where it will play out. Obvious statement, I know, but I just cannot see what good looks like for red. I guess that's where I'm at the moment, and I think I've taken up everybody's time too much today. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna step back and just relax and listen for a bit.
Before you do that, Bearded, I have one more question for you, which is a very technical question from your field. There's very varied numbers floating around on the internet about how many rounds you can put through a tank gun without destroying the barrel or making it much less precise or some such. And the numbers floating around there, depending on the tank, anywhere between about 200 to about 500. How many rounds can you put through the barrel of a Challenger without having problems with accuracy or anything like that?
Okay. I don't know whether people are aware, but the barrel of a 120 millimeter gun for Challenger 2 is chrome lined. This significantly extends the life of the barrel. And we are talking thousands of rounds, and I'm not prepared to say anything more than that.
Okay, so this is important because yesterday, in answers to written questions from the House of Commons, James Heappey, the Minister for Armed Forces, I think, so the junior minister in the UK MOD, said that we have sent thousands of rounds of various types of Challenger 2 ammunition, including the DU rounds, which I presume have to be Charm 3, because I think those are the only DU rounds currently in UK stocks, and only 14 tanks. I thought, so that means at least about 150 rounds per tank. But as you say, they can take just about any quantity of rounds, and they will very happily keep shooting and 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 shooting.
Yeah, there are certain parts of the breach mechanism that have to be inspected and wear and tear, but the barrel itself is built for a pretty good lifespan before it will fail. And the number of inspections you get before use checks, before firing checks, during firing checks, post-firing checks, annual inspections, quarterly inspections, where somebody has tools are used to have a look at barrel wear, and that goes onto the vehicle documents and it's recorded. So these things are tightly controlled in peacetime, and that gives you the ability to ensure that your barrel life in contact, so to speak, is going to be for as long as possible.
Thank you very much, Bearded. Tim?
Yep, I just wanted to bid my farewells. So thank you very much to Will, Nathan, Dave, and everybody who helped me helped me co-host this morning. And thank you to our speakers, Bearded, Chris, etc. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning. Guess you've forgot to set their alarm this morning. and only woke up when a cat punched me in the face. Yeah, sorry guys. Forgot to set my alarm this morning. However, I do have some numbers if you would like.
Excellent. And there's the last bit, and it was extra exciting.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll all be a little bit excited. You know how I like to get excited over numbers. Well, the amount of personnel is very much on average as usual. So we've got 640 liquidated personnel, just the 4 tanks. But this is where things start to get a bit more interesting. So we've got 11 armoured personnel vehicles. Ooh, 14 artillery systems, again. 1 of the anti-aircraft warfare systems, 8 vehicles and fuel tanks, but now I'm not going to dance because I'm still half awake, but 7 special equipment. 7. That's a good number.
So yesterday was 6. Today is 7. What are we looking at? We're looking at out of 7 on average. Looking at MOFAR's examination studies, about 3 of those 7 on average would be over a long-term average would be electronic warfare equipment, radars, stuff like that. Just to provide a little bit of context to that. Now 6 yesterday, 7 today. That's a lot, right? These are the things that have the biggest, or some of the biggest multiplicative effects. And I, for one, am very glad whenever I see a particularly sizable number there. We will have to wait to learn exactly what they were, but at least one of them was an electronic warfare system, which is specifically meant to interfere in the sort of frequencies used by drones for communication, as well as jam GPS signals. And it was taken out by a drone observing and targeting, helping target a GPS-guided munition onto it. Oh, the irony. Actually, I'm sure German has a very nice, exceedingly long word for, oh, what irony.
It may have, very well. At least we can assemble it. But Mokas, I have to give you that. You should have said 7 in order of honoring Len Goodman, the great supporter of the British Royal Air Force, and reminding ourselves of our fallibility, given the fact that we're not strictly here for dancing, but for actually commenting upon how Ukraine can muster this campaign successfully. If I'm not quite mistaken, Beard was so kind as to highlight yet again the risks vested in the various campaign scenarios, and I think this is a very good topic for people to play in the background with. It's not necessarily everything you do daily, but from time to time you should remind yourself that all the wonderful fortifications the Russians have been building are there to evidently put obstacles, quite literally, in front of the Ukrainians, but also to shape the battlefield and to delay the Ukrainian armed forces, to bog down whatever kind of momentum they might be gaining with their new equipment. And even in case they were leaving their spaces, yet again, in a planned or somewhat executed fighting retreat or very fast retreat, and there are reasons for those minefields and those fortifications in order to then trim the public opinion in Western Europe to their, and mold the public opinion in Western Europe to their needs, because that is evidently one of the key aspects of their war. As a fallback position, meaning in case they can't hold the lines they want to hold, shaping a retreat and shaping the battlefield and salting it quite literally is extremely important for them. But as I said, in the words of good Len Goodman, at the moment we'll only give them a 7.
Just for you, Axel. 7.
Oh, I love it. It seems we shall be dancing.
You can do the dancing, me. I'll be over here enjoying.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you that is something I shall gladly observe from the bar.
Actually, that said, I did used to do Argentine tango. Excellent dance. Since I had the stroke, I have zero coordination and can't do it anymore.
Same here, no stroke, but I did Argentine tango. One of the most interesting things in the world, and very, very, very good to go with music, which I understand. Okay, all right, Doman, Will, what else do we know from this morning other than the great list which Marcus brought us?
Well, there's one thing I actually you passed on, and I'm not sure if you covered it in detail this morning, Axel. But I'd be very interested to get your take on the report that Russia issued a new decree from Vladimir Putin allowing them to temporarily take control of foreign assets. It says this must be done if Russian, or may be done if Russian assets have been seized abroad, according to TASS. Now, I wonder if that means Russian state assets or personnel designated for sanction take their assets. Do you think that Russia is going to interpret that as any assets by a Russian national or only state-owned assets? Because I noticed they used as an example German utility Uniper and assets of the Finnish Fortum Oy.
Yeah, I think it's any and all sanctioned assets. So they've gone as far as saying or admitting by means of that there is no private assets in Russia.
And so that essentially this just reinforces in assets what governments have essentially been doing with human beings. The Australian government has issued a travel advisory advising Australians not to travel to Russia or to do so at their own risk, given the fact that they suspect they might be taken hostage for purposes that have nothing to do with activities that they're carrying out. I don't know if the State Department in the United States or any European travel advisories say that sort of thing, but the Australian travel advisory is fairly clear that you will be subject to higher crime and issues related to xenophobia or negative impression, I guess, of foreign personnel in the country right now, and the remote but potential risk of being taken hostage for some purpose of trading you for someone else. And it sounds then from your interpretation like anybody takes any Russian oligarch's assets overseas, they'll use that as a pretext to grab whatever foreign assets they want inside the country then.
Well, the interesting thing is, of course, that, for example, what you have as a travel warning, there is a so-called Teilreisewarnung. I know, this is great. This is perfect for those who like to see word assembly yet ago. But it is essentially a limited travel warning by the German Foreign Ministry. And this is actually dated as of today. And they state that currently for the Russian Federation, well, they obviously advise against it, but they don't say that you must not go. They advise against travel into the Russian Federation. And then in specific, the following areas and by administrational regions bordering towards Ukraine: Belgorod, Kursk, Bryansk, Voronezh, Rostov, and Krasnodar. And they then say that that in the Russian Federation there is the risk of arbitrary incarceration and imprisonment for those German citizens who have double status. And yeah, so that's or double citizenship. This is an interesting case, but the overall travel warning is so comprehensively detailed and argued that it still allows people, quite literally, and it advises people as to how they could travel in Russia. It's very German, as in, unless the volcano has completely erupted, please try not dancing right bang in the middle. So there you go. We're back to dancing. So the German partial travel warning gets a 7.
That's all right. The Australian travel warning doesn't ban you from doing anything, but of course it makes it very clear that you're doing everything at your 100% own risk. And while we would attempt to provide you consular assistance in the instance of adverse situation, there's no guarantee we'll be able to do so. So it's pretty clear. You should stay out. Domin, have you got something? Because I also want to ask Axel about another thing that came up that he passed on this morning and how they covered it and any discussion that came up about it too.
I'll just add that in many cases, travel insurance will no longer be valid, right? If it's taken out in the country, that then and you start your travel after it had issued a travel advisory like that. But other than that, well, I'm happy for you to drive us wherever else you want to go, just not Russia.
Yeah, and the German authorities, for example, also highlight very, very clearly that travel insurance in that regard is self-insurance.
Oh, that inspired some hands, and they both came up at the same time. So I'm going to say Mockers first, and then Prince.
Hello. I'm just instructing, people in the background that if they think something is nest worthy, if they send it to the co-hosts, preferably on a tweet, because only tweets can be put in the nest. So yeah, that is just a little bit of housekeeping, but I do have the MOD report when you're ready.
Well, I'm ready, but let's find out what Prince wants to talk about first. And shall we do the MOD report before that? Prince, what do you think?
The MOD report is I just want to ask Dillman a really quick question before I go to bed. Dillman?
Shoot.
What's South Africa doing?
Confusing itself. Basically, what Ramaphosa has done is figure out how can you make yourself look bad in front of the world without having any other consequences whatsoever, right? So yesterday, you will know that Ramaphosa said that the ANC has resolved that South Africa should quit the International Criminal Court. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? That's saying the governing party in South Africa has decided among themselves that they're going to start the procedure and processes to remove South Africa from being bound by the Rome Statute. Makes sense. Doesn't make sense. Well, kind of makes sense with whom they want to be friends with, especially because one of their friends is indicted by the ICC and is scheduled to go to South Africa in August. If he dares, leave his bunker. Now, for a little bit of context, this is very, very funny. First of all, even if the ANC wanted to, the government doesn't have the power to do so alone. It needs to go through Parliament, and I think it also needs to stand judicial review. Because in 2016, so a year after, let's scroll back. In 2015, Omar al-Bashir, who was the then, ruler of Sudan, let's call him that, who was indicted by the ICC for, I think, various crimes against humanity during what his forces did in the south of the country. He was there. He was in South Africa, which was already a signatory to the Rome Statute, for a meeting of, I believe, the African Union, and he was considered for detention, but then he was let go and He fled out of the country. So they kind of used up their get an indicted criminal out of detention free card on him already. So the next year, the ANC in 2016 already tried to withdraw from the ICC, but the South African High Court, so I think highest court in the Supreme Court in the US, ruled that it's an invalid move because they tried to do it just as a government, but without the approval of the parliament. And then even if they had gone through all of this procedure, it actually takes a year for it to come into effect. So basically, the way it's set up is in order for countries to not be too rash with their decision making and too opportunistic, what's written in is that there's basically a 1 year cooling off period of sorts, right? So you say, okay, and we're going to withdraw from the Rome Statute. We're no longer going to be bound to this, but it only comes into effect 12 months after you've deposited the documentation. I don't know who's the depository for this. Is it Italy, since it's the Rome Statute, or is it somebody else? Because I think the UN would be the depository body, right? But maybe it's in Geneva. I don't know. Deposit it wherever you have to, and then it's a year. So even if they wanted to, they couldn't do it very quickly. And what they've come out with today is how did they phrase it, Prince? They said there was a communication error. They said that. Now say again. Ramaphosa saying the ANC party has resolved that South Africa should quit the International Criminal Court. Where was the communication error there? I mean, are they saying that they hadn't actually resolved? Are they saying they talked about it but didn't come to a conclusion, and instead they presented it as having come to a conclusion? Was it actually that they had not resolved to quit the International Criminal Court, but they had resolved to, I don't know what flavor of ice cream they're going to have at their summer party? I don't know. Who knows what the communication error was? I don't think we're ever going to know. What's particularly notable is that the statement came yesterday at the joint press conference with the Finnish President Sauli Niinistö, who was visiting South Africa to talk about joint efforts for securing more peace in the world, stuff like that. The sort of stuff that Nordic nations like to get into, right? Preventing wars around the world. And for that to have been said with Niinistö standing, a couple meters away, it's a bit of a slap in the face, right? Seeing that Finland has a particular relationship with Russia and all that. So I'm going to leave it at that, Prince. Is there something I've missed in this very, very short, very accelerated saga of the South African considering to be resolved to leave the International Criminal Court?
Oh no, I think you got it. It's other than now we get to debate again whether Putin will try to go and what will happen if he does go. Will South Africa actually arrest him, and will he just choose to send somebody else or appear via video link? But I think that sums up the summary of what has happened with South Africa, what South Africa doing for the last 2 days as far as this is concerned, and it makes me giggle.
Well, one more trip for Lavrov then. Sorry, Kalantarian.
Because coming to the U.S. went so well for him.
Well, I do think it's going to go a little bit better down south. So Prince Hedda, you've been monitoring, I think, the happenings, the goings on at the UN Security Council a little bit more than I have. So how did that go for him?
I woke up this morning to several posts by mockers with transcripts of what the representatives of different countries said, and he got spanked. I think yeah, people really stood up. I found out, I was reading just a little while ago that the German foreign minister was invited to attend the Security Council meetings while he was there, and she decided not to go. So she didn't even show up. And the Israeli delegation walked out on him today. Yeah, he has been verbally smacked up one side and down the other. Mockers, do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, they've had a slightly bad day at the UN Security Council. They wanted to start off talking about, what was it they called them? Multipolar or multilateral agreements. I'm sorry, I'm coffee. I've only had about 2 sips at the minute. They wanted to talk about multilateral agreements and what have you, and the fact that it's not fair that they can't just take over any bit of land that they want, and they got a drubbing from pretty much everyone, apart from their good mates, of course. The Japanese delegation, very polite, telling them to GTFO of Ukraine, but that was basically what he said. They are, I think it was Albania. Albania had something to say, and good for them. So they weren't pulling any punches. Obviously, we know the British lady was extremely scathing, and I love her for that. But yeah, the Israeli delegation, they were like, well, actually, today's quite a holy day for us, and we're not going to sit here and listen to your lies because it's insulting. And off they went, the whole lot of them. And I thought that was pretty nice.
That's very forward, very impressive by the Israeli delegation to be so explicit in their thoughts.
They even lit a candle. They even took out a electric candle and turned it on and set it on the desk and walked out. Basically, it was beautiful. It was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and the thing that Russia forgets about holding the national security center chair is those things is all the other countries that sit in those things. You can say what you want about the UN, but it's staffed with people who are very smart and take it all seriously and absolutely no procedure. And just because you hold the chair doesn't mean you can shut off all discussion like you would in a chair of some meeting inside Russia. As soon as the other people get their opportunity to speak, you're going to get exactly what we saw. But because you control the agenda, you can gladly take on that subject, and people will gladly give you their views.
So it's really funny, right? That the rest of the world doesn't really play, or certainly in Europe, with these newfound quote territorial disputes that Russians are trying to introduce into the world. Just to give you a little bit of context, territorial disputes. This is from the Wikipedia page called List of Territorial Disputes, the Europe section. For example, you have things like the Mont Blanc summit dispute. France asserts that the principal peaks of the Mont Blanc Massif lie in the French territory, while Italy asserts that the summits are shared. So basically, it's a question of of a line being a few tens of meters one way or another on the top of the Alps, where nobody lives. Rockall, Ireland, the UK, Denmark, and Iceland dispute an uninhabited islet. Islet? I don't even know how to call that. I think it's an islet. Islet. Ah, very good. Okay, so it's an island, but it's not an island. It's much smaller than that. It's bigger than a rock, but it's smaller than an island called Rockall in the North Atlantic Ocean. This is all about fishing rights anyway. Spain and Portugal dispute Olivença, which is a town, Villarreal, which is a village, and bits of the municipality of Taliga, which is very rural, because in 1801, Spain occupied the area with French military support, with Napoleonic military support, and then during the Vienna Treaty, they agreed that it's Portuguese, but Spain never gave it back. Right, so it's one town not a very big town. Croatia and Serbia have a border dispute in limited areas along the Danube. It's basically because the Danube squiggled its course a little bit differently over time after floods, and some kind of swampy bits of and some islands in the Danube are disputed. Slovenia and Croatia have a dispute along a section of a river, which is, I don't know, a few 100 meters wide, maybe, and the military complex on top of a hill in a forest where, again, nobody lives. Right? These are the sort of territorial disputes that Europe is used to. For some examples, and then Russia is basically disputing about a third of Ukraine with Ukraine. All of a sudden, after having signed off, 7 or 8 treaties, at least, I think 7 in Putin's time alone, that explicitly affirmed Ukrainian territorial integrity. Nobody has time for that. And like somebody said, the multilateralism that they're trying to enforce, or they're trying to re-inspire, what it really fundamentally is kind of a return back to sort of a First World War era, or Munich Conference, 1938-39 era of let's just split it up. Let's just, what are these useless countries in between here? Can't we just split them up between the bigger countries? We can share them out. And that's basically what Medvedev keeps saying. If it weren't for the drunken ramblings of the former prime minister and president of Russia, who's now some sort of a high-ranking politician, but shockingly not as high-ranking as he appears in the media. If it weren't for that, some people might still be kind of oblivious as to what they're on about. But he puts it very clearly. Hey, Poland, Romania, Hungary, why don't we just share out Ukraine? He came out with about 36 hours ago in a speech to some students somewhere, was it? Whatever it was. Anyway, now I'm rambling, and I swear I've not had a single ration of vodka today. So, Nefo Deva, good morning. Go ahead before you need to go off to the land of counting of sheep. Not Wales, the other one, and then we can go to Mockers for more stuff.
The dawn of Sean, the sheep.
Yes, it's almost 2 a.m. here, so it's about time for me to start trying to go to sleep. But I didn't hear mentioned that Ecuador. I think Ecuador's was one of the strongest statements against Russia that I heard from the Security Council. They basically ripped them a new one. So I would highly recommend seeing the Ecuador statement if you haven't. Of all countries, Ecuador, you don't expect this from them.
Mockers, the Ecuadorian one was rather good, wasn't it?
Yeah, and specifically because of like what I said before, the guy knows procedure, he knows process, and he just rattled off chapter and verse the stuff out of the UN Charter that he wanted to answer Russia on specifically, and drilled him, like Dave said.
Yeah, his speech was shockingly good.
I am going to take this lull to say goodnight. So I will see you all in about 8 or 9 hours, and have a good day. I'm going to sleep now. Thank you very much, Doman, for entertaining my question and returning it with another, and have a great day.
Good night, Western Hemisphere.
And good night, Nefo Devo, as well, I think. We're going to lose all those Mountain and Pacific time people now because they're well past their bedtime. But looks like Dave's going to hang on and give us a bit more time.
Hey, we can talk about them when they've all gone. So, just so you know.
Actually,
Yeah,
Dave,
I'm just going to stay around, and then you can't talk about us. I have to carry the torch of the Western Hemisphere here.
Indeed you do, especially since Bearded's bailed. Why don't you give us a 10, 15-second promo on the interview you processed today, and how well that went with getting the Breedlove interview up. How did that interview go, and anything significant out of that struck you as particularly interesting? I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet.
Well, surprisingly, I haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing either. But it was seamless. It was very, very quick to download it, and with the new process that Michael and Carl have put together, lots and lots of thanks to them. So it downloads okay, and but when I edit it, I usually just listen to the first few minutes to get audio levels and make sure. Then I'll scroll through it quickly, and just looking at the waveform, I'll pick out places where it needs to be either amplified or quieted, so I get a nice level volume across the whole file. So I hear bits and pieces here and there as I stop and sample and then go on. So unfortunately, I can't really say if it was a good interview or not, but I can say that it sounds good. So go listen. It should be on Spotify if it's not already. Axel should be there.
Yeah, I think Axel said he's going to put it up soon, but I mean that's record turnaround for that with that new algorithm you guys are using. It sounds really fantastic, and makes it much more efficient. And if that interview was this morning and he gets it up anytime in the next few hours, that's basically about 15-hour turnaround, which is fantastic. Axel, if you have time to speak, do you have a promo, any of the key things out of that Breedlove interview that you found particularly interesting or enlightening?
David Brookfield and I highlighted yesterday in the evening that we felt that the voices of Maria have been vindicated, because General Breedlove swung the axe and hit into the curb, of that tree as perfectly as one could. Pretty much everything which people who are discussing in this wonderfully Socratic method here, the situation of the war, the options, the scenarios, as well as the moral imperative, the lack of political will, the intricacies of the political process, all of this, he summarized based on his experience, having sat on many NATO North Atlantic councils, and represented the US Air Force beforehand. He very clearly highlighted what Ben Hodges and Nick Ryan have been stating here, what we've discussed here. So that need for deterrence, clarity of speech, need for leadership, providing systems as a comprehensive support basis for Ukraine, from long-range missiles, precision-guided ammunition, so ATACMS, then extended-range GIMLRs, Excalibur, everything which you can summarize under these terms, plus significantly more tanks and definitely F-16s, because General Breedlove is ultimately a fighter jockey, so he was an F-16 pilot. And it was actually, it's a very, very good, clear statement. He engaged with the audience. It was, just like with Ben Hodges and Mick Ryan, one of the highlights of this year.
Nice. Well, I'll look forward to that going up and get it off Spotify tomorrow sometime. Klaus is here. Hello, Klaus. How are you, sir? What would you like to offer?
Fine, thank you. Domen mentioned these small islands or rocks, and Greenland and Canada also had a dispute with an island called Hensø.
They didn't just have a dispute; they had a war.
Yeah, they went out each year. The Danes went out and placed a bottle of schnapps, I think it was, and then the Canadians went out the year after and placed a bottle of whiskey. I think that's how they fought back and forth. But they recently settled the dispute and drew a line almost in the middle of the island. There's a fault line which they used, what sort of disappointed me when they made this agreement was that they should have. Denmark should have had the part that was inside Canadian territory and vice versa. So that was kind of disappointing that they were so pragmatic. Thank you.
And indeed, they did this last year. They brought it to a close last year, and part of the reasoning was, now that we're in such an auspicious time during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the largest land war in Europe since the Second World War, there has to be a concerted effort among NATO allies to not have problems between each other, to bring all the problems or territorial disputes to resolution as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, rather than having any sort of continuing disagreements with one another. We should be working towards a joint goal, and I think that's a very good example that Denmark and Canada set there. That ideally should be followed by many others as well. But do exactly the opposite of what Russia does.
But why not a small enclave in each other's territory?
There's that island in the Baltic, isn't it? With is it the Swedish lighthouse on the Finnish part, and then it's a very zigzaggy border because of it? Or am I confusing it with something else? Yeah, it's an interesting one. But Klaus, today, being Wednesday, is the day of another episode of the Shadow War documentary, right, out by the four big Nordic public broadcasters. One of the things coming out today is they've revealed 38 intelligence officers operating in the Nordics, 13 of which are at least 13 of which are still in the Nordics, and they have them, by picture, description, who they are. What they do, where they are, when were they last seen, where, etc. With quite some detail. I have a hunch that a few more explosions might be coming forward now that even though in the Sweden expelled, what was it, 5 or 6 a couple of days ago, Norway's done some expelling recently. I think some more explosions are going to be coming forward very shortly as well.
Yes, it does seem that this public exposure is accelerating people being designated as person non grata. And that's good. I also read that the Russians have a representative on the Svalbard Island. And this is not a Norwegian territory. It's governed by Norway, but it's sort of an international island. So Norway could do what Russia is trying to do and just annex Svalbard, and Russia could see what it actually is that Russia is trying to do. But this representative is accused of being a Russia GRU agent. So I hope he'll get replaced soon, sort of a spring roll, the Russian version of spring roll. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see what happens, right? But I think one of the things that might be coming in the next decade or so is a consolidation of control of South by Norway. In the aftermath of disintegration of Russia or whatever might be coming. So I think that is very much on the cards. I think there's a Norwegian Vinmonopolet on Svalbard, right? So what else do you want? Mockers.
I have the MOD report for you if you would like it.
Excellent. Let's hear out what the British MOD has to say.
Excellent stuff. Sorry, I've just got to re-find it. There we go. So, British intelligence update for the 26th of April 23. Heavy short-range combat continues in the western districts of the contested Donetsk Oblast town of Bakhmut. A key development over the last week has been fighting on the outskirts of the town, especially near the village of Kremove, as Ukraine seeks to maintain control of the 05-06 supply route. Ukraine's other resupply options into Bakhmut are likely complicated by muddy conditions on the unsurfaced tracks. With the town having now been under attack for over 11 months, the Ukrainian defences of Bakhmut have now been integrated as one element of a much deeper defensive zone, including the town of Chasiv Yar to the west. So it's actually quite sober today, the Defence Intelligence Update, but it is just concentrating on the situation around Bakhmut. Now, I'm not sure if it was yesterday morning or the morning before. All the days blend into one for me at the moment. But there was a successful repel of a number of attacks upon that highway. And the Ukrainian forces were able to regain and maintain control of that highway. It is, however, still under harassment fire, I believe.
I think we've had this 3 or 4 times now, right? Russians getting close to cutting off this particular supply line, or at least getting close to it, and then Ukrainians pushing them back again, and then Russians come back closer again, and then Ukrainians push them back again, about 3 or 4 times now. And as noted here, with the town having been under attack for 11 months, indeed, it's been since June last year, right? Since more than early June last year, that Bakhmut has been under attack by the Russians. That's one slow rate of progress. Walker?
Yeah, and they specifically mentioned Chasiv Yar, which is the western sort of entrance to Bakhmut. Pretty much everything is going through that direction when heading to Bakhmut from the Ukrainian side. And Chasiv Yar is now no longer a residential place. It's very much a heavily defended, and it's up on a high piece of ground as well, so it's easier to defend, and has basically become a military town, where they're feeding supplies and troops through there, and I would say it would be very, very difficult to continue down that road, even if the supply route was cut off. The Russians would find it very, very difficult to assault Chasiv Yar. There was a Romanian reporter who, there we go, yeah, a Romanian reporter who produced a write-up about the situation in Chasiv and basically said it's an extremely strong point. They are ready to defend it if they have to, but right now it is a key location for the Ukrainians that would be very difficult for the Russians to assault.
I think that sounds like Russians will keep on trying and trying and trying and trying and trying, because Avdiivka and Vuhledar were likewise difficult locations to keep trying to assault, and yet they do not abate.
I think they're going to shake in their boots in future whenever anyone mentions Bakhmut or Vuhledar.
No, definitely not. For they will have been told that they won a glorious victory and have then only retreated out of a gesture of goodwill. That's how it normally works.
Talking of gestures of goodwill, we have heard of quite a number of the occupied parts of Ukraine in the east and along the Zaporizhia front. They have been actually apparently withdrawing their collaborators and some of the Russian, like, what do you call them, administration that have moved in. So those people apparently are starting to move out, and that does suggest a gesture of goodwill, doesn't it?
Anything for a nice, kind gesture of goodwill, I'll say. Anything. No, it's important that they have lots of opportunity for lots of very kind gestures of goodwill. And the more of that, the better. All right. Somewhere where Russians are not exhibiting any goodwill whatsoever is over the Nordics and the Baltics, because in the last few hours, 2 sets of reports came out of interceptions of Russian nuisance flying. So in the far north of Norway, NATO F-35s intercepted Tu-160 strategic bombers, which were followed by both tankers and fighter jets as well, which is less than usual. Usually, it's just the strategic bombers themselves. And then the German Luftwaffe noted that German and British Eurofighters intercepted 2 Su-27 flankers and 1 Il-20 kind of reconnaissance plane, let's call it, over the Baltic, flying without transponders. These sort of nuisance flying missions by the Russians are, normal, pretty much, regular, routine. However, they tend to be somewhat smaller, the missions usually, and having 2 in 2 different ends of Scandinavia, so to speak, one to the south, one to the north. At the same time, I think that's a little bit of a step up. Interestingly enough, this is happening at the same time as the additional Nordic investigations into what Russian spy ships doing all over the Nordics. So much so that academic Fyodorov, one of these Russian research spy ships, was entering Skagerrak yesterday. So was it entering Skagerrak? Well, it was in the Skagerrak. It was transiting from the Skagerrak to the Kattegat. and on the way into the Baltic Sea yesterday, and it got intercepted by 7 naval vessels as it was doing so. Naval vessels from Norway, from Belgium, Estonia, and Denmark. 2 of them doing literal laps around the Russian vessel. I think that the much greater public later, once it got to the Danish Straits at Fehmarn and Belt, 2 German Coast Guard vessels joined it, and then near Bornholm, a Swedish Coast Guard vessel took over, shadowing it. This is, I have to say, quite impressive, really. But now that this is also a thing of public awareness, and you see, this I think is where public awareness is important. There is a lot more activity as well, and there's a lot more importance given to actually keeping very visibly keeping an eye out for them. So pretty interesting, I think. Pretty interesting that they were doing that, and pretty interesting that Russians are more visibly active. But that visible activity is just as visibly, if not even more visibly, countered by NATO, and now including also, of course, Swedish NATO plus Swedish vessels and planes. I see that Kommersant reports the other side of the story, saying that the 2 Tu-160 strategic bombers made a scheduled flight over the neutral waters of the Barents and Norwegian seas for more than 14 hours. It's almost as though, I'm just thinking, it's almost as though the largest country in the world has ample space of how can I put this? Flying elsewhere. No, it's almost as though they have a space to fly over. I don't know, Russia. That'd be maybe a more convenient thing for them to do. Who knows? But again, these things have been happening throughout much of the Cold War. They've been happening more or less ever since. They never really abated. They might have slowed down a little bit in certain periods, and now they're just happening more and more visibly. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you would have read similar reports, for example, British media saying such and such Russian bombers were intercepted near the Shetland Islands, or to the northwest of Scotland, or some such. That just happens quite regularly.
So, Doman, I noticed something else in the news earlier this morning, quite interesting. It's too bad War Doggo isn't still on with us, because it's actually something he brought up the other day, and it looks like he was speaking it into reality, sort of. Maybe he did know more on the ground than we know at the time, but the Ukrainian government announcing that they're going to plan to rebuild 6 war-damaged localities using the latest technology and ecological standards in a pilot project at various locations around the country that they have have been returned to Ukraine, but were previously occupied by Russia, and obviously faced the sort of destruction that all those places did. But they're essentially saying they're going to rebuild it better than before. The kind of things we were talking about with War Doggo that he was hoping would happen, that they would, do a lot of the planning and investing in the design and layout of these places to take into account the capabilities of Ukrainian construction, because some of this construction you see all throughout the former Soviet Union with the concrete panels and the sort of prefab housing that they can construct relatively quickly, isn't necessarily, they were inconvenient, like the Khrushchevskys particularly were not favored style of apartment, but but they could be converted to do, and it looks like that is exactly what they're planning on doing. The head of the Denis Shamal announced in a cabinet meeting that the government would be rebuilding some settlements in Kiev suburb of Borodyanka, as well as Moshun, Trotsyanas in Sumy Oblast, Posad Pokrovsky in Kherson Oblast, Zirkuni in Kharkiv, and Yahidny in Cherniv, which when I first read it, I thought, oh my God, they're not planning to do Yahidny because that's also a suburb of Bakhmut, but it's the one in Cherniv. They're going to be rebuilt using new principles and environmentally sound means that make the places better to live in, and they're going to try it in these six suburbs out of our reconstruction fund. That I don't know where they got the money for that, but it seems like as we were talking about before, getting any settlements against the Russian government and pouring money into these funds, these reconstruction funds, or the reconstruction funds that the EU's already announced, would be great. They're going to start the planning and rebuilding of these right now before the war ends, which is fantastic. And it's honestly like what War Doggo was talking about. Hopes happened the other day is coming to pass already, and that's another good news story.
Very much so. This is something we keep touching upon, right? This is a theme that we keep going back to. It's that Ukrainians are not going to be putting things back to exactly how they used to be before, but instead they're going to be done, somewhat differently, right? Whatever it is they're going to do is going to be looking somewhat different to how it looked like before, right? There's no point in rebuilding 1960s, 1970s era apartment blocks and putting them back the way they were, because now we know how to do things better and more efficiently and better insulated, etc. And the same will go for residential buildings. The same will go for industry. Right? There's no question, but the industry in Ukraine, Ukrainian economic outlook is going to be looking different going forward than how it looked like until now, because without certain capital assets that were kind of inherited from many decades previously, it's just not worth doing those exactly same things if you have to expend finances to build it this particular way in the first place, right? So it's all it's all a part of it. It's all a part of how rebuilding is and will look like. And I'm glad to hear that they're already starting in certain places. This isn't, of course, the first things that they're starting to rebuild, reconstruct. Quite a bit of the destroyed infrastructure, especially in areas around Kyiv, that was destroyed during the Russian occupation last year. A lot of that has been put back quite quickly. A lot of that was repaired quite quickly. And then, of course, the next step is to provide places for people to live, for people to return to. Economic activity, especially in areas that were quite economically active previously before the Russian invasion, and suffered in the initial wave, but have been free of Russians for more or less a year now. It's important that is able to exist, because without it, it's harder for the rest of the country to function going forward. It's harder for the rest of reconstruction to go on going forward.
Yeah, and as we were talking about with War Doggo the other day, you can say a lot of bad stuff about the Soviet Union, but some of the economy of scale things that they could bring to bear were actually good, great things. I'm sure that a lot of these apartment buildings that have been destroyed in these regions where they're at, probably weren't pristine, good examples of this architecture anyway. And some of the elements of the Soviet designs of a standard residential apartment building could be still used for economy of scale, but modified so that they were more energy efficient, more soundproof, more livable for people, but still take advantage of the capabilities of the prefab panel and concrete center beaming systems that they've got now, which are equivalent to it in design of the new type of buildings you see in downtown. Every downtown, almost all these buildings are built like curtain walls, and while those tend to make fairly unattractive, repetitive sorts of big skyscrapers, I'm all for the aesthetic, but I'm also all for providing low cost, reasonably good quality housing to as many people as possible. And if they want to do that using some elements of the old Soviet design modified to make them more livable and more energy efficient, I think that's a great thing. I'm looking forward to seeing what these designs look like and how they're going to lay them out.
Let's
And
see.
it's
That's the
Yep.
only thing we can do, right?
Yep, that's right. And there's one more piece of interesting news from this morning that I picked up and thought was probably worth revisiting in the afternoon session for me. Early morning session for you is that another sign that the economy is clearly not doing great in Russia. Be great if finance was here. Maybe it doesn't say this at all, but it seems to me, which is that Roscosmos had earlier said they were going to pull out of the International Space Station and go back to developing their own again, like they had Mir years ago. But apparently they've changed their mind on that. They've now pledged their continued participation in the International Space Station through 2028. And Roscosmos chief Yuri Borisov said in his letter that he made great statements about it. It's like you wouldn't think there was a war on. Borisov praised the cooperation on the ISS, the largest and most successful project in the field of spaceflight, and said he was glad that this unique laboratory is continuing its work and helping to implement humanity's boldest ideas for opening up space. You wouldn't think there was a war on from hearing that, would you?
No, probably isn't. I'm sure there's some people in Russia that haven't heard that there's a war on, especially because it's illegal to call it a war. Do you remember there was what was it? There was some family living in Siberia out of a horse-drawn cart or reindeer-drawn cart or whatever it was, and in the 60s they didn't yet know that the Tsar was gone, and something along these lines. Somebody will know the story that I'm vaguely remembering.
Yeah, I don't, but it sounds familiar, like the guy that came out of the forest in one of the islands down off of Iwo Jima and still thought the Second World War was being fought. He was an old Japanese soldier. So similar thing, somebody wanders out of the woods in Russia with the same sort of story. Didn't know the Tsar was gone, huh?
Yeah, something like that. They're very plausible. I think there was old believers, if I remember correctly, would kind of fit. Either way, no, it is. I know Ming told us a fun story about this at some point. But either way, that that kind of just happens, right?
One more, well, potentially hilarious thing from that the International Space Station thing is that if you look at the these major projects on the ground, right? I think of major oil and gas projects cost a lot of money to do, and I've seen some that blow out from 10 or 11 billion dollars out to 20 30 billion dollars, and I'm not sure I believe their numbers anyway. So I don't know if it's the economy of Russia collapsing and they don't have the money to do this anymore, or if in fact they sharpened their pencil a little bit on the estimate, because I can't imagine. It says the station they were going to build themselves and go their own way for their as a plans for their next Russian lunar mission. What the space station they were going to build was going to cost 6.7 billion euros and is only at the design stage. Now, they may have reported that number, 6.7 billion euros, as if it's supposed to sound like a big number, but 6.7 billion euros doesn't sound like a third of the cost of what an actual space station would cost these days. I don't know anything about the European Union's plans or costing on things, but 6.7 billion. I don't think you could get a ride to the International Space Station with a whole bunch of supplies for that much. It sounds pretty light.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like an awful lot, does it? I think especially in the context that where not all of Baikonur is run by the Russians anymore, and Vostochny is having problems, and Plesetsk isn't really useful for such projects. What's really left for them? What's really left for them?
And another interesting story from out where I used to live in Sakhalin. Did you read the story of the hacking bit of work that was done by somebody in relation to a mobilization out in Sakhalin?
I did. Do you want to explain what happened? They didn't think that going electronic could have adverse effects on what they're trying to do, and yet,
And yeah. Who could have thought that leopard would eat some faces, huh, Doman? Set up a system by where people can get a whole bunch of distribute electronic draft notices, essentially, and that nobody was going to mess around and try to screw those things up at all. I mean, it's poetic justice, really, with the amount of hacking, frankly, that comes out of Russia, and identity theft and these deceptive things that get people to send money all the time. It's just amazing to me that they would fall victim to these things so easily themselves. In that a hacker managed to get sent a fake email message to a guy and told him that he needed him to give him information, or he needed to give him details off of a notice by phone message so that he could plug it back in. And he used this. The guy didn't think anything about it. Gave him the information he needed, and the next thing he knows, he's a 50-year-old guy. He gets a he gets a notice from the Federal State Information System telling him that he needs to report for mobilization. So he did mobilize, or he did go down to the mobilization station, but then of course he's actually not physically fit. He's disabled. So I don't think they didn't report whether or not they actually mobilized this guy, but it didn't take long, because that's only been a couple of weeks since they had their system set up for sending electronic draft notification messages to have somebody get around and do some nasty pranking, or I guess it must be just pranking, because I can't really see directly how they would make any money off of it. But certainly, you set up a service to send all the people you hate a mobilization order would be in order probably right now in Russia, I guess.
Oh my. Well, you will remember from the initial round of mass mobilization, there was a report that I think it was a lieutenant colonel who got recalled, who got mobilized, who served in the Soviet army in Afghanistan. The problem was that he was well into his 60s at this point and quite ill and not really able to do anything. So he made a massive stink of it, and then they let him go. But I think there was a couple of other cases that weren't so lucky.
Well, especially since around about that same time, one of the things I think he said was that he was outside the age range. But notice that they've expanded the age range too now. If you have what they consider a relevant military experience, I think they can call you back to up to 63, 64 years old. So yeah, some of those people aren't going to get out.
Exactly. Nale?
Yeah, hello, thanks, Doman. What is the power grid around Stockholm doing? I heard it's not working. Which
apparently it was an accident.
Oh, okay, that's good. So no sabotage then. So it's a bit less dramatic than I thought it would be. But okay, good thing it might be working again, or
Apparently, Nale, not every electrician is as good as you.
yeah, I've been fixing this. What was it you said yesterday? Maelstroms, whatever it was. Yeah. So, and then some more energy news because apparently the Russian government has seized the assets of a company called Neste in Russia, and that's a big Finnish energy company. So, aren't the Russians just digging their own graves because nobody's going to go back there and invest even a penny now that they're doing this? What do you think, Doman?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, how to put this? They're making themselves entirely dependent on China in every way, which is quite amusing. Is one way of putting it, but it is quite interesting, right? That they're setting it up that way, and yeah, it's no one's going to be interested. No one's going to be able to go and be there. Now, a lot of these things, especially when it comes to electrical infrastructure, these things tend to be very long-lived, as you know, Nale, right? The thing is that the ones that you need to replace, you do need to replace them when you need to replace them. You can't just keep going after it's all broken, right? So it's more of a question of how do they keep it up, how do they keep it going, rather than now they have to tear it all out and replace it all at once. No, it's not how it works. Unless it gets destroyed, blown up, burned down, whatever, it's functional still. I think a bigger question comes to telecoms infrastructure, because that has to be maintained on a more regular basis or replaced on a more regular basis as things change. Either way, it'll be quite interesting, and they're really making themselves more or less entirely reliant on China. Nale?
Yeah, that's true. They make really strange moves in Russia nowadays, I think. But could it be possible that the counter move from our part would be that our government seizes all the property owned by Russian actors that are like close to army installations and stuff like that? And also, when you earlier spoke about these spies that our media has uncovered. I was just wondering that what is our local CIA doing? Apparently nothing.
Think of it like this, Nali, right? They found 38, and only 13 of them are still in, and a bunch of the others are have been expelled already. Well, actually, let's do this exercise because I think it's going to be instructive. You know, there's 38 people here that were found, and let's go through them. So, there's a guy who was the first secretary of the Russian embassy in Copenhagen. He left Denmark in 2020. Another one used to be an attaché in Denmark, and then today he's in Sweden. He says he's not an intelligence officer. Okay, he's currently in Sweden. Another chap from the GRU left Denmark in 2019. He was in Norway as a military attaché, works with the GRU, probably still in Norway. Another one from the SVR was expelled by Denmark this year. Another chap from the SVR left Sweden at some point. Currently, he's in the Russian embassy in South Korea. Aha, that's where he is. Another one has also left Sweden, and she's the daughter of another intelligence officer that previously was an illegal in Europe. Then there's an SVR guy in Sweden who's still there. A GRU guy who got expelled from Denmark last year. FSB chap still in Sweden. SVR chap still in Sweden. Another SVR chap still in Sweden. GRU chap expelled by Denmark last year. So he was the assistant to the military attaché, but has been expelled. SVR chap still in Sweden. Okay, Sweden has some work to do now. Thus far, it's all a Sweden problem, it seems. Couple of a GRU and an SVR guy expelled by Denmark last year. SVR guy still in Sweden. GRU guy probably still in Norway, possibly expelled among the 15 that Norway has just expelled in the last few days. GRU guy left Norway. Unclear where he is now, but definitely not in the Nordics. Another guy expelled by Denmark in 2020. 3 more people currently still in Sweden. Another one who might still be in Norway. Another one who's definitely still in Sweden. One who's left Sweden last year. Another one who's left Sweden 2 years ago. And then a number that have been expelled by, that don't have pictures, that have been expelled by one country or another, or are still in Sweden, seemingly. So in other words, Sweden's the problematic one. None listed for Finland that they've discovered in this one, Nale.
Aha. But what have we learned on this space about my compatriots? Do you remember?
Which bit? Oh, Nale, by the way, apparently it's Fortum, not Neste. That's the one that you meant.
Oh, okay. Well, huge energy stuff. Anyway. Yeah, so we have learned that Finns don't talk, except for me and Pauli and Antti and a few others. but I mean, if it's something that has to do with national security and, for instance, that or weapons to Ukraine, how much info do we usually get? And this doesn't mean that Finland isn't full of Russian agents, because we absolutely are, I think. Or am I wrong?
I think you bring up a good point, right? There's only so much that a spy can do if nobody's ever going to tell them anything. If they have to do everything by observation, that's a whole lot more difficult.
Correct.
Klaus?
You mentioned Auntie Nale. I haven't heard him for a while, but when he do come back, he should take the nick Air Defense as a middle name. Auntie Air Defense. Thank you.
That was good, Klaus. I'll do that.
Very good. Yeah, I don't know if it's supposed to be anti-air. It's not anti-air. It's anti-air space defense, right? That's how it has to be constructed. It's making it a little bit complicated. Mockers, would you like to extract us from
I will just
questions of syntax?
I will just advise that there are currently explosions in Kherson and Zaporizhia. So just to be aware that there is an air raid alert on in those areas too, obviously, because they're being bombed. I do have some more fun news, though.
Yes, please, because then I have some very disturbing ones to explain and discuss.
Okay. Well, apparently, the Institute of Study of War, they've speculating that Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered additional military plan changes on April the 20th. A prominent Russian mill blogger is claiming that Putin signed a decree, one of them, on the 20th of April, about a series of military command changes, and formally dismissed the commander of the Eastern Military District, Rustam Muradov. The mill blogger noted that Muradov's dismissal likely resulted from his disastrous offensive on Vuhledar. He also added that the decree forced Army General Alexander Dvorkinov, who reportedly commanded the Russian forces in Ukraine in April 22, to retire. Putin forced former commander of the West Military District, Colonel General Alexander Zurlov, into retirement alongside other unnamed commanders as well. Milberger claimed the Kremlin is now relying on newly reappointed commander of the Russian airborne forces, which is Teplinsky. We heard about that, didn't we? The reports about command changes and dismissals have them concerned that they're forming a new organization under control of the gas sector. It appears to be a vague reference to the reports that Gazprom's got their own private security company. The mill blogger noted that he's not sure if the organization will cooperate with the Russian Volunteer Society for Assistance to the Army, Aviation and Navy of Russia. Why do these things have to have such long names? ISW previously reported that Gazprom had new military formations and that the DOSAAF, that is the Russian Volunteer Society for Assistance to the Army, Aviation and Navy of Russia, have been proactive in Russian recruitment efforts. Sorry, it's still early here. So Prigozhin has apparently visited some of these units, and they are supposedly, oh, here we go, put into 3 battalions, one of them being the PMC Redoute. So 2 of them went off to the Russian MOD, and some of them were pulled into this Redoute PMC. And these units are supposed to cover Wanger's flanks. However, they still require the proper supplies, lack the proper supplies and weapons. And Prigozhin has now started to criticise the general proliferation of PMCs. He started it. He really did start it. So anyway, this goes on for so long that I'm not going to read it all out to you. But basically they're saying that Putin's firing his generals and he's pulling some of these PMCs into other places so that they can find more men. So yeah, it's a mess. You don't do stuff like that when you're winning, do you?
No, probably not. Are these the ones that are supposed to be Gazprom affiliated? There's so many at this point. I keep forgetting who's who. No, yes, no, okay. Doesn't really matter one way or another.
I was typing a message at the same time. I note we have the lovely Fellaine.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Dalman, we were in sync.
So was the Moscow.
Moscow. I feel like you're hinting that I should sing Under the Sea, but like it's too early to do that. Well, technically, it's never too late. It's not too late. It's never too late to sing about Moscow's drowning. But anyways, I hope you've been well. It's lovely to hear you. I was listening on another account. Sorry about that. I just forgot that I have an extra one just in case some Voldemort brings me down. Sorry. Yeah, I've been listening to you the whole morning, and discussions here were like in the majority on cases on point. So I commend you on keeping up with the relevance. I'm just joking. I'm joking. I hope everyone is okay-ish. I know that I haven't been able to bring some of the representatives of my unit in the European timeline. I hope I'm going to be able to amend this at the weekend, because the guys will be having finally some day off, and I hope to steal their attention again during the European timeline, so you can chat with some of the guys. Because in the most cases we're here really late in the evening Ukrainian time, which is obviously late evening for the Europe as well. I'm sorry for yawning. I didn't sleep properly this night, so I'm yeah. But you've heard me yawning so many times that it's not something new. I bet. Anyways, I'm gonna try to bring them. Orcha felt extremely honored and just grateful for the reception that was here a couple days ago. He was really impressed by this resilience of the space that we traverse. And I, for the first time, I tried to explain, like in person, sitting in front of the pilot, like what we've been doing, like in great details. And I think his head exploded at some point. You like Vic, how are you still saying? I was like, I'm not. This is the thing. Like we're all partially nuts. Yeah, so massive hugs from my unit. The weeks have been extremely busy and extremely dreadful and extremely well. You've seen the situation on the front line and you've observed what's happening. I don't have to um breach anything, any kind of obstacle. You saw sometimes our infantry is in the open field and artillery is just covering their trenches from all of the directions, so you can guess. That is why you will hear me joking around a lot. You will hear Ocha joking around a lot, because we have chosen with this path. We're gonna be just laughing, because otherwise, like, we don't want to jump to despair. There's no point. It's not productive. Yeah. For those of you who are listening today in the morning, good morning from Kyiv. It's getting warmer, but I feel like the weather is more drone wise, to sunny. So I hope that Russians won't do anything sketchy in terms of loitering munition, because it's been unusual. That's so strange. It's been unusual quiet in Kyiv for like last couple of days, or if not a week. So and you know that the 9th of May is approaching, and Russians are let's say fixed on some significant dates. So we're kind of like suspicious of what's going to happen, but overall the situation is let's say more or less under control under these circumstances. And thank you for keeping up the space. It means a lot.
Well,
Thank you,
means a
Feline.
lot to come by.
And I'm really sorry I couldn't be around on Monday evening when Ochenash was visiting. I still can't get over his name, but I did hear rave reviews from a number of
I'm
listeners.
so sorry, Domin. Well, he can't get over his own name as well. Like his actual name is Andrew, but no one calls him Andrew. He's just Oche. Like even his parents, they call him Andriko. So technically no one calls him his actual name. So I feel like his actual name has become his second or third skin. So actually that's so convenient. If you're just gonna shout in the crowd, for instance, for name Andrew, you're gonna have like 500 people turning around. Well, because that's such a common name. But if you shout Oche, you will definitely see only one person like shouting at you, and others will just look at you like weird, like you're going extremely wild. But yeah, did like he was hilarious, don't you think so? Like I was cracking up.
It's just that for like so many, hundreds, thousands of times I've heard the phrase Ochenash in one very particular thing. You know, um, go and as penance, go and pray out so and so many Ochenash, that is to say, the Lord's Prayer, and so many Hail Marys. And I only ever associate it with that context, and it is so funny to me, so deeply, deeply amusing, that it's actually somebody's name. And I don't think I'll ever be able to get over that for like.
Yeah, so I'm gonna disclose you one very particular joke that we have in our small family. It's nothing like a brigade thing. It's like one of the Reiki subunits thing. So Oche Nash is Oche like Lord, obviously. My call sign is Sveta, which is a saint. We have also a guy whose call sign is a monk, and technically we're like saying that we're like Power Rangers but Orthodox, and we have the witness of the UAV cult. So once we all gather together, as you have seen, probably there was a extra orbital thing flying towards Kiev. This is exactly why it happened, because we were at the same times in space, and the universe wasn't able to keep up with this kind of madness. So yeah, we laugh a lot about that. The jokes in my apartment, and I apologize, are very religious, sacrilegious sometimes.
I think that then, under the current circumstances, it's all quite allowed and quite reasonable, and quite all right to do. But it's very interesting, and if anybody finds symbolism in this, so much better reason to go to MriyaReport.org and go to the Toys for the Boys section and maybe drop something there for some toys, or rather quite serious things like protective equipment that actually needs to have a better chance at conducting their missions and then coming back in the same number of pieces as they departed.
Thank you to you who are listening here. And for the first time, we are running a fundraiser, Toys for the Boys. It's the brief version for the convenience to find it on the web and on the pages and Twitter. We are fundraising for the material and goods and gear and equipment for my unit, for the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade, Unit 3018, also known as Rubish, or the Frontier if you translate it. We are forming the Assault Offensive Guard Brigades of the National Guard, and we do need to sustain our operational capabilities. So yeah, we are trying to procure as much as possible under these circumstances. We keep on I keep on buying some things. Sometimes I don't have the set amount needed at the current state when I find something, so I take some measures to pay afterwards when we have the funds. So that's gonna be really helpful just to fulfill some of the obligations I already have on me. And it's I pay almost all my salary and everything I earn towards this cause, because I explained it to the guys because they were scolding me that I shouldn't be doing this and I should be thinking about myself. But ultimately, I am thinking about myself because I don't see the reason for my existence if we don't win this fight. I just can't see myself being enslaved or part of whatever Russian state is. My whole body rejects this idea. So I'd rather have help them as much as possible now than regret not doing that later on. I'm not expecting that you're gonna do the same. Please don't. You're under different circumstances and you still need to keep on living your life. Just helping us a little bit. Also, you have to understand, helping us a bit makes a big of a difference, because if you in your lifetime help at least one Ukrainian, that it's already helping us all. And what I wanted to say is, obviously you can't save everyone. Unfortunately, I tried. It's not possible, but you can try saving someone. And saving someone means that someone can save someone else. And there's this pay it forward chain, which is technically eternal and never ending. What I was also gonna say that we've seen incredible acts of kindness and cohesion and unity. So I just ask to do that again. Whatever contribution you can do, it matters. I'm grateful, and we have so many things to just get by, find, ask for, that sometimes my whole brain explodes. But just having these baby steps is very inspiring. Every day something great happens. I managed to get some information, managed to do something. So I can say something that yes, I delivered some equipment that I will personally bring to the guys, because there's a thing I need to do with this equipment. So and they need me physically there to explain it, because it's going to be a headache. So I'm going to be going back and forth at some point. And there was a hiccup, a force majeure with the transportation, and it's a quite heavy piece of equipment for me to carry, and I was helped by the Estonian embassy in Ukraine. Yeah, it's such a lovely nation. I expressed my gratitude for Estonians, for the consul in Kiev, and he was so generous with his time, and driver was just blessed, and they helped me, and they they respond helping much as well. Once again, he stated that though the population of Estonia is less than Kiev, they all are on our side, and I know that for a fact. And I'm so grateful, and like I was more amazed by the generosity of him, like firstly helping out and then helping out again and saying like the time we will find the time because we know that this matters. And also yesterday we had some problem with the vehicles because, well, this is why we had the force majeure. So some of the volunteers brought the guys to vehicle, but there was a problem with brakes. They barely made it to Kiev, and then they brought it onto maintenance. Obviously, I paid with some funds that were already like donated because guys had made the first like testing pass on of the 5 grants that we have already fundraised, which is which is just like no, it's that it's this different thing. And yeah, and there was like this whole thing, and the guys in the neighboring towns decided that Ukrainians can do the maintenance for 3. Like obviously I bought the spare parts and we changed the brakes, and there was a problem with filters and whatnot, but it's being fixed. What else happened? Yes, like every day something great happens and you just feel, and every day something shitty happens and you can't, you just can't can't wrap your head around it. Like I posted a tweet yesterday that at the same time, like the most beautiful magnolia flowers are blooming in the downtown of Kiev, you see how the eastern Ukraine is just being ripped apart by artillery, and it's just like, and these worlds coexist. Like they coexist in my head, they coexist in reality, and it's just it's hard to process it, but well, we have to process it to keep on moving further. So without further ado, those who have already donated for the fundraising effort, I am eternally grateful. We already have, I want to say, yeah, so I try to, if you follow my account, I try to this couple of weeks, whenever I have time, to dedicate a day or two for a specific representative of my unit. We had Horhona, we had Czech, we have had Raptor, we had Ocha. The majority of them are scouts, so they are from the Recon unit. They are so bold that they're not hiding anymore. Well, except for Czech, you won't be able to find his face anywhere. And Gorgona Kay, she had, you have seen her in some of the articles I posted earlier. She had her birthday, so thanks for the first tranche, like testing tranche, we were able to buy her some special equipment for the second element, and also a drone, which was already in Ukraine, and it was really convenient. MriyaReport team was so fast in doing that we, like, I found it right away, immediately paid for it, and it's already being utilized. And it's also on my page. It's named after Horhona drone, which helps them to locate and exterminate the invaders. Like, it's very effective, not only because I'm on the ground, but also because I'm like unofficially part of it. Like, once again, there was some misunderstanding, or I don't know, people just tried to discredit me. I am not enlisted in Ukrainian army. I don't have to do that yet. I am a language assistant / interpreter, so meaning I can do liaison apart, like being authorized by the brigade CO. I am authorized by the brigade CO. I am a part of this family, and I will be forever the part of this family. And when I see that we can't keep up and we don't have enough troops, I can also handle weapon. Like, no worries. I can do that. I can defend myself and I can defend my country. But it's just right now, I feel like I'm a better, like I'm more efficient in doing what I am doing, rather than being there, because they might try to be more protective, because obviously I have far less experience in handling weapon, because what I did was just like let's say playing at the shooting range for a couple of times in my lifetime. Like, am I a good soldier? I doubt. Can I be like a highland to them? Probably. So I should be in a place where I'm more resourceful, more efficient, and I'm honestly more knowledgeable in NATO standards and training and support of that thing and passing on the knowledge rather than being there. So it's like the assistant of for the instructors, yes. The interpreting, yes. Being at the front line, I think the idea will just freak you out. If I do that, I'm pretty sure the whole space will just freak out. My parents will freak out first. But if needed be, if there's going to be a full mobilization of Russia, we won't be able to sustain it because we are like so much less than that. I think everyone will be stepping up. Like, it's freedom or death right now. It was like this, it's still like this, and yeah. So anyways, we did that, and I expect that we will be able to help the unit as much as possible. My efforts to help the unit will not end by the end of the month. No, like, this is something which isn't going for me. I'm just trying to find connections, establishing some routes, logistical support, and whatnot. But this specific fundraiser is just to help them get the consumables and essentials as soon as possible, because I physically have to admit I can't keep up on my own. I need help. I was able to do it at some point, but like, my energy has been depleted a very long time ago. That is why it is what it is, and I don't want to monopolize the space. I told this a couple of times, I will repeat this again. We are running this till the end of the month to give other guys opportunity to also use this platform after discussions with the MriyaReport team, because it matters, and I think people overall want to help as many efforts as possible, and this is how it's done. Like, to be honest, sometimes I see people like saying, oh, why are you just doing this, you should be doing that. Like, whatever help you're providing for Ukrainians, it should be commended. Like, if you want to support Come Back Alive, please do. If you want to support Protulat Fund, great. If you want to support, I don't know, like everyone here, Crowdsourced Rescue, Renegade Relief Runners, Sofia Kunevska Foundation, choose your fighter, or just donate $1 for everyone, or $5 or $10. We are all here for the same goal. Like, there is just a difference of the functions that we are executing, like, right? I might be helping civilians, but I can't do that on the scale that Renegade Relief Runners or are doing. I might help something with the like provision of the supplies, like food supplies and ORSs, but I can't do that on the scale that Chef Zhenya does it. But I'm helping my unit as much as possible, and by helping my unit, I know that I have helped kill a hell lot of invaders. Like, I was, unfortunately, we need to kill them for them not to kill us. It's not our choice at this point. Our choice is a survival, and we're just let's say annihilating the threat. If they surrender, and I hope that they surrender to preserve their life, this fight, because the last thing I know is to know that my guys had to kill someone even though they didn't want to. Like, it's psychology. Warriors do not choose to kill someone because they want to. They annihilate the threat because they have to. It's either you are the one, or you will be the one buried underground. So whenever you see Ukrainian soldier, just I don't know, remember that they're always putting their life on the line, and if they are not as I don't know, calm, stoic as I am, just just be patient and accept it, because they've been through a lot.
Nobody wants to be in a position where they have to go and literally kill or be killed. But under the circumstances, there's only one thing to do. And there's only one thing for them to do. It's that simple, isn't it? Chris?
Good morning, Doman and Verlaine and Will and Mockers and everybody. I mean, I just listening to what Verlaine was saying there. Verlaine, I think you're absolutely right to put yourself in the best place for you, where you can be most effective. I totally agree with that. And I was just Doman, I sent out to you and a couple of other people, including Verlaine, that BBC article about the drones. And I'm just interested in Verlaine's view on a couple of things. So I just wrote a few notes to summarize some of the stuff in that article, unless it's all been gone through multiple times. Has it, Doman?
Sorry, I've not had a... Wait, when did you send this to me, Chris?
I only sent
that
you this...
one. Yeah. We've touched on this a bit. The thing is, there's not necessarily something that people go into more details than is in the BBC article about the army of drones, because nobody wants to talk about what anti-jamming abilities they have and so on. And I think, Chris, that has something to do with just how many Russian electronic warfare systems have been taken out over the last few weeks, basically throughout March and April, that couldn't be taken out previously. And that's where there's a bit less detailed commentary coming out for very obvious reasons.
Okay, just let me try this with you, Doman. Right, so summarizing the article, which is basically a Fedorov-driven initiative, I understand. Right, so for increased production, buying and building, relaxation of the import laws and the scrapping of taxes. Right. So, basically, so far, Army of Drones has raised $108 million. Training of new pilots, different types of drones that are being used from R-18, Kamikaze, DJI, Mavic, Hydrant, etc. Interesting point, 400 people sent their own personal drones to Ukraine. I heard somebody do that on the space last night.
It's much more, actually. I feel like, Chris, the numbers are unofficial, because I remember even the first days of war, through me went at least 9 drones from people who were reaching out within Ukraine, I have this, do you need this? Sure, you can use this as decoy. It's the numbers should be multiplied, because whoever had some commercial drones for just fun, they have been long gone. So it's the numbers are much higher, to be honest.
Okay, thank you for that, Verlaine. And this actually aligns with a conversation. All of this aligns with a conversation that I had with somebody from Ukra Boronprom. I think I've said that right now. Have I, Doman?
And obviously, here. Why do you ask me?
Eh?
You have Verlaine here. Why do you ask me if you got Boronprom correct?
Guys, you always have me. You just have to shout my name in the void, and I will come up like part
of urban warfare,
like Batwoman. Yeah, like urban warfare.
So Verlaine, the things that are being talked about there, do you basically see those happening? Do you see laws and that being relaxed and things being streamlined and things being made more efficient and stuff do you see that or not?
Let's say we're on the way. Do I see that? Not really. I know it's in the process. Did they simplify some of the processes? No, but I hope they are doing this. I know I know why these processes are this complicated to avoid some, illegal acts on behalf of the people who aren't really like decent. But it making our life it made our life a little bit more complicated, especially when we were transferring some dual purpose elements through the border. Um, I hope the changes will come eventually. Once again, it's all happening in the wartime, and there are a lot of times when people don't know which rules they should apply under certain circumstances because no one has ever dealt with them to begin with. I hope I hope this is the first and last time we have to do with sort of things like this, with mechanisms like this, because technically that's just insanity. But other than that, I see quite different tendencies from the Chinese government. I've heard a couple warnings that like China might stop production of or just stop procurements for Ukrainians because they have prior I don't know, I don't want to speculate, prior engagements with Russians. I feel like this is what is happening, just politically. I don't want, like, part of myself, part of my soul doesn't want to believe in that. Part of my soul is being skeptical, and another part is ready for whatever, because at this point I'm ready for whatever. So there's like there is a production of drones in Ukraine because ultimately this is what Ukrainians are doing. Like, we're buying everything from all the parts of the world, analyze it, and trying to do something on our own, thinking out of the box. We have these things, obviously. We also have some programs with partners from abroad thinking about new solutions. There are some things which I can't mention yet, but they're also on the way. But in terms of like legal actions and some just other like legal acts, especially if it's about the army of the drones, I have high hopes, but at the same time, expect nothing, get everything. So I'm being just very, very careful um with this army, because we have so many units and drones are being spoofed and jammed daily. We lose, like, not my unit, but people overall can lose up to like 4 to 5 drones per day, which is like a significant number on a bigger scale. At the same time, it's better to use a drone than to lose someone's life, because that's just like that's something which we can eventually replace. We can earn money for it, we can sell something and buy it, we can maintain it if it wasn't damaged completely, but like we will never be able to revive someone from the dead. And unfortunately, I try to cast this thought away every time I especially come to this space, but every day I see someone's obituary, like every day, like in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, like it's just everywhere. And it's hard, like it's it's something which I feel like you can never be ready to just experience, and we have to clench our teeth and keep on going regardless. um and we were talking with the guys yesterday, like they don't want to be killed. No one wants to sacrifice their life just because someone decided to invade our country. They want to keep on living, they have their dreams, they want to be like Oche mentioned. He wants to have a 2-store house, 5 kids, 2 dogs, like he wants to become a travel like influencer, travel blogger, whatever. And he is planning this in his head, because like he doesn't know whether it's gonna happen, so at least in his head he's some sort of idea to keep on the fight. But if there is a need, he will do that because he pledged an allegiance. For those of you who don't know the story of Ocha, I will put it into the nest as well. So he he was a ballet dancer. In 2014, he joined the resistance during the Revolution of Dignity. Then he joined the Ukrainian army. He had been to ATO, the anti-terroristic operation. Then he was a part of Unit Rubij up till 2019. Then he was dismissed because his contract came to an end. Then he was in Asia, in Cambodia, for 3 years or so. And on the 25th of February, when he heard that Russia invaded Ukraine, he bought the ticket and he came back to Ukraine. He joined his unit, and he's been in Ukraine since then, on the front lines. Right now, he's undergoing training. And there is a majority of people like him who have an idea, who understand the significance of this fight, who understand that we are fighting for survival. They're not only about like protecting their family, protecting loved ones, even though he mentioned that like he's protecting everyone, in like including those people who do not have trust in him, because there are like different people who believe that Ukraine should be part of Russia, and this idea is bizarre to me. But he's like, I'm willing to protect even those people because they should know better. We need to speak with them. We need to make sure that those brainwashed individuals also have the right to have the chance to become a member of our society. So he's fighting for everyone, and he's ready to make that ultimate sacrifice. But I'd rather him not. So that is why I'm fully committed. I fully commit 48 hours of my day because nowadays my days are not like limited by any kind of constraints. I live in At the same time I live in the US, I live in Australia, I live in Ukraine, and if you kind of sum up whatever time zone I'm living, this is happening. So we have 11-hour difference with the US, with the furthest western side of the US, and we have the same like 10 to 11 difference with New Zealand and Japan and whatnot. And I feel like I start the day with the US and I end and it goes on, or regardless, or start with New Zealand and it goes on to the day in US. So it's not like I have 24-hour day. My days are just limitless. I'm not even mentioning that I still keep on living in the February 24th, 2022. So it's very if you have ever seen Nolan's movies like Interception, if you have seen Tenet, if you have seen, well, even if you have seen Interstellar, like those kind of movies, I feel like I'm living in a like timeless period, because time doesn't matter. Like the concept of time right now for me is non-existent. I only use it when I need to meet someone, and then I double check the date, the month, the time. And the other funny thing about that is I talked with the guys and they said like, oh, your philosophy, the universe does not need time. People have invented time as a concept to keep up the track of time. There is like, sorry, I'm being Wikipedia, but still, there is or there's been discovered a tribe in Africa where people like grammatically don't have the form of time. They don't know what is time because it never mattered to them. So right now, the only time that matters to me is the time when I need to speak to someone from the unit or to arrange something or do something. Other than that, I just keep on going on with the same date. I'm sorry for rambling on for such a long time. I see what we have a couple hands raised, and I have no clue who was the first one.
Spoken like a true linguist.
Let's get to Word Doggo. Let's get back to the question of drones. I think Word Doggo has more on the Chinese problem in this all. I think Word Doggo.
Yeah, I can bring you some details on that. But first, to build up on what Ferlane been mentioning, Привет, and to all listeners and all those who are new in the space or those who are already listening for a long time. Same as we are repeating since very long time here. Just don't forget to support those who help Ukrainian victory being closer. Consider different organizations like MriyaReport organization that is helping many people doing their job in helping Ukrainians, bringing their victory closer, or any other organization that probably falls to your heart that you trust, or any individuals who are supporting those who they know personally, and they make the things change. Building on what Ferling mentioned earlier, on like imagine our efforts in like doing the best in saving every life. Obviously, you cannot help everyone, but doing the best in order to help each of them to be safer, to have proper equipment, doing their job, or at least having all the equipment just if it get in trouble to minimize the effects. So we value every life, and we help those who help Ukraine to stay safer. Imagine like more and more getting like in contact with friends who were supporting personally. I've got more and more like personal stories that those guys on the Russian side who are as military experts are saying, Russians are adapting since the February last year when they conducted the full-scale invasion. They're adapting their. Apologize, there could be a little bit of wind. Just a moment, let me try managing it. They're adapting, and their adaptation, from what I hear, is mainly when they throw this walls of personnel trying to capture some pieces of land. Practically, it goes from the less skilled to more and more skilled with every new group coming after one after another. And now, like, let me tell you something and let it sink in. Okay, the first one who is coming, their task is just to carry the weapons, and when they're dead, when they're killed in the certain moment on the way to of the offensive, so-called offensive actions, their task is just to drop the ammo somewhere that the next group that is a little bit more skilled will have some ammo, additional ammo to continue moving forward. That's kind of the tactics on the battleground that our enemy is conducting, and this is kind of the sensing the difference versus valuing lives and trying to help with, I don't know, 5, 10, even tourniquets that you deliver to the guys, so that everyone, when gets in trouble, can help himself or the others to save their lives. Something that we are repeating 24/7 here, that in our understanding, the in the current circumstances in Ukraine, every civilian should carry a tourniquet in their fancy life life bags and the backpacks, because this is what is needed even for the civilians, because you never know when something is coming, and you need to be able to be not reactive but proactively able to deal with that. Imagine how different is on the other side, throwing the weights of those who are like considered to be conducting the offensive actions. On the China stuff, is not actually a rumor, but the DJI already started sending in Europe to their dealers the messages that they have already, like, they call it officially, and I have sent a couple of DMs to give you the perspective, just like copy of the document that is saying that considering the most recent development in global sanctions, they would like to remind about their long-standing policy against combat use and the business suspension policy for Ukraine and Russia. That means that they're trying to leverage on Department of the Treasury Office of the Foreign Assets Control, and they're saying, you know what, we see our drones, civil drones, to be used on the battleground. That's why we are limiting our supplies to Europe, so that's not coming to neither to Ukraine nor to Russia. But something is telling me that Russia will find a way how to deal with their Chinese friends, how to still keep these supplies up and running, contrary to their limitations to the dealers who help those civil drones being supplied to Ukraine. So they are limiting to Europe that is coming to Euro supplies that are coming to Ukraine, and most probably they will find a way how to continue up and running with Russians. We hear already from many units that since like several, I would not say months, but couple of weeks, they already reorientating themselves into the Ukraine-produced drones. Is not that, how to call it, is not that easy to substitute, but is something that they're working on, and there are many producers, as Fairline said, in the recent time, providing Ukrainian-made products that are in the wide range of the use, starting from complex military complexes, expensive with the several things, with the several tasks being able to conduct, to simpler models, starting from the cheapest that some produce that is called Circo, to some more complex, to even like many famous that like Pede or any other that's being already famous for some time. So that's the point I was going to put. Thanks a lot from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Wardog. Chris.
Yeah, well, that was interesting from Wardogo, Doman, and I think it leads me neatly on to say, just to respond, perhaps, and to what to Fellaini, you know, just to say that I and we don't respond well to threats, do we? I don't think the Russians and the Chinese have understood this yet, that we do not respond well to threats. If you want to threaten us, then we're going to do something about it, which clearly, obviously, Ukraine is doing. But if we choose to, we can do something about it on a massive scale. So, like, I am now, like, really thinking about what the campaign should be to get a non-Chinese drone produced in massive volume, Doman, right? Because if the Chinese think that they are the only ones with the technology to produce, effective, low-cost drones, I think they're sadly mistaken.
Yes, Chris, I will interject for a bit. Like, there are massive, massive production of FPV drones. There are UAVs that are being produced in Estonia, Ukraine, Canada, US, all over Europe. It's Chinese are right now are slightly better in terms of how many testings they've done, how people have been experienced in using that equipment. But we realize, and everyone realizes, I think, at this point, that there are going to be a lot of different variations, variants, and whatnot. For as long as we have Chinese drone, use them. But if they're gone, well, that's fine. We will just use another platforms. No issue with that. You're right.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, this is my point, right? Is that, and actually, it's my point that Doman we've discussed before. You know, where that it's time to reduce or eliminate our reliance on Chinese stuff in particular. You know, so if they want to get arsey about it, we can get arsey as well. you know, and we can put everything behind it, and basically not buy any DJI drones anymore if that's what they really want, right? So you know, because equally, as I've said to you before, Doman, you know, it's part of my mission here in the Midlands, you know, the industrial manufacturing Midlands and that, to take this opportunity to stop buying stuff from China and to make it ourselves. And that includes drones, right? I don't know whether we're the best people to be producing drones, right? But, you know, get ready, China, right? Keep threatening, because soon there'll be a drone product that'll really kick your ass.
It's not just about you know, what, it's also about volumes, right? And that shouldn't be forgotten under the circumstances. Drones are very much consumables in Ukraine right now, because of the nature of the fighting. There's lots of them. Lots also get shot down every day, be it reconnaissance drones, be it other types of drones. No, of all sizes, from tiny to shockingly large. So that shouldn't be forgotten either. It's never enough. You never have, oh yeah, now we have plenty of these. Same goes for tourniquets, for example, right? You'll never be like, yeah, no, we have way too much, so no point in sending anymore. That doesn't happen, period. That just doesn't happen. Mockers, welcome up. Right, Will?
Hey, thanks, Doman. Since War Dog has come by, I actually want to ask him that question that I posed before, about what his thoughts were.
Well, before we go to that, can we have? I thought you had something on drones. Can we have Chris close out the drone bit, because otherwise we'll be jumping back and forth. Chris.
Yeah, well, there were just two things I was going to say, Damon, which was that I was watching one of the videos that's going around, which you may or may not have seen, of the Ukrainians clearing Russian trenches. I think it was in Bakhmut, right? So there's loads of those, but so
it was the third assault brigade.
Okay, thanks, Verlaine. Right, and so the one I'm talking about in particular, Verlaine, right, is the one where they basically advance down the trench, using drones to go ahead of them, so that they don't have to put themselves into danger. Is that the one that you're thinking about? Anyway, okay, don't know if you say, but anyway, anyway, that's the one I was thinking about. That was like that really, you know, just like brought home to me how much drones are needed. The other thing that I was looking at, Doman, which is probably a wider discussion, was a video that a YouTube video and that looked back over the last 4 or 5 times since the Crimean War, I think it would be, that an army has taken Crimea. So that would include, obviously, Russians versus Germans and Germans versus Russians in the Second World War, and like all of those successful in the end attacks on Crimea, massive losses, right? And took a long time for it to happen. Now, I'm not actually saying that I think that Ukraine will do it that way, but I think, one of the reasons why we need masses and masses of drones is for that reason.
Yeah, for sure, Chris, and for every reason. The sort of ones that you were talking about, the immediate recon, a few tens of meters ahead. That sort of maybe a few meters ahead even. We've had, for example, Colonel Spencer, urban warfare expert, saying he doesn't really like the concept. But you can see that in certain cases, sort of cases that the US Army hasn't really had to encounter in a long time, right? They can be really useful. And different people are going to find different things particularly useful as well. That's not to be forgotten either. I mean, at some level, Chris, you're asking the million or even $1 billion questions here.
Yeah, Tobin. So all I wanted to say was, that was, I don't know what to call it. I mean, it was like modern trench warfare art. The way that they were basically, sending the drones down, sending the information back, saying, there are Russians here, there are Russians there, and then you see, the grenades going off from the, from below the rifles and that, right, and then you see them advancing, and firing and that. I mean, it's just a work of art, really. I mean, if you can call it that.
Thank you, Chris, for commending that. That's something very ordinary for me, for instance, because that's what Oches, me, Panda, Samir, Drone, Buhai, and so many other of my guys have been doing, like, typically during the day. As Oche mentioned, it's just like 5-6 hours non-stop. They can be doing that solely. And when they call for fire, it's an immediate response, because my guys have been trained according to NATO standards, so STANAX and so on and so forth, adjusted for Ukrainian environment and conditions. So if detected the target, identified the target, called for fire, immediate annihilation. That's how it's done.
Yep. Thank you very much, Philip.
Gordana?
Yeah, exactly. Furlan can mention much more on that, having her hands on the things and being directly to the guys who are operating for different tasks this equipment. But I mean, just to put it that simple around that, like for instance, imagine like in couple of 100 meters from you there is some kind of the forest, and you need to check if it is safe to move over there, and like you have two options, or you go directly like on your feet like putting yourself in danger if something is happening there. That's the old style, and the new way is just of course considering the jamming and all of that, knowing how to operate this equipment in this jammed environment. You just simply put the drone up. You see if there are any signs of the enemy being present there, and moving like in more awareness that you can move safely over there. That's the simple thing. World is changing, the war is changing, the enemy is also adapting, and I believe such things that military already taking like for granted through the time that has passed in this full scale war against enemies who like unprovokingly came attacking us. This is the things that like military are taking already like a usual thing. But I think I believe that for many civilians, like I am, for instance, is not that like clear all of the importance of this simple devices. Obviously the military complexes, they are, sorry for saying that, they're more complex. If it is not the quadricopter, if it is actually let's call it a plane, then it requires more skills and knowledge how to just simply operate it. With the quadricopters is more simple stuff, and it's more available as a technology for like fast learning for different units, whatever you are, artillery or mech brigade. Like this is if it is a part of reconnaissance, or if it is part of the unit with whom you are in, how to call it, friendly communication, let's call it that way, where if they help you with the recon information, that's a great benefit that you have, instead of walking yourself and checking, finding out if the enemy is there in the forest in front of you. That's the simple thing, how to put it simple. That's why they're so important, these civil devices, and that's why they're also kind of oftenly lost items, because simply, instead of losing people who are doing the recon, losing a drone is something that happens more often, and this is something that you can recover instead of the human losses. That is much harder, unfortunately, and to avoid at all cost. That's the thing behind. Hope I put myself clear. Apologize, I'm operating pretty limited without the coffee today.
No, I think it's eminently clear. That's exactly the purpose of it, right? Keep the person a little bit further away from. It's the modern replacement of a trench periscope, almost, isn't it?
Domin, may I jump in? So
Please.
there's a Ukrainian meme, and we were so laughing with the guy. So it's like, imagine two reindeers, all in you. Yeah, so two reindeers standing and just communicating, like, okay, so let's use drones to do the recon, like, but we have the infantry platoon, like, no, but let's use drones. We're gonna be so much more efficient. Like the next slide. It's gonna be so much more efficient, and we gonna utilize all the resources wise, and it's gonna be like faster. But we still have the Reki infantry platoon. Let's just send those guys. But we have drones. It's gonna be so much better. We don't have to risk their lives. And this like old reindeer from the Soviet times. No, the infantry should be going. I don't care about drones. These things are sacrilegious. Send the guys. We will figure it out later on. Like, it's like a whole meme. Like, but we have drones. But we have the guys who can go and risk their lives because they are infantry. Why bother? Right? Like, and it's so sarcastic and it's so funny, but at the same time, it's so ironic because sometimes it happens. And I mentioned yesterday, or it was the day before yesterday, but basically somewhere in the US prime time when we were with Ocha, that I scolded him. So I haven't seen him in person, but the second time I talked to him, I was yelling at him with caps, like, you idiot, you shouldn't have gone to that minefield to retrieve that F matrix because like you could have died. And he was like, but I managed to get back safe. I was like, you managed this time. What, like, imagine what could have happened. And he was like, Vic, here's the thing. I fully realized that hadn't I done that, and he was spoofed, hadn't I done that, they would have sent the Reki platoon, the guys you were taking care of, for probable death. Because every mission they have is a probable death. And I took the risk because I realized that in comparison, my life is less important than the life of the seven of. And I was just like, I saw him and I scolded him so much that like, don't you do that again. Yeah, it's a constant back and forth kind of game with them. It's a dance. It's definitely a dance with them because they keep on comparing like whose life is more. And at the end of the day, every life is invaluable.
I don't even know what to say to that. So I just won't say anything. Daniel, do you want to talk about drones? In that case, go ahead. If not, let's go to Will, who's had a thing that he's been dying to raise for a while.
Yeah. I will try to be short. I wake up very, very early, always. I make my coffee, I light my cigarette, open the window, and pet my cat. And for me, the new normal is to hear automatic guns because our guys are training very close to me. And this has happened past year, last week, it's every night. And listen to Lane and Wodogo, I imagine, okay, maybe they train some neighbors in, combined arms. But one idea jumped to me. Maybe something else. We try and test trench warfare, like we see on Twitter, Ukrainian style, to learn. Maybe it's different. Maybe the know-how is transferred both ways.
Interesting. So for a bit of context, right? Daniel is from Galați, which is a Romanian city very close to the border with Moldova, also very close to the southern bit of the Romanian border with Ukraine. And it would be a convenient place both for any trainings of Ukrainians, as well as, of course, as Daniel raises it, for any exchange of best practices and such. Yeah, makes perfect sense. I'm going to mull a bit on that, and Will, if you want to go ahead and go from fighting to building.
Fighting to building. Thanks, Domin. I've been dying to ask him this. Hey, War Doggo, do you remember about a week ago we were talking about the planning for rebuilding in different rayons of the cities that have been liberated by Ukraine? You remember us talking about that and how you wanted to
Sure.
see the designs upgraded and all that? Because I'm just curious if you've got some sort of mind meld or inside contact with Denis Shimhal's office, because he's just announced today that the Ukrainian government is going to do with a rebuilding fund that has been established. They're going to rebuild 6 settlements in cities that have been liberated, much like you were talking about. Did you see anything on that?
Yeah, I believe they're just listening to our beautiful space and making notes carefully, which is my hope, because many people discussing here pretty important things. But overall, that's the logic of the things, the things happening. And like as we were discussing, is not only a matter to rebuild destroyed city or town, but is also important to create, how to call it, a business consolidation point, like building and like creating with an investment, creating an enterprise or the business that will attract people living around to have the reason to get to their cities being rebuilt. Because practically, if you were the peaceful citizen living in a certain area, which is today ruined to the ground, there is a big question why you have to return over there. Moreover, military administration will probably forbid you from returning to that area if it is still close to the area of potential military things going. On the other hand, where the area is already liberated and Ukraine is putting the plans to rebuild, is very complex. Because like on one side, if you think like we are building an enterprise which becomes successful, bringing people back all around, living happily their lives in the new restored area. But then another rocket arrives from Russia, and that is completely interrupted. That's unfortunately highly probable scenario. Still, while we don't manage the reason, let's call it that way, and you cannot put the air defense system in every city and village, protecting all the communities all around. That's why, to manage to mitigate the reason, from where the rockets are launched, let's call it that way, this is the another priority in parallel, plus creating the competitive environment, because that also speaks to the things that we were speaking earlier about the demography, and about creating the conditions that people who are currently temporary forced replaced in different countries, they will be coming back to Ukraine. First is to create the competitive conditions, motivating people to come back. Because I repeat, like if you were a peaceful citizen somewhere on the countryside, and what you've been doing was like a farmership or different other business, and simply your town or village have been totally destroyed, just rebuilding this village or town is not necessarily will bring people back. Because if they come back having nothing to do, no work for to earn money for living, there's a big question, like why you will be coming back to that village. So that's the complex thing, but is already moving. You are right to say that is the ideas in many Ukrainian representatives' heads, and this is the things start being materializing. Thanks for putting that. Thank you.
And if I remember correctly, Ferlin, many months ago now, last year sometime, I remember you telling me, or telling us, whatever it was, cranes already around buildings that had suffered from strikes, very soon thereafter, being either repaired, or buildings being torn down that were not able to be repaired, so new ones can be built in their place later on.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounded like great news to me, because if they do the design and planning work now, so that as soon as those places aren't at risk, that sort of a stimulus program, if you will, to build new housing with the it, with the capabilities that they've got in Ukraine for building large mass housing, and modify these designs of the old Soviet designs to use probably cast concrete panels still, in the manner in which they hang them on the central pilling beams, but make them more energy efficient, much more livable layout, and much more environmentally sensitive. Will create the housing problems, and they're also going to include in those shops and retail facilities, much like you do in a place. Well, even in the old blocks of Soviet housing, there was shops and things down in the central area, and around the corners of the buildings on the street front. So creating both retail environments and living environments that are obviously going to be better. That means the first people that you move back in there now have housing to live in, and some of them can go to jobs and work on building more housing for the next people, and relieve one of those issues that we were talking about, which is, where are people going to live? How's the inflation going to be affected, and where are they going to work? So putting people together, planning and building this sort of housing, which will be a model possibly for a whole bunch of different regions after, just seems like a very good idea to get started on that planning and design now.
Bordaga?
Oh, sorry. From time to time, Twitter is doing the weird things. You hear others, but you don't hear one particular. What I was recalling that is concerning the repairs and reconstruction. That was, you remember the thing that was used even by Vatniks related to saying that the building that was sad to be ruined, as they say, at the beginning of the war. Now look, it looks okay. It was a scam. They don't like they ignore the thing that the building could be repaired that fast, and they even tried to put it that that was the lie in the media, that the building was practically not ruined, but it was okay. So you see, it was even the fact that Ukraine is rebuilding and renovating the buildings, residential areas that are being attacked in the cities, bringing people back to their living places, is even used by Russian Vatniks as the propaganda. So if you recall that.
Elaine?
I actually don't have to go too far away. So when you get out of the facility, and I live in the 18 story building in the in a very densely populated area. So, or even if I get out on my balcony and turn left, I can see a beautiful blue and orange 16 or 18 store building. I think it's the same as mine. And it's like less than 100 meters away. So you turn left, you cross the street, and you're there. Like there's a kindergarten beneath it, school right next to it. There's a football pitch on the right, and there's this building which is exactly like mine but slightly like longer. And in April, it was hit by a fragment of the repelled missile. Last 3 floors on the right side were completely destroyed. It killed 3 individuals, injured 5. It could have been my house, but it just happened that it could have been anyone's house to begin with. And since that time, I saw this building almost every day. It was like all in smokes, like it was roasted. Now there is no, there is not even a sign that there was something like that, apart from the memories of the people who suffered. Obviously, like a hell lot of windows all around this place is still like misplaced, displaced. They use the wooden boards to cover the windows on the neighboring houses, but this one is completely renovated, and it looks much better when it was before the war. So it's in terms of the reconstruction, it's just like it was very haunting to see that building standing there like lonely, full of destruction. We still don't have I think 2 balconies, the exact ones where the landing happened. But overall, it's being reconstructed pretty fast. I was even surprised to see that reconstructed so fast. But it's in Kiev. In other cities, unfortunately, we're not able to do the reconstructions because Russians just don't allow us to even come closer to the cities. Like they have leveled Rubizhny, and now they have leveled 90% of Bakhmut. And if we start reconstruction there, it's going to be everything from scratch. So it's a process we're good at, but in order to do the full reconstruction, like guys who've been in Bucha and Ryan will help me out with this to explain. Some of the houses can't undergo reconstruction; they just have to be demolished completely. It's just like the whole image of the thing. And some people, I have to say, they have this mental, not stigma, but like let's say they have this sad
They don't
mindset.
even want to go back to where all
They
the
don't
horror
yes,
happened.
no, they don't want to go back. That's point one. And point two, they still are lost whether like do they like some people have continued to do the renovations, buying apartments, but they were like, we're buying this apartment with the stuff that's gonna survive the war or not, but let's just gamble on that, and so on and so forth. Sorry, I need to step down for a second.
No worries, right? And you know, this is what's keeping some of the work back for now as well. It's also what's keeping some of the investment back for now. But you know, that doesn't mean it will in the long term. It's easy if you're trying to think about, well, Ukraine's in a state of war. Thinking every place looks much the same. Well, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Some cities have been damn well near erased from the map, right? Like Bakhmut, like Lubizhne, like Severodonetsk, like Volnovakha, for example. There's barely anything left there. It's somewhere where a city used to be, and now it's mostly ruins. And that's down to Russian tactics. That's down to how Russians approach warfare, because they're not able to do things other ways anyway. It is in most cases just a case of destroying until there's nothing left anyway. And reconstruction there will look very different to how it looks like where cities that were never under occupation, that might have been under shellings or missile strikes, be it Dnipro or Kiev or Vinnytsia, where it is just about building back, renovating is the right way to put it, but reconstructing some buildings or tearing a handful of buildings down, building new ones. Other than that, it's much less affected, orders of magnitude less affected. And then in between, you have cases like Bucha, where some buildings have been rebuilt, reconstructed, re-enabled to live in, and Ryan can speak to that. And others, as Verlaine noted, need to be torn down before anything else can be done there. So it's a very much a mixed bag, right? And then you have some towns and villages in the west of Ukraine that have suffered zero physical damage, right? Genuinely, truly zero shells, missiles, whatever, flying in their general direction. It's very much a case of simplification, not working, and you definitely can't have a single recipe for every place. Wardaga?
A part of the general risk to have their Russian missiles coming to any place, if not mitigated by the air defense and a certain level of prediction to what extent it can be downed instead of hitting the target. Still, like the general rule of thumb, if you let Russians get somewhere around 40 kilometers to some city, it means the city with the high probability will be ruined to the ground, simply because 40 kilometers is the Russian artillery range, and from the usual artillery, practically you cannot defeat. We cannot down the artillery with anything apart just moving those who are shooting artillery against you, moving away for a longer range, not being in the range of the artillery fire. And as soon as Russians are using this kind of wall of fire or firewall tactics, because they are not, as the practice is showing, despite their learning and evolving, still they're not able to conduct like maneuver offensive operations. That's why they're using this kind of wall of fire tactics, where they are trying to squeeze Ukrainian army from their positions using just simply massive artillery fire. And when squeezing these kind of 10 meters, 100 meters away, they're just moving front 10, 100 meters, advancing in this kind of way. This is the tactics they are using in Bakhmut and the areas where the severe, other areas where the severe fights are currently going. So practically, if you let Russians come to the city that is like closer to the 40 kilometers, there is a high probability that they will do their best, and what they know, just running to the ground, as they were already doing in many cities. And now think about, for instance, Kharkiv as the city, which is practically 40 kilometers from the Russian state border, and it's practically, you put their artillery systems just simply on their side of the territory, and they're just terrorizing the cities and the suburbs of the cities on the constant basis, with some possibility of counter battery fire and arriving some response to the places from where they're shooting. Overall, that's the thing, and it's happening not only in Kharkiv, it's happening everywhere. Kherson, where Russians are closer than 40 kilometers. What the general rule is, what they can reach out to, those barbarians destroy. This is the reality, and this is why exactly. But is another reason why they need to be kicked out of Ukraine, leaving Ukrainians alone. Thanks. I will be coming down. Thanks and hugs from Ukraine. And hear you.
Thank you for hanging out, Dogger. Marcus, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
You sound like you're a couple of coffees in by this point.
Yes, I'm a couple of coffees in now. You've just sent me something which is really amusing, and I thought we might want to have a little chat about it. Remember me before mentioning the Redoute PMC? They are apparently Gazprom's PMC. I figured it out now. They have a.
So I don't think they are.
Oh no, sorry, they're not. It's Potok, is it? That's Gazprom's PMC.
Yes, Potok is Gazprom's PMC, but they were put under the command of a different one, which is called Redoute, which is run by Deripaska, one of the he's the aluminium oligarch.
I see. You know what? There's so many PMCs, I've got confused. That's what happens when everybody decides to have one. Goodness me.
And the funny thing is, they're all still illegal under Russian law.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know, and that's why the people, you know, the wives and mothers have been complaining that their husbands and sons have been sort of encouraged to join some of these PMCs, usually in a way that's quite violent, because they're illegal. So yeah, shocking stuff. So we have apparently a video. Our friend War Translated, Dimitri, has been looking at this in particular. And Gazprom's own PMC unit, Potok, is reported to have come into conflict with some wangers. Would you believe it? In the video, they're complaining to, guess who? Putin. Yes, of course, because Putin's going to save them. So apparently they were attached to Redoute and sent to replace some of Wanga's positions. But they were forced to retreat because the armed forces of Ukraine had something to say about it. So, because they retreated, the Wagners threatened to shoot them. Very rude. So, there's more video that he's found along this thread. A Wagner mercenary talking aggressively about the Potok PMC, accusing them of cowardice and abandoning their weapons and positions. Calling them names which loosely transfers to as homosexuals, which is a terrible thing if you're part of the Russian military. Except that we've seen the fact that they seem to enjoy that. But anyway, I did see this particular video last night with a very hasty description, but basically we now have a captured mercenary from Potok, and he's explaining that Gazprom have created a number of units, such as, you see, this is where I was getting confused because there was 3 of them. Fakel, which is torch, and Priama, which is flame, apparently. They're attached to the Ministry of Defence. But his particular team ended up with the Wangers. And what happened was he was injured on the battlefield, and his comrades did initially pick him up and carry him so far, and then they put him down and they said, we're just going to leave you here and just go and recce to make sure that we're safe. And they just bogged off and left him. Now, it may be that they took 2 steps and were unfortunately converted to fertilizer, so they never came back. But this guy decided that the best thing he could do was to try and surrender because he was in such a bad way. He crawled for apparently up to 4 days until he was lucky enough to reach the Ukrainian positions. So he was saying in the video that he's received medical treatment now from Ukrainian, feels lucky to be alive. He pointed out all the places where he was injured, and obviously you can see they're all bandaged, and he has been looked after. So he was happy to talk to them and tell them his tale of woe. Do you like these tales of woe? Well, we're hearing more and more of these tales of woe. Apparently, a Russian reporter, Zloy Marichuk, yeah, it's as good as that's getting, explains what the Potok PMC is and how it is suffering from the same issues as every other battalion. For example, it's not being given the weapons and equipment and ammunition that it requires. Those problems have not been solved at all, apparently. Gazprom, on the other hand, is not resolving issues with material and technical support. Their fighters themselves buy fuel and have to resupply at their own expense. The last sentence of this I'm going to have to read out to you. The Potok Battalion signed a contract with Redoute LLC, essentially becoming Shoigu's PMC tampon. Sorry. That amused me.
So wait, what qualities are they highlighting? The absorbent qualities, the buffer qualities? What is it exactly?
I think that's kind of what they're getting at. Yeah, that they're there to absorb bullets, which will protect the MOD to a degree, if only by providing a meat shield. Yeah, and Prigozhin is quite critical of Gazprom's initiative here. He's seeing it as a threat to his authority. Well, if he had any. He openly talks about large companies creating PMCs, trying to secure themselves in case things go sour for the Russian political landscape. And gosh, It's the circle of life, isn't it? It really is. The fact that they're eating each other's faces, who knew that was going to happen? Nale, do you have something to add?
Yes, actually, I do. Thanks, Mockers, for that wonderful PMC story. And I think, could they be referring to them becoming PMC tampons because when they get shot, they have to plug the bullet hole to the tampon? I don't know. But actually, one of these PMCs is owned by a Finnish citizen called Timoshenko, I've been told. And he obtained
Old
his
Finnish name.
yeah, yeah, since 1809 actually. No, but he was given Finnish citizenship by, or aided to get it by one of our former top politicians who I would very much like to see in jail for it. And this Timoshenko guy could, you know, cease to be a Finnish citizen quite soon. So please, Pauli, help me out. Is it possible to get that done?
Oh, yes, to check in the book. No, it's hard to know all of these things off the top of one's head. Nale. No, but it's very curious, isn't it? The proliferation of every big corporation has its own PMC eventually, slowly. I think that's quite interesting. Who was it who said, I was a security guard at the Gazprom something or other, and then I signed the contract to go to Ukraine instead? I think that's going to be happening ever more. But at the same time, what is it going to lead to? It's going to lead to fewer actual security guards and employees in these companies normally, right? And that has a good chance to lead to what? That has a good chance to lead to these companies being much easier targets for, let's call it, various partisan activity, vandalism, and so on. But also not having the people who would not just prevent it, but then put it back and right afterwards. So they're really showing themselves completely disinterested for matters of the economy. Because, of course, they don't really care. They never really cared, right? The keystones of the Russian regime never really cared about any of that. So yeah, very, very interesting, yeah. Gazprom military company, who would have thought? And I wonder what's it called? What's the football club called in Germany? Well, the several football clubs that had Gazprom advertising. Schalke had it, right? Nale, what do you remember?
Well, not the football club, since I'm not into those sort of things, but the politician who aided him, Paavo Lipponen, when he was previously, like a few years ago, he was awarded a medal by the Russians, that friend of Russia or something like this. When the war started, he actually threw that away and didn't comment too much on the situation. But he used to also be our prime minister, so it's not good.
So you're saying a former prime minister helped this chap to finish citizenship? That doesn't sound very good, does it?
No, it's bad look. You shouldn't do things like that. And that was, or was it Eero Heinäluoma? But he was also our former prime minister. So I don't know, take your pick. and he got the medal because he was involved with Nord Stream 2 project.
Oh goodness, that doesn't sound very good, does it?
No, and I'm just waiting for the occasion that these people will be brought to justice for corruption or something. But we'll see. It so rarely happens in this country that a politician is held to account. That, I don't know. It's frustrating. That too is frustrating to me. Is Pauli here still, or yet, or now?
Something tells me Pauli is indisposed. But that's okay. That's all right. Nale, you know how the Danes wanted to send those Piranha APCs built in Switzerland to Ukraine and weren't allowed to do by the Swiss?
Okay.
Well, something interesting has happened. You can look at the details of the third tweet on the left from the left. There's this 6x6 APC that's designed by Steyr, which is an Austrian company. And it's been built under license in Slovenia many years ago, in the 1990s, 2000, something like that. And what's happened was that Slovenia is apparently sending, or has already sent and delivered 20 of these to Ukraine. You know, they're nothing terribly special. They're 6x6 APCs of 1980s, 1990s design. They're maybe kind of similar to the Patria Sisu, maybe a little bit less amphibious. I don't know exactly what they are, right? So in Slovenia, they're called Valuk. In Austria, the original name was Pandur 1. But what I'm curious about is, did Austria have to sign off on a re-export license for these to be able to go to Ukraine? And I'm very curious about it because Austria, like Switzerland, has been awfully reluctant to, you know, have anything associated with them be delivered to Ukraine. I'm just wondering, you know, is this something that they had to sign a re-export license for? Because I think they probably would have to have had. But I've not seen it mentioned in any Austrian press as yet. So is this the Austrian government trying to, you know, do the right thing so that they're not complained at by everybody around them? Or were they kind of taken by surprise and maybe the Slovenians failed to ask for a re-export license? Not that it matters particularly. Again, you know, it's not that special a piece of equipment exactly, right? A 6x6 APC. But I wonder what the situation there is. Or maybe they didn't need to because it was completely built under license in a different country, maybe. But usually that comes with re-export restrictions as well. Or maybe it was too old to have had re-export restrictions. Pauli, questions abound.
Yeah, hi, Domin. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blank for the Austria thing, but with the previous topic to Nalle, I would really also like to see justice happening. There are two things we need. We need an example in Europe. So someone needs to act first, start to investigate. Usually it's a state prosecutor. And then we need enough political pressure. Because with these kind of former top politicians, they still have some kind of connections inside. So that's the current problem. But yeah, I would very much like to see, I would say 5 to 7 different social democrats getting verdicts on treason or on high treason. That's my personal opinion. I have to go to the meeting soon, so I'm gonna step down. But interesting discussions, and thank you for good co-hosting, Damen and Muckers. Thanks, and have a great day.
Thank you, Pauli. Talk to you later. Nale.
Yeah, so isn't this kind of the problem with the Finnish authorities always, that they're waiting for somebody else to make the first move? Can't we be at once, for once, please, to make the first move? I mean, that's why we pay taxes in this god-forsaken country, isn't it?
No, it's not that bad. But on a serious point, I think what Pauli was highlighting is that it can't be done purely as a political action. There needs to be some legal work done ahead of that. And I'm just guessing that's why it has to be done step by step, because there are limits, I presume, on the executive doing certain things of their own accord. Mala?
Yeah, but don't we have authorities for handing out citizenships? And the law has obviously been broken. So they can't, in that instance, like self-correct and check their own actions then, which shouldn't be happening, I think.
So I don't know how it works in Finland, right? But I presume that there's a thing that says if and when any of them realizes that something was done not in accordance with the law or not in accordance with appropriate processes and procedures, they have to then initiate an investigation on themselves by a different set of authorities, right? As opposed to them acting themselves. Somebody else is the one then deciding has something gone wrong, so they can't just do it off their own accord entirely. I might be a bit off of that, but I think that's broadly speaking how it works now.
Yeah, but this case was in the papers for like a week, a year ago, or last summer or something like that. So it's not that they don't know about this, which I find quite frustrating. But before I get too mad, I would like to ask permission to ask mockers a cultural question pertaining to British culture and language. Or if not, I'll send her a DM.
I'm here if you need me.
Okay, so I'm reading this book written by a chap from Birmingham, incidentally, and he says that the people from Birmingham and that region are called yam-yams. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is lots of local slang and colloquialisms that fall into the language, and yeah, I believe that is one of them.
That's great. Doesn't it come from when the Birmingham people talk, they say, I am. Is that the reason?
Can I just interrupt here? We're not called yam-yams.
Called Brummies.
Brummies, yeah.
I think some
that's
people
on
call
you.
yam-yams as well, Chris.
Well, there's a bit. Yeah, there's a bigger problem here for me, Doman, right? Which is that I always thought that I had a posh Southern accent given to me by Britannia Royal Naval College, but people tell me I've got a Birmingham accent, which I don't believe. But anyway.
Yeah, I once thought I didn't have an accent, but apparently I do. Yeah, Dolman's now creased up on the floor. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just going to say, Mark, because I just need to know what I need to do to get back to my, posh southern accent that I thought I had after Britannia Naval College. You know, I'm just trying to think. I suppose I have lived in the Midlands for a long time, but I'm in a really posh part of the Midlands, Mockers, right? Like I'm not in the Black Country or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can tell that you have a Midlands accent, but not a strong like Bunny accent as such.
I do like to go over to the Black Country. I don't know if you've ever been there, but there's a place called the Black Country Museum, Mockers. Have you ever been there?
A long time ago, yes.
Oh, you have. Oh, you have. But if you've been there, that's it. I mean, you know the school there. You know they've got, they're basically all dressed up in, the old Industrial Revolution type gear. I suppose I would call it. Yeah. Did you go on the canal ride and stuff like that?
Yeah, and they've got all the old shops and things that you can go in and look at.
Yeah. Did you have the fish and chips? Was it up to par?
Oh, I can't remember. It was a very long time ago. I do remember standing in a courtyard that was full of animal waste, shall we say, and that was particularly pleasant.
What about the schoolroom? Did you go in the schoolroom and get the cane?
Oh yeah, we went in the schoolroom and they shouted at my dad for being cheeky.
Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Doman. You know, there is absolutely nothing that is not discussed in the Maria report. This is very funny. I have a question I've been chewing on for months, and since we're talking about British accents, which I absolutely adore, could someone tell me what Gunny's accent is from? I absolutely love it.
I forget what the ship's called, but whatever his first ship's called, that's what it's from. No, he's very navally inclined. I can tell you that. Very much what Chris would say, the less posh bits of the navy. South coast, Robin, very much the south coast of England, south and southwest, right, Chris?
Like Sussex? No, west.
No. Yeah. So
Plymouth.
So definitely Gunny has a lot of Navy slang in everything that he says. I don't actually know where he's from, but he would have spent a lot of time in Portsmouth, Doman, and in Plymouth, of course, or Guz. So Pompey and Guz, as we say in the Navy, is the short term for those places. So you're absolutely right. The south and the southwest, Doman.
Yeah, but notably very coastal, right? Not what you hear from people a little bit more inland in the West Country or down in the far southwest, less affected by Sweden.
Very good, David. Very good. No, definitely. I'm going to guess Pompey way. Yeah, Hampshire. Yeah.
It reminds me of a joke I heard once that about Santa Claus getting in trouble for not treating his helpers well, and they reported him to Elfin Safety. Anyway, with that, I will leave you. Thanks.
You're just trying to incapacitate me, don't you? Klaus.
Speaking of accents, I guess it's quite easy hearing that I'm from Denmark and someone else speaking English is from Sweden and Norway or Finland, etc. Is it that easy to sort of pinpoint us to a specific location? I can sort of hear if when Ukrainians speak English, there's this sort of sweet accent I have come to like very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it can be discerned if you know who you're talking to. Eventually, you get trained up on which belongs where. there's certain artifacts that persist in English, and it's part of why English works as a lingua franca so well, because people tend to be both as a language, but also because of the way that the language is used. It's easier to speak it slightly differently than others, and yet be fully understood. Whereas with French, it's something that's actually lacking in French a little bit, because you're either on point or people pretend not to be able to understand you, because they either don't or they don't want to, and that's why English works so well as a lingua franca. But absolutely, Klaus. I mean, I can tell for most people where they're from on the basis of how they speak. On the basis of how they speak English, and indeed in some cases, what parts of which country they're from as well, because it tends to translate very well into English. Chris?
Well, I was just going to say, Doman, that I wouldn't like to do a test, on discerning people from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland. I wouldn't like to do a test on that. I think I might fail it, but equally, I'm quite sure that people from Scandinavia and America would fail a test on what part of the UK we're from as well. So, yeah.
Tell you what, everybody would fail that test with George. George, morning.
Why would they? Good morning, everyone. Why would they fail with me, Dolan? Why?
Well, George, because when you speak English, you don't exactly sound Greek. You don't sound French Canadian. So many reasons why they'd fail.
Dolan, and you got a point there. In all honesty, my English is the way I speak English is completely muddled. It's sheesh. It's a combination of obviously growing up, in Canada, and English was not my first language. I did not speak what you would call fluent English till I was till after the first grade. Growing up in a Greek community in Montreal, I didn't speak English till I was way almost at the end of the first grade. And actually, most of my grade school was of Greek descent, and it was quite amusing because we had about 3 or 4 kids in the classroom that actually knew what the teacher was saying, and they would just translate it really quick to the rest of us, so we could get out the right book and follow along. But it was quite amusing when they found out that 85% of the class had no idea what our teacher was saying. But that's not what I got on here for. Doman, do you know what today is?
Today is Wednesday, George.
I know, but historically speaking, what happened
Historically speaking,
on April 26th?
On April 26th, I think on April 26th was the first partisan action against Nazi occupation forces in Yugoslavia.
That may be true, but that's not the historical event I was looking for. It actually involved the Soviet Union and what was at the time the Ukrainian Soviet Republic.
Then, John, do you know?
Yes, it's Melania Trump's birthday, 1970. And also Chernobyl happened.
Bingo. Yeah, Melania Trump's birthday had nothing to do with Ukraine or the Soviet Union. Maybe, no, I won't go down that road. Yeah, Chernobyl happened, Chernobyl happened. And remember when did the West find out that something was awry in the Soviet Union regarding one of its nuclear power plants?
I think the Swedes figured it out, but 2 days later.
Yes. And it was obviously a crazy time in history. It really put a black eye on the Soviet Union, didn't it? Internationally, not that they didn't have black eyes already, but let's think about it. How many years later? That was 1986. So 2022. So what? 26 years later, the Russians, last year were digging trenches in the Red Forest of Chernobyl. Have we heard what has
They had
happened to those?
already left it by this time last year.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but many years later, I guess their history books didn't let them know what happened. Remember, it was at the time when they were digging the trenches, and we were all like in utter amazement how these idiots didn't know that Chernobyl had happened. I remember hearing from friends of mine that in Russia, it's they call it a Ukrainian false flag, that it never really happened, that it was a Ukrainian false flag to get money from the West. And I'm like, they understand that Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union at that time, right?
Yeah, but George, that doesn't get in the way of, I don't know, facts.
Yeah, facts. No, alternative facts, Rodoman. Let's not forget that phrase. Alternative facts. Yes. This is who we're dealing with. Yeah, I wonder what happened to those soldiers from last year that dug into the soil.
Well, I've not heard from them.
I don't. I'm doubting many of them are doing too good right now. But yeah, it's just a crazy time in history, and the fact that the idiots, when they moved into the Chernobyl area, didn't realize that the stuff was still radioactive, because they believed, Russian propaganda, that it was a false flag perpetrated by Ukraine so that they could get money from the West.
I think this is a part, George, isn't it, of what Thomson Barter likes calling the fire hose of bullshit, because it is, and it works very well as such. I think. I reckon that's a part of it.
It's a huge issue, because we're like, sometimes I have to grit my teeth when I hear people say, "Oh, Russian propaganda," and in Russia, but people fail to realize how much of their bullshit, uh, you know, happens to become mainstream in our own countries, right? Uh, Russia has done a great job. If you're Russian, if you're Putin, financing all the nut jobs and the conspiracy theorists and all the outlandish crazies in in our respective countries. And that's the biggest problem, is they export their fire hose of BS, and it affects it affects us. You know, remember, Putin was really pissed off that the Soviet Union collapsed, and he's made it his sworn life goal to get back at the West. And that's how they've done it, by funding crazy politicians, by funding conspiracy theorists, by funding, quote unquote think tanks, that act like they're doing independent research, but are really, parroting Kremlin bullshit. They they've invested in reporters and news agencies so that they can put out, nonsensical stories to sow doubt. Not only in our democracy, but our democratic institutions. I mean, they've been running the gambit from A to Z on what they've been doing. So people have to wake up to that. Like I know yesterday afternoon, people were talking about some nonsensical story, Biden administration leakers or something like that, about how the administration is like having reservations about how the Ukrainian offensive is going to happen, and all this nonsense. And of course, it's always quoted an anonymous source. Yeah, the anonymous source is coming right out of the Russian embassy. Whether the Russian embassy in Washington, London, Berlin, or what have you, or Athens. I mean, that's what they do. That's what they're there for. They're not diplomats. They're there to make contacts, groom people, including reporters, and help undermine our faith in our own democratic institutions.
Nalle, Denjon, Klaus, who wants to tell George about what's in all the Nordic mainline media this morning?
More spies.
About the agents.
Yes, more spies, 38 of them.
Old
Klaus,
spies,
do you want to go ahead?
Did you mean the Swedish rocket that landed in Norway?
No, not the Swedish rocket that landed in Norway. No, the 38 spies, 13 at least of which are still in Scandinavia.
Yeah, they are being publicly identified and will probably soon be expelled from their respective countries, disguising as diplomats and doing undercover work, trying to extract, get in touch with companies that develop sophisticated tech and do whatever they try to do to gain information from different sources. So that would be exciting. Thank you.
Exactly. So, George, there were 38 sort of SVR, GRU type people that were identified by public broadcasters in the Nordics. Many of which have already been expelled from these countries. At least 13 are still in the countries, it seems, or up to 13 are still in the Nordics. So yeah, very very, very timely, George. Very timely.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pekka was on here, about a month ago, and he's got the website called fatnicksoup.com, and I suggest people get on there. He's done a pretty good job of, putting out stories on a lot of these people in different countries, right? And how they're basically operatives of the Kremlin, and they don't have to be Russian, right? They're not. Like I saw the other day, he put one out on Roger Stone. I mean, anybody who's got their head in the sand, won't know this, but that guy's got tons of connections with the Kremlin, and that's their goal. Their goal is to undermine our institutions from within.
Then John?
So I don't know if I heard it here or I heard it somewhere else, but I think it was here. But when the authorities finds a spy, like a Russian national, it's not normal or normally that person is not taken down immediately. They put basically a trace on that person to see what he or she is up to, and what other contacts in that networks exist. So to look from the look on this from the bright side is that most likely the secret police, the authorities are aware of this, and only now the media is catching up because of the war going on with Russia involved, and they are digging into all of this kind of things. So that's probably also a reason why not more are being sent back, because there's a chance of getting the people actually provide the information, and we can see that. I mean, we've seen I don't know if it's about 4 or 5 quite high profile cases in Sweden where they have been put away, and obviously they were feeding information to the Russian embassy, most likely. So yeah, there's probably a reason why they are still here, and but I'm pretty sure they are under observation and known to be doing the dirty deeds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sorry, then, John. Yeah, that would be the classic thing to do. Is like some of the people, you arrest because they might be a flight risk or something like that, and some of them you just let them, they observe them, and by letting them still out there, but the fact that to be spies or what have you, or aiding and abetting the enemy, you're hoping that they're going to screw up and lead you to even bigger fish. So but the fact is that it's not only Sweden. We're hearing every so often people that are being implicated in Germany and other countries. So I think the countries need to really start going through some of the people that work in some very highly sensitive areas. The background checks have to be redone.
And John?
Yeah, I can say when I took the job I have now, I actually had to do some filling in some forms, and there was some external reviews done on me, checking on my background. So yeah, this is happening, of course, on many levels, but probably not on all required levels. And I'm just nobody.
Nonsense. We know exactly who you are. You're the weird doggy in a Viking costume. George.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the reason why I bring this up is because as it gets closer to the offensive, we're going to hear all kinds of cockamamie stories supposedly leaked by this official or that official. I mean, the Russians are going to be running in overdrive to try to sow doubt.
George, there has been another leak.
Oh yeah, toilet or shower head?
No, neither. The plans for the Russian May 9th parade in the Red Square.
Oh, please do tell.
So the tanks will be represented by 12 T-72s, 12 T-80s, 12 T-90s, and 5 T-14 Armatas. There's no mention of how many horses, to be clear. And I'm very confused at that. Maybe that's in the next version. There'll also be 10 Insta-S howitzers, 8 Iskander missile systems, 8 S-400 air defense systems, and about 100 different infantry fighting vehicles and other military vehicles.
Oh, they're gonna. I guess they kept some museum pieces for the parade.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a big oversight, isn't it, that they don't count up the horses there.
Well, no, the horses are going to be pulling the T-14 armadas.
Well, exactly, right. That's my consideration. No, maybe they forgot to plan for the horses, and then what would they do with their armadas?
Well, the armadas might actually be, the cardboard mock-ups, and might be just, 10 guys underneath it holding it, walking along. And so if you see any wobble, it's probably that it's just a cardboard mock-up, and there's 10 guys holding it up, walking along, acting like it's a real tank.
Anything is possible, where many things are possible, at least. Then, John?
Are the quick, are the S-400s going to be the balloon ones?
That'd be the ecological solution, right? Because then they're lighter, and they don't need as much diesel to move.
Exactly. I just hope they properly pump them up, because then what it'll look like a giant parade for as a commercial for Viagra.
Then, John?
Yeah, I was looking here for an article about, because there was some translated, I think it was Telegram, and that was about what to do with Ukrainian drones if they come. But I can't find it now. I will look and come back. So that's also in the plan. Not only to display stuff, but also to protect them from embarrassment, which they will not be able to, I think.
It seems like there's also a T-34 in there, George. It wasn't mentioned, probably for technical reasons.
The infamous T-34. I'm still hoping we'll see one of those on the battlefield.
Well, I have news in that general direction. Not T-34, but an IS-3 was spotted on a train again, on a different train. So who knows? Who knows what's up there? Robin?
Yeah, it sounds like they overlooked that aerial display that they're planning too. The Ukrainian drones.
Yeah, there's so many things that will need to go into the second version of the planning, right?
Indeed.
No, but there are details about a number of these jamming stations to prevent drones from being able to be in the area at all. Of course, we've seen how well that works, right? Because we've seen drones directing artillery strikes onto Russian jammers specifically, including yesterday. There was a Russian jammer that was specifically meant to prevent drones from being able to fly around. That was hit by one of the other things that the jammer was supposed to do. It was also a GPS jammer, and it was hit by a GPS targeting targeted munition. Yeah, how ironic, eh? How ironic. And George, to tie this all together, yesterday 6 pieces of special equipment, today 7. announced to have been destroyed. So very good, I think.
Love it, love it.
Did I just hear you sing, Doman? Did you start it?
No.
I'm jamming.
If I'd be jamming anything, it'd probably be Apricot. So
You need to find your inner voice, Doman.
Seven. Sorry.
7.
Doman, if you would like, I have things to talk about. A couple of them are amusing.
go ahead.
Excellent. So, I noted this morning that there was a new gesture along the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. You know how they've been waving and giving them encouraging signs from across the border. And then they put a video up, didn't they, showing plenty of things that are going on in Ukraine. And today they're playing the border guards on the Belarusian side the anti-aircraft alarm, just showing them how it feels when they get to listen to that all damn day. And they think that's a nice gesture on the Ukrainians' part, just to include them in the fun there.
They're really trying to drive the message home, aren't they? Over there across the Belarusian border.
I do think it's fun that they have pretty much been constantly trolling them. And that they keep complaining, oh, the Ukrainians are bullying us. It just makes me chuckle. I mean, come on. They're literally being given like a hard stare and they're getting upset about it. I just think it's quite funny. Would you like to hear something slightly disturbing? Also, from Russia?
Sure. I hope it is only slightly disturbing, because if it's more than slightly disturbing, that might be excessive.
Well, we'll try not to go there. But in a Moscow family, a mother reported her daughter to the police because her daughter expressed an anti-war position and stated that she was discrediting the special military operation. Apparently, that's a mother's love right there.
How very hokshiest of her. That's the Albanian secret police would be proud. So that's what they like to do particularly.
Put it this way, if I had any children, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be turning them into the police just for speaking their mind.
No, but this is it's back in time for the Russians. This is how things used to operate. Not for a while, but certainly now. Nale?
Yeah, thanks, Doman. I wanted to ask Axel a question, if that's okay. Is Axel here?
I think that might be
Yes, I just had to be racing back to the bloody mic.
Sorry to make you run for it. I wanted to ask you, Axel, about this. Turkey shot down a Russian fighter jet some years ago, didn't they? Do you know what the circumstances were? And question number 2, when can we start shooting down Russian jets here?
The latter question I can answer with General Breedlove.
It requires a lot of political will to deter effectively, paraphrasing what he said in one part of the segment. So if you find the political will in Finland, I'm quite sure you can do so tomorrow. But then again, at the moment, what you will have heard, both the Royal Air Force, which is the incoming air policing force for the Baltic countries, and working closely in close combination with the Finnish Air Force now, by the way, as well as the Bundesluftwaffe, which at the end of the month ends its, what, a 9-month stint in the region to protect the northeastern flank. I've just interdicted yet again to Su-27s and a bloody Ilyushin, as they should. They didn't do anything massively untoward. They didn't drop any bombs or anything like it. But if people were to do something very, very untoward, for example, precipitate the destruction of undersea cables or the likes, I think we should shoot them out of the water and out of the sky immediately. And by the way, we have all the right to do so. The question is only whether the pygmies and cowards can muster the executive political will. I tend to believe that the population or the general populace is already there. As to the Turkish denying Russian intrusion of their airspace, at that point in time, I think whilst the Turks later on declared that evidently, well, the Turks actually spoke very little about it, and the Russians even less, but everybody else spoke a lot about it at that time. Because evidently the Russians were provoking, and at that time, for reasons which are vested in the then still finding his position as caliph of all caliphs, the Turkish high command had managed to convince President Erdogan that full-scale deterrence is in his best interest. And it seems, however, that, well, sorry, it has been reported, we do not have massive amount of supporting details other than anecdotes, has been reported that Turkish forces were about to be ordered back and not to do it, but then somehow they just did it. So sweet.
Yeah, thanks, Axel.
Did you hear about the other interception in the last 24 hours, Axel? Not in the Baltic.
What are you referring to?
Over the Norwegian Sea, two Tupolev 160 bombers were intercepted by F-35s. They also had a tanker and several fighter jets with them, the bombers.
Yeah, that was prior to the others.
It was the same, yeah, within the same 24 hours. And that
yeah, no, but it's prior air policing, and it's also in a different region, and it was a different approach. And by the way, it's not the first time they're doing it.
No, of course not. But what I think is different this time is that usually they're not doing it in the Baltic and up north, in the same day. They usually split those up and go do either one or the other rather than both at the same time.
Well, we need to interdict them more heavily and more forcefully. Nice plane you got there. Terrible if something were to happen to it and you were to be forced down. Ay, 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 ay. Would you like to crash here on the sea, or would you like to land in Norway so we can take you apart? Let me think. Yeah, we should threaten them a lot more. We should be significantly harder and more forceful, but there you go. I'm not telling you something new. And you know what the funny thing is, Doman? What I'm saying is not even a carefully crafted summary opinion. It is something you will find, yet again, represented in the statements made by both Ben Hodges as well as last night, General Breedlove, and even former four-star General Saka, head of EUCOM, and a very experienced F-16 pilot can say so. Probably not far off.
Speaking of more forceful interdictions, I forget what it's called now. Not Lobachevsky. It's not called Lobachevsky. I just keep reading it as Lobachevsky every time I see it. It was the academic Fedorov. Sorry, not even Lefortov. That was passing through the Skagerrak, the Kattegat, the Danish Straits, and into the Baltic. On entering the Kattegat, it was intercepted by 7 different naval vessels from Denmark, Norway, Belgium, and Estonia. 2 of which did laps around the Russian spy ships. Once it passed the Danish Straits, it was intercepted by 2 German Coast Guard vessels, and which passed them on to Swedish Coast Guard vessels near Bornholm. So I would say this much. This much greater public awareness that came through DR, NRK, SVT, and ULE reporting last week and then again today is certainly making everybody else take things more seriously as well. It's important now to be visible in taking care and assisting Russian spy ships on their way through the Baltic, through the Kattegat, through the Danish Straits, etc. Different theater fundamentally between the naval sphere and the aerial sphere, but nevertheless, very similar sort of needs, despite it being a different sphere.
I've just sent you something that I've spotted, Doman, which I thought was quite interesting. That the Ukrainian Special Forces commander, General Viktor Korenko, has visited Bakhmut today or this morning, speaking specifically to the Special Forces warriors in the city.
And this is a day after Siersky, the commander of the military district, military area of operations, came and visited Bakhmut as well. If nothing else, these visits mean that the Ukrainians can definitely get in and out, with relative straightforwardness. I wouldn't say ease, but certainly it's more of a straightforward operation. Otherwise, they simply put, they couldn't, right? And they wouldn't be bringing the highest ranking officers who are not participating in combat operations and require a certain level of logistics that could otherwise be maybe otherwise employed on bringing them to the town and out. What is now 2 months after the calls of woe to us, all is lost have started, coming from certain analysts sitting far, far, far west of Bakhmut?
Who will inevitably, as soon as Ukraine were to recede out of Bakhmut, having achieved its tactical and strategic objectives, and prior to regaining control of the surroundings of Bakhmut by means of a counter-offensive against the brittle and fragile lines of the bloody orcs. Nevertheless, those analysts will say that this was terrible and what a sacrifice, and so many souls lost. And see, they left Bakhmut. Jesus.
Absolutely. Actually, I've got a question for you. And my question is, did the Austrians impose, to the best of your knowledge, in the 1990s, did the Austrians impose re-export licenses on vehicles of Austrian origin manufactured elsewhere under license?
You mean Steyr?
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting, because today the merchant Slovenia has delivered 20 6x6 APCs, Pandur 1, but they have a different name in Slovenia, to Ukraine, and they were built in Slovenia in the late 90s on a license from Steyr. So they will have had gotten to get a re-export license to do that then. Interesting.
Yeah, but I think that at that point in time, only the drivetrain was actually still manufactured in Austria.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I mean, the whole thing was built. It wasn't just parts delivered in a kit assembled.
I mean, I think that you might have gotten lucky because of the takeover of the factory and consolidation into Magna, because that's where I think those were initially built on the same assembly line, close to Graz. I would have to check.
No, so the building of these ones was done in Slovenia for sure.
The drivetrains done.
I don't know about the drivetrain, but my question is, even hypothetically, if the whole thing were to have been built under license in a different country, would it still fall under Austrian re-export licensing at the time, or because it's manufactured in a different country, it wouldn't, since it's a fully Austrian design?
It's a good question, because the design rights and the drivetrain from Austria would be, I mean, the design rights are one thing. It's a very good question. They were produced when, 1997, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Do we know whether that's 97 or not? Because there is a limitation of 25 years for the certain rights. Give me a minute. I need to do something and then I'll check.
Interesting. Okay, I need to see exactly what year they were produced. I think in 97, some of them will have been produced. I'll give it a look.
Hello, I'm here. So I did have some more bits and bobs that I would like to bring you. My good friend, who I always rely upon, Chris Owicki, has been a busy chap, and I really like him for that. He's a good lad. So the commander of the group of armed forces of Ukraine, Colonel General Alexander Syrsky, who was at Bakhmut, has given an interesting interview to Interfax Ukraine. And some of his comments are particularly noteworthy. So we'll go through a couple of the questions, which is, for example, this is what they're asking. What's the military expediency of such a long defense of Bakhmut? In simple words, what does it give us? And his answer, the battle for Bakhmut is important not only for the enemy, but for us. For several months in this area, we've been holding back the enemy's offensive and preventing them from expanding their front line. In addition, we are inflicting significant losses on the enemy by destroying their most professional units, weapons, and military equipment. The continued retention of Bakhmut is important for our defense for several reasons. The city is an important defense hub, and the maintenance of which ensures the sustainability of the defense of the group of troops as a whole. Bakhmut is a well-located natural fortress surrounded by rivers and situated on hills, which facilitates the defense. Defense of this city is also facilitated by the presence of multi-story buildings and developed infrastructure on the left bank of the river, where our troops are defending. The battle to capture the city is a specific type of combat that requires special skills and creates difficulties for the Russian troops who are attacking in the forest steppes. Bakhmut is part of the Konstantinivka-Kramatorsk agglomeration, the retention of which prevents the enemy from reaching the flanks and rear of our troops in the Lysychansk and Donetsk sectors. So they ask him, have the tactics of the Russian troops in the east changed recently? Of course, the enemy analyzes the results of his actions, draws certain conclusions, and tries to improve the troops' tactics. For example, in each brigade regiment, storm assault units have been forced on the basis of motorized infantry companies, reinforced by tanks, flamethrowers, mortar and anti-tank units to try and recover their lost positions. To create favourable conditions for assault operations, the enemy actively uses tank and artillery units, including from enclosed firing positions. They inflict heavy fire, destroy positions, and then launch an assault. So that's like, destroy the building, force the Ukrainians to leave the building, and then they can assault more effectively. In the course of assault operations, UAVs are always used, which allows the enemy to adjust their artillery fire, and the group commander can effectively manage their subordinate personnel. In urban environments, the enemy uses lengthy artillery attacks. A group of up to 10 people with small arms storms the attacked object directly. Military equipment is rarely used. The attack is usually carried out in 3 to 4 waves. The losses of the assault group are promptly replenished by an evacuation group from distribution points. Assault group commanders use smartphones with special software called Alpine Quest GPS. Now, this has been highlighted before that the Russians are using this. They use this to show the coordinates of our firepower positions, attack targets, create routes to targets, and assign tasks to neighbouring units. Just to note, the Alpine Quest is an Android-only app for outdoor sports and activities published by a French developer. And people have got on to the French developer. Let me just see what they're called. Because it's not Alpine Quest themselves, it is Pisberia, P-S-Y-Beria. P-S-Y-B-E-R-I-A. It's them, anyway. They created this app, and unfortunately, the Russians have found a way to use it, and it's quite effective. I've seen images from it. It shows all the terrain and everything. So yeah, it's a problem for the Ukrainians at the moment. And I'm done with that. I just thought it was interesting to hear.
All of these little fragments, right? All of these little pieces of the puzzle add together to the totality of what's actually happening. Right? You can look at this very high level, very simply saying, right, that's where the front line is, that's where the front line is, where it's not moving, and kind of leave it at that. But in reality, this is the lived reality, right? Or an example thereof, Mockers.
It's a what?
Yeah, it's an example of lived reality on the front, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I enjoy the transcripts that I get as well. that, you know, they know what they're dealing with. They know that the Russians do have capabilities. You know, they might do a lot of crazy and stupid things, and goodness, a lot of them. And yeah, we might have a giggle about that, but they aren't completely stupid. They do learn. They do find ways around the problems that they've been having. You know, you've got to assume that they can adapt, and are doing. And so, yeah, it's something that the Ukrainians are currently dealing with. But as we can see by the reports, when they say they've repelled attacks in a big long list of places, they are still managing to hold them down. So yeah, it's allowing for the Russians to be able to plan better, and in some cases it is working to their benefit. But the thing is, if they completely destroy something before taking it, what are they taking really, apart from a piece of dusty ground? So, you know, if they take so many meters of broken ground, it's not a massive achievement really.
No, quite right, quite right. Well, let's
I've just received some news, by the way.
I think I know what you have. Go for it.
Is it a phone call with Zelensky?
Yes, wasn't with me though.
No, it was with Xi Jinping. And President Zelensky has confirmed he has had a lengthy and meaningful telephone conversation with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. I think that's quite interesting.
Meaningful.
That's what you called it.
Diplo speak for?
They didn't disagree violently and loudly.
This is a clear and comprehensive exchange of differing views, but it was meaningful to clarify the differing views. Meaningful. We should get Jeff here. he'd have fun with it. It's better than a frank exchange. That typically means that there are two people standing somewhere in the world at desks, having the phone receiver in their hands and shouting into them.
But the very fact that that ice has been broken, I think that's quite meaningful.
7.
I think just the one phone call this far.
No, it's the 7 bridges to hell, which thou shalt pass if you were to wish to lay your heart down for the devil, which Zelensky won't.
No, but he does believe in having the hard conversations, doesn't he? He doesn't shrink away from his responsibilities in any way.
Pauli.
Yeah, hi, Domin. Just one question. What kind of sunscreen do you normally need if you're visiting Crimea in July, August?
The hardest you can get, Pauli.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. Nothing else.
50 fat is a good start.
It's a bit warm there already, isn't it? I heard this morning that there may have been something happened in Sevastopol.
It makes sense why it's warm there, right? Because it's as far south pretty much as you can get in Crimea.
Of course, but I think it's reported to have been a little bit warmer than usual at the moment. In way of there were sounds of explosions, shall we say, and we shall see what comes of that. I have no actual video or anything at the moment, but we keep hearing reports of things going on down there, don't we? I wonder if they're having some problems.
And to be quite clear, they're coming from Russians, right? It's not somebody saying, "Oh, we did this or that." It's
oh no, it's coming from
resi-
locals in the area. Yeah, residents saying, "Gosh, there was a big bang last night."
I believe in this case, responsibility was taken by local Crimean Tatars, by the way.
Excellent. Nowhere to hide, eh? Because let's face it, everywhere they are that is Ukraine, they should be looking over their shoulders and worrying what's going to happen next. It gives them more of an incentive to go away.
If only. I wouldn't have thought they needed that much incentive. Yet, apparently, no, they do. Therefore, more incentive, please.
Well, you know, them cheeky partisans, they appear to be everywhere, don't they? Just everywhere.
I think they're getting rather annoyed that all these Russians, in control, occupying the cities where they live. It's just, it's not exactly tolerable, is it?
Absolutely not, considering they ruin everything they touch.
I see. Okay, that is giving me a bit more context. It could be that this is coming after one of the leaders of the Crimean Tatars has been arrested by the Russians yesterday.
Ah, now
that
then,
would make
yes, I did see that.
that would make good sense. Yes, that would make good sense.
Well, I wish them more warm greetings. Let's just say that.
Indeed, the warmer the better. Pauli?
Yeah, I saw Bookers has been already crunching the numbers, MOD numbers quite many times, but can we draw any conclusions from the last, let's say, 3 to 5 days? If I remember correctly, there's more and more special equipment being destroyed for the last, let's say, 3 to 5 days, if I remember correctly. Or am I just dreaming?
So the last couple of days saw reports of 6 and then 7 pieces of special equipment destroyed. So 13 over the course of 2 days. That's a lot. That's about a weekly average over the previous 4 or 5 weeks. About 13, 14, 15 in a week as opposed to in 2 days. So whatever's been going on the last couple of days must have been very busy for drone operating targeters, as well as those who have to actually go and engage those targets. So very well done on all of those. But quite interesting, as you say, Pauli. It's not clear exactly what all has been hit. What proportion of these are the exceedingly expensive electronic warfare radar type equipment. Which of these are, a little bit cheaper, easier to replace, maybe perhaps more plentiful, diggers or bridging equipment, things like that. Historically, about somewhere between 40 and 45% of special equipments destroyed were of the electronic warfare radar type, according to Molfar intelligence. So we can probably surmise that, out of the 13, probably about 6 were. That's a lot. That's a whole lot of very expensive stuff being shattered to pieces or indeed going up in flames.
Yeah, you need a brigade size to kill all that, in a sense. I think one thing we haven't maybe discussed or let's say analyzed is how the situation is better for Ukraine army if we compare it to last spring. And by this I mean that the counteroffensive they didn't have all the equipment they have now, and also long range missiles and long range guided shells. And as a ranger, I would say this is a really good thing. Working maybe 50 to 100 kilometers behind the lines, if possible. Also, partisans can work behind the enemy lines, and specifically in the southern region, and then just give guidance, GPS coordinates that hit here, hit here, hit here. And 1 year ago, I think they weren't able to do this because they didn't have all the equipment. Now they have, and I think that's a really, really positive thing. And I hope to see a lot of this activity happening for the next 2 to 4 months at least. Thank you.
I was particularly pleased with the amount of fuel trucks that got taken out yesterday, Doman, because I thought 31 was pretty impressive.
Yeah, 31 logistics vehicles is a big deal, and frankly, if that could be a daily occurrence for a few weeks, that would genuinely be restricting Russians' abilities to resupply places near the front line. And that's why I care so much about those two lines down there at the end of the report, right? Vehicles and fuel trucks for logistics purposes, and these special equipment-y things for all of the other purposes, because especially the latter are the ones that are the most difficult to replace as well. But the former are just so essential. They're just so essential to keep everything else running, not just one element or another element, but all of them together. And just not having quite as many really leads to decisions having to be made, reassessments at a large scale, and great disruptions back upstream, right? Back upstream in back in Russia domestically, right, in the civilian sector as well, and it back affects the rest of the Russian economy if they're harvesting, lots of trucks, for example, out of the mainline Russian economy. Of course, Scooby-Doo vans are the UAZ Scooby-Doo vans are also part of this, and it just gives me more stuff to send to Shaggy Fella.
I did see yesterday a very nice video shared by Special Herson Cat of Scooby-Doo vans being particularly targeted, shall we say. Bless them. It's just so funny when I see them on the battlefield. I'm like, what the heck is that doing there? It's not exactly an armoured vehicle, is it?
No, but I hear there's several guard dogs. I was
Them, though.
I was never mind. To the question earlier, they're not quite 25 years old. The things that are of initially Austrian design that are headed to Ukraine from Slovenia, so it's probably not an evasion tactic. That right. So in other words, the Austrian government will have had to have done a re-export license agreement, which is good. Because it can hopefully move them along out of the state that Switzerland is stuck in. Right. And if Austria moves out of it, who knows? Maybe even Swiss-made piranhas could eventually make it out and get out to Ukraine, where they could, do something good and something useful.
Yeah, it makes a difference, doesn't it? Small things, people talking and making agreements can lead to much bigger, better things happening.
Yeah, on the point of much better, bigger things happening. Remember last week we were talking about Russian trains being sold to India, and whether that's being used as some sort of a workaround to allow Indians to somehow pay for some of the some of the military products from Russia that have been kind of frozen and stuck in Russia because India can't find a way to pay for them without incurring the wrath of others, without incurring the wrath and the complaints and effects on their banking sector from other countries. Interestingly, today it emerges that Russians are quite annoyed that primarily, I believe, Siemens-produced trains that they have ordered aren't being delivered to Russia on schedule. And the Siemens actually went to arbitration with that, and the Siemens's complaint was thrown out of the Moscow arbitration force. So somehow, they're now obliged to deliver these high-speed trains that were going to be running between Moscow and St. Petersburg. That they find it awfully important that they are delivered and put into service. Funnily enough, this is reported in Izvestia, and therefore we know that is definitely not news. Oh, sorry, it is news. It's just not true. Right, other way around. Scribe.
So, on the topic of things happening or actually not happening, any more news about the May 9th parade and why Russia canceled it?
They didn't cancel it. So I guess that's news. They didn't cancel it. They are putting an awful lot of different kinds of jammers and other anti-drone systems all around it. So that's definitely something they're up to. They've closed off Red Square until then. I think starting either a few days ago or tomorrow or some such, Red Square is already closed or will soon be closed for a couple of weeks ahead of the parade, so presumably so they can install the electronic warfare and air defenses. There's wonderful photoshops already emerging of each cupola on St. Basil's Cathedral getting its own Pantsir system, but we have the breakdown: 12 T-72s, 12 T-80s, 12 T-90s, and 5 T-14 Armatas will be there. What they've not managed to figure out is how many horses they will need to tow the 5 T-14 Armatas.
I was just
Axel?
about to ask. That makes, as every beer kutscher will know that takes 8 horses per one of those. So it's 40 horses.
I would have thought more. Now that the
With 8
lubrication
horses,
is more.
with 8 horses, you can move that. Trust me, I can assure you. A, I've done it. B, I've seen it many times. If you go to the opening parade of the Oktoberfest in Munich, you can see exactly that kind of load as the Armata is heavy with being carried by Achtspänner. So, yes.
No, that's fine. Actually, what I was going to highlight is, you know how in Russia they're a little bit light on industrial lubricants, right? So that's where I'm saying maybe they might need more than 8, because, of course, if you're at Oktoberfest in München, engineering excellence is something that they're pretty good at, right? And they will, of course, lubricate whatever carriage it is or whatever vehicle it is that the horses are towing appropriately. Now, imagine that things are a little bit rusty, things don't fit quite right, and you don't have the right lubricants available. I think that 8 horses might end up struggling.
Why do I hear in the background that they have enough lube?
I don't know. I thought the factory got destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, Domin, hey, did you hear the other news? And did you talk about this already? I love it so much because
May
a couple of
1st
minutes ago,
parade cancelled in St. Petersburg?
No. It is that the wonderful indecisiveness and the professionalism of the formerly say very much Soviet and Moscow aligned and Marxist radical ANC has yet hit itself again.
No, that's not true. It was just a miscommunication.
No, they are currently still discussing. They are discussing. The leadership of the ANC this morning in South Africa is battling it out, quite literally, on television and on radio. And because they are terribly unhappy with the fact that they've signed up for something which they can't exit that way that easily. And they don't like, yet again, their Supreme Court. And they... I mean, the level of incompetence in utter, complete rubbishness amongst these old Marxists is astonishing.
It's also very entertaining. So for anybody who misses the story, yesterday the Finnish president Sauli Niinistö was in South Africa, and at the end of the meeting there was a joint press conference of him and the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, at which the South African president said that the governing party, the African National Congress, had resolved that South Africa should quit the International Criminal Court, coming as a bit of a slap in the face to Niinistö, who was at a podium a couple meters away. Now, this comes before South Africa hosted the BRICS summit in 2023, in August 2023, which the indicted in front of the ICC Putin is expected to attend, or was expected to attend. The problem is that even if the ANC decided they wanted to withdraw, as Axel noted, it's not just up to them. Because first it needs to undergo parliamentary procedure as well as judicial review. Because in 2016, the ANC already tried to withdraw from the ICC, but they couldn't because the South African High Court ruled it invalid. Even if they were to decide to withdraw from the ICC, that would come with a 1-year cooling off period. So it's a year after the notice is deposited with the UN Secretary General. According to the Rome Statute, only then do you leave, right? So say they go through the procedure very quickly indeed. They would only be out of it, say, in May of 2024, some 9 months or so after Putin's expected visit to South Africa. Remembered in 2015, Omar al-Bashir visited South Africa in a part of an African Union African Union summit, and at that time, South Africa was already had ratified the Rome Statute. They let him go free, and that's when 2016 they tried to rethink this. Now, obviously, they no longer hold the let wanted work criminal walk free card because they used it with Omar al-Bashir, thinking, that's our best ever friend who's going to need one of these. So this morning they did walk it back, saying that no such resolution has been achieved, and it was all miscommunication at the time. But as Axel says, now they're discussing it out. Now they're having it out, figuring out what to do. Whatever it is, will be too late anyway, which is the additionally amusing things. Now, speaking of the other person indicted in front of the ICC, Omar al-Bashir, he is no longer in prison as of a day or so ago, because he was imprisoned in Sudan, in a prison called Kober, and that prison has been something of a battleground between the army and the RSF. So apparently, allegedly, he's in a military hospital, whereas at least one of his partners in ICC indictment has actually gone free from that same prison, and has called the army who's in charge and said, "Hey, I'm free now," or something along these lines. Since then, so it's not entirely clear where al-Bashir himself is. Yeah,
Has
fun
gone
and excitement
free.
all around.
Please explain. Has gone free in legal terms.
Well, the prison was broken into, broken out of, broken down. The prison isn't so much a prison; it's just somewhere that used to be a building at this point, apparently, something along those lines.
So it is as open and friendly as the Norwegian prisons, right?
No, even more open, but less friendly, much less friendly. There's bullets flying around. Whereas Norwegian prisons, a bit less open, much more friendly, much more friendly. Yeah, very interesting, and let's see what comes out of South Africa. Thus far, all they've managed to achieve is lower their own standing in the international community without doing anything else whatsoever. So well done, well done. Shatsi.
Hi, I have so many questions, but I'll limit it to one, and the stupidest one. I saw a video at the beginning of this about March timeframe that just haunts me still. Now, keep in mind, for context, I come from an area that has never seen war, not in recorded history. When people in the Baltics, Romania, Poland, they see all these tanks on the trains and the military hardware, does that give the people comfort that there is help coming, or is that more frightening to them?
Pauli, you're, I think, technically closest to the border, right?
Well, that's a good question, Pauli. Depends on where you are at the moment.
Yeah, can you well repeat that, or maybe
Pauli, are you
structure?
frightened? Are you frightened because you're close to the Russian border, or when you see the tanks and all this equipment coming, or are you taking comfort and solace from it?
I have to really embrace myself that I don't get too sarcastic, but I try to be now really how to say, cool, calm, and collected when I answer, and that I don't go overboard. So here in Finland, we've been fighting the Ruskies for 800 years. In a way, it's a national sport. Sad one, but they are like that. They don't have any value for human life. So we are kind of used to fighting them off and playing with the silly games. Of course, we would like to have a nice neighbor east of us, like Sweden or let's say UK, but that's what we got. And I think for the last year, it has become evident that Russia and their great army is a laughingstock. This doesn't mean that we wouldn't prepare. We've been preparing more and more. We just increased our military budget with 36%, and we're gonna ramp up that even more and stay on track. But I think this, well, the masks are now off, like our president say, and the true colors have appeared once again. But we have always known what Russia is and how we react, and no one's really scared. We come prepared. So I normally just say that welcome to Finland, welcome to our Aqua Murder water park. If the Ruskies want to come, we are prepared. So, like I said, cool, calm, and collected. No problem.
Well, actually, I'm from the U.S., so my neighbor is Canada, about 100 miles away, and that's just another name for another landmass, and we've crossed the border so much that it's
That's a dangerous border, Shati. It's a very dangerous border. You never know. They might come back to come and take your White House. Who knows?
yeah, all you have to say is a boot instead of a bout, and then you're just fine. But you know, it's been a couple hundred years. It's about time. Take it again.
You've got more answers to you coming, Shatsi. One of our Polish contributors says that the tanks coming, from allied nations to Poland in greater numbers are definitely a source of comfort, as is seeing all of the Russian tanks getting destroyed in Ukraine. Yanis, I think you win for being the closest to the Russian border.
Yes. Hello. So yeah, from Latvia, so from Baltic countries, maybe I can comment. I'm indeed.
Yanis, you're in Riga, right?
I'm not in Riga. I'm working formally in Riga, but I'm working remotely from countryside. So my father's
you may
house.
well be closer, yes.
Yes, my father's house home is located like 20 kilometers from Russian border. Yeah, but the influence of Russia there is less than in Riga. Yeah, because it's prime target. But on these tank topics, there was like at least mostly at summer there are like different army drills and people get to see this military technique like ships in Riga port, and then there is aero shows where we can see those helicopters, etc., and usually so this feeling is that we are very grateful that we understand that we are too small to protect our country from Russia, and we are very grateful that we have this support from all allies. Yeah, and of course, we understand that if we want peace, if you want peace, prepare for war. So finally, it's happening. Finally, we are not like crazy Baltics who are always paranoid about Russia. Just as Pauli mentioned, the mask has fallen, and finally everyone understands that we were right. Finally, and yes, and recently I do not know details, but the local press writes a lot about this new Baltic protection plan by NATO. So previously it was, if I understand correctly, that we just need to hold on for a couple days and then wait for allies to come in case of attacks. But now there is more serious plan to actually protect our country. So it's good. It's good, and it's very good for our future.
Perfect. Thank you, Yanis. I think it's you're speaking not just for yourself, but for many millions of people up and down that Eastern Front. Danny.
Hi, thank you. So here in Romania, of course, people are split, but not evenly, right? So there's still people that see military equipment and it makes them nervous, but those are usually vatnuks, right? That use the, I don't know, fear-mongering to generate discomfort and distrust in our own authorities with the purpose of overthrowing the government and aligning ourselves with Russia. Fortunately, those people are a minority, quite a minority actually, and they get shut down quite quickly. So I'll say, I think we've all been quite blind to the danger, not aware of it enough. I definitely personally have been at fault for not realizing how dangerous Russia was. But I can tell you for certain that I'm less scared of Russia now than I was before they invaded Ukraine. Not because I don't think they're crazy enough to do something and expand the war to other countries, but just because they've proven themselves to be quite incapable. So less scared now than we were before, I would say. Not only that, but we've taken to arming ourselves a lot better now, which is amazing to see. And we're very happy to not only be in NATO, which is a godsend, but also we are quite the strategic partner of the US because of our geographic position, the fact that we are hosting a shield, a rocket shield to deter Russia from using ICBMs. So when I was in Bulgaria last summer, we were vacationing on the seaside there, and we were returning home. And that's the first time that I saw a convoy of military vehicles on top of trucks that were heading towards Romania and then presumably out of Romania to the Ukrainian border. And that brought us a lot of joy. We started taking pictures of them just to have for ourselves, not to spread around. And saying, ooh, reinforcements are arriving. So there's a very small minority that are fearful, more fearful now than they were before. But I think generally people realize that we've essentially dodged the bullet, that we joined NATO when we did. And we don't have to really worry about Russia's imperialistic goals, because they are working towards those goals in one way or another across Europe. They've infiltrated governments, agencies, businesses, industries, everything. And it's becoming clearer and clearer that that's the case. And they've essentially burned their own hat, as the saying goes. Because now, if people were dormant and kind of not aware of the full risks and not taking things very seriously, that's no longer the case. And we're arming ourselves heavily. We already have tons of HIMARS. We've ordered tanks. We've ordered helicopters. We're getting F-13s. So thank you. Yeah.
16s, but yeah.
16, sorry, and 35s as well.
Exactly. And I knew how you got the two numbers into one. Indeed, and this is going to be something that you hear from people in many of these across these Eastern Front countries. Shatsi, no question about it. Now, for everybody seeing what the Russians are doing in Ukraine to Ukrainians, knowing that had Ukraine been a NATO member, Russia would never have come, and knowing that because of the security umbrella, Russia is invading Ukraine, not them, that's very meaningful and very poignant, undoubtedly, Shatsi.
I have to say, though, this has been a profound experience of eye-opening ignorance for me, because seeing those videos terrified me. I have never in my entire life seen a military convoy of any kind. And I'm married to a Green Beret. I can't imagine, but it's definitely been an education. I have a lot to learn about Europe. And I have more questions, but I'll save them for later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Shatsi. Scribe.
So I kind of wanted to talk about that. The UN meeting from 2 days ago, and about what Israel did right before the meeting started. I found that profoundly jaw-dropping that they just left the room before Russia can even speak.
I was very surprised at that, and that's well done on the ambassador and the team around him for being so very forthright and forward. Israeli diplomacy tends to act a little bit more subtly when it comes to Russia. This was probably the most open slap in the face that Israel had ever delivered to Russia. Certainly, in a setting of this level of importance. So, very, very well done.
Also, I just want to remind everyone, unfortunately, I think today is the day when Chernobyl happened.
Indeed, it is. What is it now? 37 years ago today, right? 37 years ago today.
On that very topic about Chernobyl, is it highly likely all the soldiers that dug trenches there are all gone now?
Well, if they're all gone now, that's probably because Russians either put them into some sort of assault squads at Avdiivka or some such, and where they were. Then that's why they're all gone. If it is a consequence of any exposure or especially breathing in of dust from the soil in that one foresty area, then that's something that you'll be seeing in demographics reports 10, 15, 20 years from now, because it's usually not that quick acting, right? So we're going to have to wait and see. But the way that Russians have been treating a lot of their forces, and the way that they've been very willing to just have them killed off, basically, I don't think it's at all unlikely that they've sent them as stormtroopers to storm Avdiivka or Bakhmut or wherever else at some point. So that's the most likely reason why they'd be dead. Interestingly, on a related topic, yesterday, Ivan Fedorov, the mayor of Melitopol, reported that somewhere in occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, Russians have been digging trenches, and in the process of digging trenches, they've dug them through a mass burial site for cattle with anthrax. Right, when one of these epidemics hit the area, they basically killed off the cattle and put them all into one giant hole and buried it, right? And put a sign, "Nobody dig here for the next 200 years." And apparently now the entire unit is being reported to be very, very ill indeed. It's things like that, really, really bad ideas that normally would go through some sort of protocol and procedure, except with Russians, they definitely don't. So what can you do? That's how you end up getting people digging in, for example, the Red Forest, or indeed a biohazard deposit site like this.
And then I have one more question for you, Domin, and potentially anyone in the room that knows. Does Russia and Ukraine have embassies in Sudan? Because I'm kind of curious on how well Ukraine's embassy is going, and then also if Russia's doing anything with theirs.
So Ukraine does not have an embassy in Sudan. I'm not sure. I think that they might only have an honorary consulate, and then the ambassador in Cairo would also be covering Sudan. I think that's the case. Whereas Russia definitely does have an embassy in Khartoum. Yeah, Russians have, of course, been involved at a sort of second-hand way through the Wangerite proxies in the current. Can we call it the civil war? Is it big enough already to be called the civil war in Sudan? I will note that Germans, among other, have evacuated a number of people from other nationalities as well, including a large number of Ukrainians. I think we'll come more to that. I want to go to James, who's been hanging there for quite a while.
And Doman,
yes,
Doman, the German Luftwaffe sent dispatchers and operators there in order to actually run the airport for that time, because they couldn't rely on, say, the local force still being able to do so. Just imagine that.
Exactly. And the RAF was complaining a bit because they didn't want to operate into a German operated base. I don't know what's going on there. I need that clarified at some point. James, please go ahead.
I think the RAF needs to. I mean, apart from the fact that I haven't heard this there was I think there was a rumor going on and about, and that's just completely stupid because the RAF and the Luftwaffe work so closely together, and specifically those who've been going there know each other from Afghan. So I doubt that very much.
I'll
Thanks,
go find
David.
the news. James, go ahead.
Thanks, David. Hi, everyone. I'd like to talk diplomacy again, but this time shift continents. I just see that it's the long vaunted meeting between President Xi and President Zelensky has happened, and I saw CNN said it was a long meeting. I wonder if that would have happened in the absence of the comments from the Chinese ambassador to France. In the back of my mind, I thought that conversation might be more likely to happen after a pretty significant event in the counteroffensive. I just wonder if you had thoughts on that.
So you're saying between the Chinese ambassador to Paris comments and the talk between Zelensky and Xi today, I think that the conversation between Zelensky and Xi has been put off so many times that the Chinese ambassador to Paris, according to the Chinese MFA, misspeaking and speaking out of turn probably didn't matter all that much in the big picture. Whether this will have some sort of a change, some sort of an actual bigger effect, we will have to wait and see. But as has been said several times, including here, there doesn't seem to be a concrete interest at this point in time for China to actually lead to peace in Ukraine. And that means a withdrawal of Russian troops. And until there's not a very decided interest in that on their side, they probably won't want to do it, right? James?
Thanks, I'm sorry. I was going to, very new to this. That answers my question. I was just going to go back to listener, just work out how to do that.
All right, very well. Thank you, James. Lex Econ, morning.
Good morning. You were maybe going to say much of this, Doman. You said you would come back to Ukraine. Do you want me to just tell you what I heard in?
Go for it.
Okay. Last night I listened to what does the Telegraph call its podcast? Ukraine, right? Just as of now, urgent Ukraine. So they said 87 Ukrainians have taken all their people out. Some 87 people. It sounded as if Ukraine is there, as you probably know. I think I've heard this here before, operating some aviation teams that run transport there. There may even be some Ukrainian equipment. And apparently they took out, in addition, some Pakistanis, some, not sure, some Filipinos. Anyway, 3 or 4 more, some nationals from 3 or 4 other countries. But we had known that they were there in large number because of this work that Ukraine's been doing, been handling for the government for a while. So I heard that from their journalist in the discussion yesterday, but I've probably now forgotten some of those details, got them wrong, but they have taken them out.
Right. Thank you very much, Lexicon. Indeed, this isn't to be ignored. There are very many Ukrainians around the world working both as sailors on merchant vessels, as well as pilots, aircrew on especially transport, aviation, cargo aviation, but also, of course, commercial passenger aviation, including many charter operators. So you at any given point, you have a lot of people around the world just as a consequence of that, including in far-flung places. Marcus?
Hey, I've just seen something on fire, and it's not in Russia, but it is related. Would you like to know?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, in Cyprus, I believe, the building of the Russian Center of Science and Culture is on fire. It's been reported that some naughty person may have thrown a Molotov cocktail or two at the building. Gosh, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Oh no! What kind of building is it?
Well, they call it the Center of Science and Culture, but you do know what that means, don't you?
The Center of Influence Operations.
Yes.
Well, there you go. I guess they don't need heating anymore, right? Because it got very warm, and now it isn't useful anymore to have heating anyway.
Let's just say that whoever was in Cyprus doing that, they've got a much better aim and a much better tactic than some of those videos I've seen of Russians trying to do this to their military conscription officers. You know, when they like bounce off the windows or they just set fire to the front door or something. No, they did it proper in Cyprus.
A better throwing arm, perhaps. A better throwing arm. Nick, you're from more or less Baseball Central. How important is a good throwing arm when you're trying to get rid of a Russian center of culture and influence operations?
It's extremely important. You got to make sure that you get a good pitch so that you don't accidentally set yourself on fire or something else innocent. So a good arm is very important in these instances. But it's interesting. I don't know much about what Russia has going on in Cyprus, but I am guessing some of their Ruski Mir Foundation stuff, kind of like what you're alluding to. Their Domen is is based out of that place. If I have to look into Cyprus a little bit more, but usually those sort of cultural centers and whatnot are where that stuff is located from. So just interesting to think about Cyprus. Who knew? Well, I guess it kind of makes sense because actually Cyprus is a famous sort of vacation spot for Russians. So I suppose it does make sense.
Also money. Lots and lots of Russian money stashed in Cyprus.
Right. Makes sense.
Yes, a place under the Mediterranean sun for you and your yacht. Yeah. Scribe?
On a more lighter term, I have a question. Where did the ERA meme come from? Because I noticed that last week, and I've been trying to figure out how did this all start.
Oh, very straightforwardly, because every piece of equipment that Ukrainians got, pretty much from Western partners, they stuck a bunch of ERA on. Hence, the two cartoon characters who just go around sticking explosive reactive armor and everything. It's very straightforward. There's not too much, to it, but it's very amusing. And,
but Dom and the guys are from IKEA. They're the IKEA guys.
No, they're different.
Oh, they're different. I thought they were the IKEA guys.
No, you have to pay attention to their hats because you have the ones with the original hats, and the hats have ERA on it. Those are the Ukrainian guys.
Right.
But they have friends from other countries. But they have friends from other countries, and they wear different hats. And their Swedish friends delivered them the Stridswagens, the 122, right? The Stridswagen 122s from Sweden, but they delivered them in a box, disassembled, and they had the Swedish flag on their hats. So you need to pay attention to the hats. That's how you identify who's who.
No. Yes. But I mean, like the base of the guy. Like from what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like
it's similar. That's true.
Right, and that the reason why they were doing that was because the ERA guys are the ones that are making all of the munitions, right, for the tanks and whatnot, all those new rounds, and so they are constantly like putting them on things, like they're building something, right, and like adding to it. And so like there was tons of them like that, and so that's where I got it from, because one of the first ones I saw was it was an adaptation of an IKEA like instructions manual. And then yes, the hats will indicate like who's who. Like you've got the one helmet and the other sort of BDU cap. Those are the Ukrainians. And then sometimes they'll have a hat on and maybe you don't know what it is, and they'll slap like a Polish flag on it or something to make sure that that's supposed to be a Polish person, or what have you. But one of the first ones I saw was the IKEA manual, and them like assembling and putting the ERAs on those things. So that's what I thought, but I could be wrong. I'm prepared to be wrong. Somebody correct me, but that was my understanding.
I know who to ask. I will inquire further. Scribe, I hope that explains it as best we can. That does explain it as best we can.
Well, now I know the origins of the meme. I actually know how to make more of the meme, because the characters that we've all been seeing are called Florks. So Flock, and they're from a Spanish guy who uses them in comics and stuff. And if you do ask politely, he will give you access to use them in your own ventures. I'm already trying to inquire about it.
Excellent, and remember to put #contact on that. Lexicon.
Yes, about the museum, I heard that the night before last, or in that 24-hour period, Russia hit a museum, the Museum of Culture and something in Kharkiv, and the fire is very bad. They virtually destroyed it in Kharkiv, for God's sake. And I'm just wondering if there could be any link to what's happening in Turkey, Greece, Cyprus.
Was it really in Kharkiv? Because
I was wondering why Kharkiv, what's with them, with one of these, and it was near no object of any military significance. And it was people talking in the wee hours. It was again Ukraine, the latest, which is that Telegraph podcast. So it was the journalist reporting.
The reason why I'm not sure is because there was a museum hitting Kupiansk, which is in Kharkiv Oblast, but obviously not the city of Kharkiv.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was wondering how big would it be in Kupiansk, but they probably got a specialized museum of culture. Yes, so then a museum gets hit the following day, but whatever, by somebody disgruntled. Yeah, it's very base, absolutely low of these Russians. Surprise.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't the additional separate museum in Kharkiv city proper that I missed altogether.
Could they even hit Kharkiv nowadays?
They can, using the S-300 missiles in ground-to-ground mode, right? So the air defense missiles in ground-to-ground mode, they do they can reach Kharkiv at this point. They can't do it with Grad MRLs. They can't do it with regular artillery, but they can do it with longer range MRLs like Smerch Uragan. They can also reach them with, of course, with S-300s in ground-to-ground mode. So that is still happening. Indeed, at some point last week, Ryan came up while he was in Kharkiv and turned on his microphone while an air raid alarm was going on, and that was, it wasn't Russian planes flying towards Kharkiv. It was a missile rocket strike threat. Lexicon.
I was just thinking that awfully soon now, Kharkiv being the second largest city, and I'm not sure how much population has come back, but anyway, really important city. Anti-air defenses, even good enough to stop the S-300s, would be getting there soon, would you not think? And many being there now.
There are. They don't necessarily work all that well against S-300s, because they follow more or less a ballistic missile trajectory, right? So you have the more ballistic the trajectory is, the harder it is sometimes, depending on how exactly it is. But there are things that is harder to defend against using air defense systems, and things that's harder to defend against. So aerodynamic targets are easier. They fly slower. They fly usually a bit below the speed of sound. That makes it more straightforward for them. I hope that kind of helps explain it. But there's nothing that is impervious that's perfect against these, and with presumably still many thousands in stock, then it's quite difficult to say, yeah, we can actually stop the lot of them somehow relatively straightforwardly. That complicates things.
Well, in that sense, and now we know the first Patriot is absolutely in and operating somewhere. And since we know Putin is going to have the worst hissy fit of his life when he starts to realize he's losing, and may even wish to bomb Kiev, if he can't have it, nobody can. Would you think, and as we think the Patriot is the one thing that can stop this kind of thing, would you imagine that Kiev is probably already, and soon even more so, surrounded by or watched over by the dirty, great biggest iron dome that can be constructed with what's coming in? By now, or by the time of the counteroffensive really biting, really hitting home?
Yes and no. So what the Patriot battery is going to help immensely with is additionally improve the proportion of cruise missiles, that is to say aerodynamic targets taken out, from high to even higher. And then secondly, it's going to make a big difference when it comes to it's going to be making a big difference when it comes to intercepting any ballistic missiles flying at Kiev. What should be noted is, so the Patriot batteries use different kinds of missiles for different things, right? And in this particular case, the PAC-2 missiles, the PAC-2 missiles are very good against aerodynamic targets. They have a range of, I forget what exactly, but at least close to 100 kilometers, right? But then you have the PAC-3 missiles, which are specialized for anti-ballistic missiles, but they only have a range of maybe 15 or 20 kilometers, because it's much more difficult from a physics perspective to intercept those, right? So again, it depends, rather. It depends how where you have them positioned, what's being shot at them, how much of it. The biggest difference maker, or at least one of the biggest difference makers, is going to be something else. And I think that we're going to be talking with Thomas Steiner about this on, I think it's coming on Sunday night, Thomas, again. And that is the integrated air and missile defense battle command system. I think I got the name right. Which is a way to connect up all of the different kinds of radars and all of the different air defense batteries that Ukraine has. And this has been delivered to Ukraine from the US. It's a command and control system. It's getting all of the ears, all of the eyes, data to a single place, and it's getting all of the many tentacles of the air defense systems across a region, or maybe across all of Ukraine, to work in sync, in concert. And that's going to be making a huge difference as well, right? Because it's going to be allowing much more easily Ukraine to actually take out the things that they're targeting and that are flying towards them, be it cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, etc. And they will be able to better prioritize which air defense battery is engaging which of the things, depending on where they're flying, depending on where which battery is, depending on the type of the incoming missile, right? So that's going to be making a huge difference going forward as well. And it is one of those big, multiplicative effect things, right? Some things have a small multiplicative effect. Some are just kind of, well, you add one, you've added one, good job. Other things have bigger multiplicative effects like this, which can really improve, depending on the given situation, of course, but can really improve the efficacy of the systems that you have there. So I don't know. I hope that helps, Lexicon. I'm not sure it does, but it's not as straightforward. It's not an easy question to answer, right? But because it's a complicated situation, a complicated question, that's also why it's particularly good that this more thorough approach to answering it on the Western ally side has been employed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's good.
All right, very well. Nick, good morning. I don't know if you've heard the whole development of the South African saga.
Me?
Indeed,
Okay, I
you.
was
Have
looking
you
to
heard
see
the
if there was
development?
another Nick on.
No, you're the only one
Okay,
around now.
got it. No, tell me more.
Okay, let's go through this because it's very interesting. So you will have heard yesterday that Sauli Niinistö, the president of Finland, was visiting visiting South Africa. The South African president made a statement that the South African governing party, the ANC, made a decision, a resolution to withdraw South Africa from the International Criminal Court. Right? You remember that?
Yes,
bit.
yes.
And presumably the motivation for that is double, right? One is that Putin, an ICC indicted war criminal, was supposed to be visiting South Africa in August this year. And obviously, if South Africa is still bound by the Rome Statute, it would have to arrest him and send him to the Hague where he could do so. So then he probably wouldn't come, right? That's kind of obvious. But apparently this wouldn't have worked that easily because, one, South Africa had previously been in a similar position in 2015 when Omar al-Bashir, the leader of Sudan, visited South Africa for an African Union summit. And they let him go free on various excuses of, oh, we just couldn't get all the legal things to work together quickly enough to actually manage to arrest him or some such. But they've basically expended their, letting an indicted war criminal go free card, right? Because you can't do this several times in the course of a decade, especially, and then say, well, just couldn't do it right. It happens, doesn't it? Could have happened to anyone. Could have happened to anyone that they just forgot that they have an ICC indicted war criminal visiting. No, who's to check?
Right.
Who's to know such things? So in 2016, they tried to withdraw from the ICC. The ANC did, but the South African High Court said that they can't. That first of all, this has to be done through Parliament, which they didn't try to, and secondly, that it doesn't stand judicial review anyway. And lastly, even if they were to try now to go through all the procedure and manage to get through all the procedure, the way the Rome Statute works, there's basically a 1-year cool-off period. So
Yes.
a year after a country notifies the United Nations Secretary General, right, that they want to leave the Rome Statute, they want to leave the ICC, only then it comes into effect. So a year later it comes into effect. And I think somebody told President Cyril Ramaphosa this yesterday, and that's why he then went and claimed that there was miscommunication. That he had used the words the ANC has resolved to leave the ICC accidentally, and that he didn't actually mean it because he can't. And now they're having some discussions within the ANC internally today. Whether they should, whether they shouldn't, what's going on, is something else going on here? Is it worthwhile them leaving the ICC or not? Very, very amusing.
Oh, totally. I missed that part of it because I was working so much yesterday, but this is hilarious. Totally predictable. It's something that we've kind of talked about at different points on and off here, beginning with when Putin was initially arrested, knowing that they were going to South Africa. So we've been kind of talking about this on and off. And so it's kind of funny. Oh, I accidentally said that. I mean, like how do you do that? You don't I don't know, like trip over something and then say by accident, oh, like you're cursing or something like, oh, I'm leaving the ICC or something. Like, I don't like, how do you even do that? Like, just doesn't make any sense. But it's interesting. And, we'll see what happens because, uh, you know, he's supposed to be there, right? In August. Like, how are they going to get around all of that? Should be interesting. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But if they pull this off again and try to say we're not going to arrest him, like we can't manage to get all that stuff together. It's like they've had months now to do this. So time to pull out the popcorn, I guess, and wait to see what occurs. I don't know. What do you think, Domin?
I don't think anything will come of it. It's really amusing that all they've managed to actually achieve with this is lower their international standing without having any actual effect on anything else in the world whatsoever. This will go down in history under self goal or own goal. Proverbial use in the visual dictionary.
Yeah, totally. It's I mean, you're right. It's ever since this whole full scale invasion started, South Africa has just been kind of embarrassing itself, and it's kind of sad, I guess, to see. But you're right. They're just totally taking themselves down a few pegs, um, ruining some sense of legitimacy among certain nations that they would probably prefer to have that kind of legitimacy with. Um, and it's entertaining, it's sad, it's depressing, it's all of the above. Just who knows what they're going to do. I don't imagine that they think that realistically. I mean, what could they get out of Russia um, that they couldn't get from the West? It's it's just uh, it's just interesting.
One nuclear power plant without any upfront cost.
Yeah, I guess.
No, but that's really what it is,
Right.
right?
I mean,
There's the ideological connection from
yeah,
back in the decades,
yeah.
and the other one is stuff like this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Anyway, depressing. I really don't know what else to add to that. I mean, um, it's predictable because they've been taking and towing this line the entire time since the full scale invasion, along with Russia. So, but yeah, we'll see. I'm just curious what their excuse will be come August when Pooty Poot shows up and they either don't arrest him or what. I mean, I don't imagine they will. I mean, I don't think so, right, Delman? You don't think so?
No, no, it's not. It's not really going to make a big difference. But again, ideological questions sometimes prevail. Ideological solutions sometimes prevail, and I think this is yet another example of.
Indeed. Indeed so. Indeed so. Oh, so just thought I would mention, uh, some of you know this, but friend of mine, Fane Greenwood, is going to be appearing on Maria Report on Thursday, and I believe Axel will be interviewing her. I'm not sure what time that is. I'll have to pin that down, but she's a drone expert. She's worked with Harvard, and she does independent contracting as well. And so she's been and tracking the drone usage in Ukraine, specifically civilian drone usage, and sort of marking all the various locations into a data frame and all of that. So it'll be interesting to talk to her about that on Thursday. So I guess we should look out for a little card or something with that.
Well, the card is
Oh, it
out.
is?
The card has been out for many hours.
Oh my god.
Yes.
See, I've been so
It
entrenched with my work. I missed that card. I'm gonna have to go find it.
So 11 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. That's 1800 hours Kiev time on
Yes,
Thursday. So now you know.
Yes. Perfect. Perfect. I bugged her and I said, "Hey, when are you coming on?" And she said Thursday. And I asked her what time, but I haven't heard back yet. So awesome. I'm gonna go find that card and retweet it right now.
Very good. And since we're on scheduling things, do you know who's coming today?
Who
Dr.
I
Nick, do you know
do
who's joining
not
us today?
know who's coming today. I usually check in the morning and I haven't had a chance to check yet.
Well, in just over 3 hours, we will be here on the MriyaReport, joined by Volodymyr Omelian, who's a former Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine between 2016 and 2019, and is now a captain in the Ukrainian armed forces.
Awesome.
So that's who's coming today, a former Ukrainian minister, in just over 3 hours, in 3 hours and a quarter. So whatever time it is, wherever you are right now, look at your clock and say, okay, what will I be doing in 3 hours' time? What you'll be doing in 3 hours' time, is getting ready to listen to our chat with Volodymyr Omelian, of course.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I'll be teaching, but I will look forward to the Spotify release of that interview because I can't not teach, but I will listen to it later.
On the point of Spotify releases, we're really getting into a groove here now on the MriyaReport once again. For example, yesterday's interview with former SACEUR, that is Supreme Commander Allied Forces Europe, four-star General retired Philip Breedlove, is already up on our Spotify channel, less than 20 hours after the recording. So hopefully today with former Minister Omelian, we can have a similar turnaround time, which I think many people appreciate, among others, of course. Dr. Nick here, who has to teach during the interview.
Right. Unfortunately, gosh, your day job just gets in the way of more other things, things you'd rather be doing. But unfortunately, such is life. And there it is. It's the first card. When I click on the MriyaReport, there's Fane. Okay, I'm going to retweet that. Seriously, guys, you should tune into this one because she's really incredible. She's written staff reform policy and other type of NPR, and yada yada. She's great, and she'll have lots to talk to us about in relation to civilian drones, and her research is pretty interesting. So
Dr. Nick, I got another question for you. Pop quiz. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite? There's no such thing as the former KGB agent who's now pretending to be an Orthodox patriarch.
oh, Kirill?
Yes. So you know how he's not on the EU sanctions list, right?
Yes, he should be though,
But you know why he's not on the EU sanctions list?
because of religion.
No. Well, yes and no. Primarily because the Hungarian government keeps objecting to his inclusion
Oh,
on the
right.
EU
Yeah,
sanctions list.
yeah, of course, because Orban is always insinuating himself, or his ministers are insinuating themselves in relation to wherever they can, and regarding Russia for whatever reason. It's like, did they forget about 1956 and Russian attitudes towards Hungary in general? I just don't. I don't get it.
Indeed. So the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs has had enough of that, and the Czech government has started their own Czech sanctions list, and they put Patriarch Kirill right at the top of it. So it's a supplementary list on top of anything and everything that's done jointly within the framework of the European Union. The Czechs just put him right at the top of their own sanctions list because, well, he really deserves it, right? He really deserves it. To which I say, well done.
Yes.
Very, very well done.
Yes, I like that. Sorry, I was making a post. It's got to happen. I mean, I looking at Kirill, all of his various comments, encouraging of Ukrainian genocide, the money ties to corruption, all of this stuff, really driving a lot of what's happening in this war. In some ways, perhaps, I wouldn't say pushing Putin to do something he doesn't want to do per se, but he's definitely been one of the driving forces behind this whole thing from the get-go, because Kirill, in his sermons, likes to talk about Holy Rus, and continuously over the years would invoke the idea that Ukraine and Belarus should come back into the fold, and that one day, by the grace of God or whatever, this would happen. um, and the blessing of their weapons, and the spying on Ukraine through the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine. It's really long overdue, as far as I'm concerned. So hopefully they'll get on that, um, meaning the EU and. Uh, Wait, did the United States? The United States didn't sanction him, right? So he's not in our sanction list either. So hopefully we'll get on that too, because that needs to happen.
Right. So sanctions. He was proposed in the EU but wasn't included. He has been sanctioned by Canada, by Ukraine, and the UK.
Right.
But not the US or the EU.
Right. And it makes me wonder why the US isn't doing it. Probably something to do with notions. I feel like one of the reasons has to do with religion in the instance of the United States too. But uh, just that trying to not offend, I suppose, certain Russian citizens of the United States or what have you for whatever reason. I don't know why. Doesn't really make sense to me. But there you have it. So hopefully we'll follow suit with um, Canada and Great Britain and other sane states, and hopefully the EU will too, sooner rather than later.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, indeed. And just to throw it out there, I, after many months, decided last night because I had too much coffee yesterday and I couldn't sleep. And I was thinking about my research. I decided to make a TikTok. So if anybody's interested in seeing a TikTok about Chechnya and a certain American president whose quote I completely forgot about until I ran across it again yesterday in relation to all of that. I made a about 8-minute long TikTok talking about the situation and all of that. So if anybody's interested, you can take a look at that. But yeah, that was what I did last night. I made a TikTok. So very interesting.
If you don't have a TikTok already, just don't stay away. Just stay
I
away.
know. You know what? I was gonna delete it, but like I have mixed feelings about that. I know it's supposed to be bad because of Chinese influence, and they can get in there and get into my phone and steal my information or whatever. But you know, I don't know. I decided to do it anyway. I guess I'm gonna live dangerously.
On the edge.
Yes, completely on the edge, flying by the seat of my pants. And I mean, I don't know that I have anything that interesting anyway. And I have like 10 different passwords, and I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know what they can get, but I guess we'll find out. Does Clyde have something to offer in relation to that?
Morning, Clyde.
Oh, I was thinking about your comment and the Holy Roost, but just call us bluff and say, okay, yeah, we kind of agree, but the capital of Kiev Rus is Kiev, and they've already revoked Moscow's charter, so Moscow no longer is really a city. So you're no longer a patriarch.
I like the way you think, Clyde.
I mean, that is correct historically, right? I mean,
yeah.
Because I think
it's been revoked.
Yeah, because Kiev revoked Moscow's charter last year, I think.
Yes.
I'm sure I read this.
Yes.
So for Krill, so I don't think Krill wants to go down that road to go down that historical path too far, because Moscow was a forest. Kiev was the center of was the capital.
Yeah, indeed.
So,
yeah, it was the duchy. So the the Mongols came through about what, like 1250 or whatever the heck it was, something like that, and ripped everything up and burnt Kiev to the ground, and the whole thing. And then so they all sort of like scrambled, and Russia became, or what we call Russia today, uh, sort of, I guess, evolved separately. Belarus too, what we know today is Belarus, and Ukraine sort of evolved separately. So the Duchy of Muscovy is where we sort of imagine, Moscow-ish is today. And so, yeah, the Duchy of Muscovy. It was the Duchy of Muscovy, and from there it sort of evolved. But it's not the same, and that's the thing that's kind of interesting. It's like um, Kiev uh, being the capital of Ukraine, and their language, their culture evolved separately. Russian language, and I can testify. I mean, I could testify to this, being that I know Russian, and I started Ukrainian, for example, last year. And while there's lots of words or what have you that are kind of similar, sometimes there'll be a word that's exactly the same in Russian, but it doesn't even mean the same thing. And then other times, and more often than not, there are words that don't exist in Russian. So to me, it's kind of like um, trying to say that Italian and Spanish are the same, like the same language. They're not. They're a Romance language, right? But outside of that, they're definitely not the same. Um, so one of the claims that Russia likes to make is that Ukrainian is just this dialect of Russian, and that's not really true either. It's really just a completely different language. So all of these claims that Kirill or Putin or whoever wants to make are completely irrelevant. But that's not going to obviously stop them from trying to do it. It's just sort of up to us and the rest of the world to tell them no, that we're not going to allow them to do this to Ukraine, um, on any basis, because this isn't the age of empire anymore, right? You can't just go around and beat up your neighbor and try to take some land back just because you believe that it used to belong to you historically or in some sort of mystical holy ruse uh, combination, right? I mean, that's just not legitimate in international rules based order. Post World War II, the United Nations, all of that, like that's just not what you do. So we have to basically just sort of put our foot down and say no. You don't get to do that. So, what are your thoughts, Clyde?
Yeah, when the Mongols came through, just as an aside, they got to Crimea and they laid. That was the first known instance of biological warfare because they brought the plague with them and they catapulted their corpses into the city.
Right.
And then when Cathay got the plague, then they fled to Italy, and then half of Europe was wiped out. So biological warfare goes back a long ways, and the Mongols actually started it. As far as we know, they took the dead bodies of their soldiers who were dying of the plague, and they used their siege equipment to catapult them into the city. That city is now starts with an F. What's the on the coast in Crimea? I forget. It starts with.
Oh
I
yeah,
can't remember
yeah.
the name now, but
I can't remember either. I didn't sleep.
Is it Feodosia?
The Mongols laid siege to it twice. There's a great page in Nature about this actually, and they've gone back from where the Mongols.
That is interesting. And what was I going to say? Oh, related to the Mongols. What's another interesting sort of factoid about that whole sort of time period? If you look at uh, the ancient Mongol maps of the Caucasus region, they put across like the North Caucasus and Chechnya like ungovernable. Because they could never they never successfully conquered that area, so it like literally says ungovernable. across Chechnya and that area in the North Caucasus, Ingushetia, etc. So I love that little factoid because it's just so perfect. It's just brilliant. But yeah, so the Mongols, yeah, so they, completely burned down all that stuff, burned down Kiev, burned down all that. And then, of course, as you know, you want to really tick off a Vatnik, particularly a Russian Vatnik, tell them that the Duchy of Muscovy and Russia was just a vassal of the Mongols, and like literally they get so hot under the collar. It's just so brilliant. You love to see it. So just a little factoid to throw out there for you too, because literally anytime I've mentioned that to somebody, they're like, "You don't know anything about history." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" It's like literal, actual history. It wasn't until Prince, oh gosh, now I'm totally Vladimir or whatever, that uh, uh, ended that whole situation. But for that time period, it absolutely is true that they were vassals, but they just will not like. Um, I get so many nasty grams, like from Russians saying like really horrible things, or bots or whatever it is. Anytime I've made those comments, either in a printed article somewhere, or in an interview or something like that, or a post on Twitter, I always get nasty grams like you would not believe from these Vatniks about that. I know, seriously, like I totally laugh about it, Doman. They're like, "You don't know anything about Russian history, you blah 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 blah," and they come up with all these very colorful things to call me, and it's just brilliant. I always have a hearty chortle.
It's usually the sort of people who think that Russian culture is legitimately and thoroughly represented by Tchaikovsky, right?
Oh yeah. Yes, of course, exactly.
I think this is correct that the Crimean Tatars are descended from the Mongols. I think.
They're
Maybe I'm wrong about
so okay. I have to go look exactly, but I know that they're partially um I think they're partially Turkish. I'm sure they have some Mongol in them somewhere. They're like,
It's
yes, it
complicated.
is.
The answer is it's very complicated
Yes.
because just think of it like this. Maybe this will be a useful explanation for people. Whenever you see maps from like centuries ago, and there's lines on a continent of one state ended here and another state started. That's not how it worked. The boundaries were always very fuzzy. But so that's the first thing. The other thing is, nowadays we think of countries in terms of, generally, not always, but especially in Europe, as nation states, right? You'll say, well, at least in general terms, more or less all the people living in Germany will be people who were born into a German-speaking family and spoke German throughout their life. And then some people will be, will have arrived in their adulthood, or maybe as children to the country, whatever. But the majority of people, broadly speaking, will be from uh, families that have lived there for a long time and spoke kind of the same language and had more or less similar customs. Well, that's not how things looked like 1,000 years ago, right? Because in Crimea, for example, in Crimea is probably the prototypical example of this. You will have had people speaking about a dozen different languages widespread, including Armenian, including Greek, including some Slavic language at the time that hasn't really split up into different languages yet all that much, right? Until about 1,300 years ago, there was only really one Slavic language. It's kind of the same-ish language. Yes, different dialects maybe, but not quite different languages. There would be people speaking Romance languages there. There would be people of Germanic origin speaking some sort of Gothic derivatives and so on, right? So it's very, very complicated. Not to mention the Cumans, the Scythians to be around in a form, some sort of descendants of Scythians and so on. So Crimean Tatars were really formed as a kind of consolidation of all of these different groups as they slowly adopted, as they slowly grew together towards more similar customs and the use of one principal language. It's not like you could genetically trace them all to one group. One of the interesting components is that they are indeed from various different backgrounds coming together in this melting pot that Crimea became at the time. And you shouldn't romanticize it exactly. I'm sure it wasn't necessarily all rainbows
Right.
and unicorns, but it you can't say, oh, they came from somewhere, right? It's more that they were created in situ due to a consequence of both natural and societal factors in that area. Just to try to clarify things somewhat. Dr. Nick?
Right. So, like what I was thinking about was total look, we can sort of assume that, and this is definitely true of Tartars, because first of all, there's multiple kinds of Tartars, right? You've got Crimean Tartars, you've got Bulgar Tartars, Dagestan Tartars, Krimchaks and Siberian Tartars, like all these different groups. And so like you said, like they all kind of have these sort of different origin points. And um the language though is kind of a combination of like sorry, that came on me really quickly. A combination of Turkish and what else? Mongolian, I suppose. Probably a few words here and there, but definitely a combination of Turkish and Persian and all of that. So, and some of the Tartars came from like even the Caucasus region. So, it's just this whole sort of combination of people. But that can also be true of just Ukraine in general. um, Cossacks are also from an area near the North Caucasus. So you've got certain what are they called? Geez, I'm like having a complete brain melt. There's two different kinds of
Kuban.
Cossacks. Huh? What'd you say?
Kuban. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
no,
looking
no,
for?
no. I was
Kuban
talking.
and Don
Yeah,
Cossacks?
yeah. They're from like the Kuban area. But I was talking about so it starts with a Z.
Zaporizhian?
Yes, thank you. Cossacks and the regular sort of Cossacks there. And so there's different kinds of Cossacks too. Ukraine is just this sort of melting pot in a lot of ways of different peoples. um, and this multi-ethnic state where just people went when they were kind of trying to escape different things in their home countries. Remember, there's for hundreds of years there's been Germans in that, ethnic Germans in Ukraine, ethnic Greeks, and all of that too. So that's something else. And the Cossacks and the Tartars historically used to not necessarily have the best relationship. They used to kind of go back and forth and kidnap each other, I suppose, right? Particularly the Cossacks to the Tartars. But all of that has since changed, over the years. And especially when they sort of united against Catherine and her seizure of Crimea during that war, etc. But I mean, Ukraine is really neat, I think, from that perspective. It has this sort of very interesting history. And it kind of goes to what you were talking about a minute ago, Delman, in that, you know, hundreds of years ago, there wasn't what we know of as the modern state with clearly defined territories and all of that. And Ukraine sort of came together as a sort of political state. And there's nothing wrong with that in any way, shape, or form. States are completely socially constructed entities to begin with that come together because people sort of make a decision, through a social contract or whatever, that they are going to obey this lord or obey this person. And then eventually it became a modern state like we know of today. And with those people fighting for their independence as Ukraine for hundreds of years. But it's Ukraine, I think, has a very interesting sort of history from that perspective.
Absolutely. No, I just try to soften maybe statements a little bit, just to really drive home how uncertain and complex everything in history is, and how excessively simplified approaches tend not to
No, you're
work very well, and add a little bit more nuance than is often present in, say, history books.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And it's something that I talk about personally in my classes because I teach particularly comparative politics, which is politics within nations. And so I always teach about the formation of the modern state and how that occurred, this sort of Weberian concept of statehood, that includes like clearly defined territory, legitimacy, and what that means. And in the modern state, you have not just traditional legitimacy and charismatic legitimacy, you also have like rational legal legitimacy, where the people sort of get to choose their leader in some way, shape, or form, however that might look. You've got sovereignty, both internal and external sovereignty, meaning, monopoly on the use of force and getting to determine what that means. And of course, bureaucracy. And all modern states, including what we know of today as England, France, etc., uh, all came together kind of by accident, if you think about it. I mean, initially it was like in all of throughout Europe, it was this sort of territory where you had these competing lords, who were sort of fighting each other, either to protect the land that they had or to get somebody else's land, you know. And through that process, it became the necessity to create things like bureaucracy and all of that, because you needed, now suddenly you had to collect taxes on this bigger land from the serfs, and you had to organize those serfs potentially for purposes of war or something like this, right? And that necessitated people to become specialized in things like creating weapons and being a general, or creating vast aqueducts or whatever it is. And so that bureaucracy sort of came about. It all kind of came about by accident, until you come down to this sort of, final boss fight, is how I kind of describe it to my students, which they think is kind of funny, between the 2 or 3 biggest, baddest people. And then suddenly one wins, and then you've got what would become the modern state. So uh, it's all of it's a complete accident. And it could have gone different ways at different points in history, if whether somebody actually had a son and not a daughter, or just there's so many accidents of fate.
Literal coin tosses.
Yes, exactly. Like so many accidents of fate. And so for people to try to imagine that there's some sort of primordial, um, law as far as, oh, our people have always existed since time immemorial. It's ridiculous because you didn't necessarily have to. And it didn't have to be this way. It was sort of an accident. That's the reality of state formation, and it's no different with Ukraine in a lot of ways. So, just something to keep in mind when you hear Russians or other people try to say that Ukraine is this fake state that was created through such and this and that. It's like all states are fake. I mean, like, really, they are. They're all social constructions. So to try to pretend otherwise is complete hubris. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, I'll add a bit to that. We can see this in the way that Russians are looking at the world, right? Right now, Kalantarian, that is to say, he usually goes by the name Minister Sergei Lavrov, Foreign Minister of Russia, but I prefer to call him by his ancestral name, let's say. He's in New York now. He's at the United Nations Security Council, which Russia is currently presiding. That happens about once every 15 months or so. So nothing too surprising there. The thing is, the thing is that he's really trying to drive this mantra of multilateralism, the multipolar world. But what does that really mean? What that really means is the big countries like Russia, like some others, could go around and say, "Well, this is closer to me than some other big country. Therefore, I can just go and take it." And no one will really bother to stand up against it. What do all these small countries have that can possibly stop us from the great country, from the giant country, with all of these soldiers and weapons and whatever, and just go and take it? And they're projecting that the rest of the world still wants to live in such a world, and they're projecting that fundamentally wrong. You see this in yesterday, I think Medvedev, a couple of days ago, Medvedev, the former prime minister and president of Russia, the guy who kept the seat warm for Putin while Putin went off to be prime minister for a few years because he was president too much otherwise. He gave a speech in which he said, "Hey, Poland, Romania, Hungary, why don't you just each take a bit of Ukraine, and then we'll take the rest of Ukraine, and we can all be happy, right? Isn't this the way that we should be doing this? Because then we can all be happy. You wanted this all along, didn't you?" Well, actually, no. Okay, Hungary maybe, but the rest of the countries definitely not, right? Because the rest of the world doesn't really want to go through all this changing of border, because everybody kind of realizes that it's not really worth it, right? That costs more than it's worth. But also, you can just work with the people on a different side of a border. And yes, it's a little bit more complicated when you have to do that, but it's not that hard, right? It's not that complicated. It's not that difficult. It's not worth it. It absolutely is worth it. It's perfectly manageable, and you don't need to go around changing borders all over the place. So, Dr. Nick, I had a look on Wikipedia. And I had a look on the Wikipedia page. It says list of territorial disputes between UN member states. And I had a look at the Europe section. And you know what you can find here? You can find fantastic disputes, such as the Mont Blanc summit dispute, where France says that the peaks of the Mont Blanc Massif, the Dôme de Gutter, Punta Helbronner, and Mont Blanc, all lie in French territory. But Italy says that the line is on the summit, so that the summits themselves are shared. Or, for example, Rocco, the islet, the little, bit more than a rock off in the North Atlantic that all of Ireland, the UK, Denmark, and Iceland all claim as theirs. Or maybe some islands in the Danube River between Croatia and Serbia that are in dispute because the river changed its course at some point a little bit since the border was drawn 100 plus years ago. Or perhaps the Sveta Gera military complex, which is on a hill in the middle of a forest where nobody lives, on the Slovenian-Croatian border, is in dispute how much of it is in which country. Those are the sort of normal territorial disputes that Europe deals with, right? Or, for example, the town of Olivença, which Portugal claims that Spain never gave them back after the Vienna Treaty. Stuff like that. And then you have Russia, who, after 23 years of signing treaty after treaty with Ukraine, signing agreement after agreement with Ukraine, in all of which they affirmed Ukrainian sovereignty over all of Ukrainian territory, they suddenly said, no, we will contest like 200,000 square kilometers of Ukraine as actually being in territorial dispute with Russia. And we're going to invade it with something like 1 million-man army or some such. Of course, nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. It's only in the Russian projection that when Medvedev, after he's had his rations and Putin's rations and 17 other people's rations worth of vodka, and goes and I presume he dictates these things because they never have any spelling mistakes, and I'm pretty sure that if he were typing himself, he'd make a lot of spelling mistakes. It's awfully clean grammatically as well. Somebody else must come in and clean this up
I don't know.
afterwards, right?
I think he does it personally. I mean, he's always been kind of tight that way. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. But it's so weird. First of all, let me just say, I just got a kick out of that whole territorial dispute thing because it's so true. Europe quibbling over, some rock somewhere or some line in the mountains, it's just like, they're just like, kind of like, how to describe it? Like, I don't know, like two twins or two like siblings or cousins or something quibbling over some sort of thing. I mean, they're not going to kill each other over it. At least most people wouldn't anyway. But, of course, here comes Russia, and Russia just has to um just show everybody up. Has to come in here like a bull in a china cabinet and decide that they are going to take Ukraine, and because they have some right to it. It's absolutely hilarious. But I mean, except that it's so serious and genocidal, and that aspect of it definitely is not. But it's reminds me, a friend of mine who is a professor at University of Toronto. He's Russian, by the way, and he said one time, and this is even before this invasion occurred. He was like, um, he adapted. That meme where I don't know what movie this is from, and I should because I like memes and all that, but I know I didn't see the movie, but it's the meme where it's got the mother in the front seat yelling in the back seat at some child that I presume is like having like some sort of mental breakdown or, uh, being possessed or something. It's like, why can't you just be normal? Right. And sometimes they'll put like a map of Florida over the kid's face or, something like that to demonstrate that this kid is like crazy and is representing Florida or whatever. Well, he made that meme and put Russia's face on the kid and was like, why can't, particularly he was talking about Putin though in particular, and he was like, why can't my president just be normal, like everybody else, and just like be, not be aggressive towards neighbors or say crazy things about nuclear weapons or whatever. He was just like, it's just absolutely depressing and ridiculous. But it's so true. But Medvedev, a long time ago, I'm sure you would remember this, gentleman, that a lot of people thought that he could, and very briefly I had this hope even, but it was dashed. But because Medvedev, he has this um, graduate degree, PhD, whatever, in law, and was supposed to be the reformer. He was supposed to be, the good angel on Putin's shoulder. And so it's really just been surreal to watch his descent over the years into not only just base corruption, just wanton, horrific corruption, but also into this sort of genocidal, yes, maybe drunk maniac with a Twitter account that is just tweeting out that basically, like, Ukrainians should be genocided for all intents and purposes. And it just is just absolutely surreal for somebody that's been watching this from the time that they were both working in St. Petersburg, both Putin and Medvedev. So it's just so crazy because he really has lost it in recent years and just gotten worse. And I think that my sort of guess is that um, Putin made sure that he was going to be just as corrupt as Putin was on, at least on some base level, right? So that uh, he couldn't either one day, if he were to somehow get power or something like that, to bring Putin up on corruption charges, or that he couldn't point some finger at Putin or to have one up on him in some way to ensure that he was just as guilty because he's in on this. He's got this big mansion, um, just huge. Of course, nowhere near the size of Putin's, of course. Medvedev's, as massive as it is, looks like a quaint sort of French cottage or, something like that in the country. But it it's just insane, the level of corruption and his descent into this drunken, like, genocidal, um, really almost in some ways sounding like the devil on Putin's shoulder when it was reversed before. It was almost like Medvedev, like I said, was the angel on Putin's shoulder many years ago. So it's just so weird.
Yeah, it's really funny, isn't it? But I think when you read the drunken ramblings nowadays, you can really see the scope of the projection contained therein. And you can kind of tell that they're really drinking their own Kool-Aid, right? About everybody else just wanting more territory, more lands, and why doesn't Poland just take Western Ukraine? Silly nonsense like that. That's the civilizational difference. That's the civilizational difference between those who have said that no, borders are settled, this is done, this isn't a question anymore, isn't an issue anymore, and those very much on the other side. And that's why it's so much more important to keep supporting Ukraine, to allow them to expel the Russian invaders.
Indeed.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Hi, hello. I have a question. I came to you with a question. Is that something new?
No, never heard you do that before.
So, what about with all the kitchens and the counteroffensive tag? What's that all about? I'm lost. I've seen more kitchens. I have to say I hate kitchens because I'm refurbishing my kitchen and I didn't manage to finish it in months. So when this trend started, it's like, I hate this.
So
kitchens
we can't tell you,
everywhere.
Anda, it's classified. You know that it's classified. We can't tell you a thing about it.
I don't know. if I knew, I wouldn't have asked.
Well, it comes from saying that talking about the Ukrainian counteroffensive shouldn't be done, right? You shouldn't talk about the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And then somebody had a clever idea that there should be lots of offensive counters, right? Counters that kitchen counters, which are offensive to one's sensibilities of order and cleanliness. So people started posting lots of very messy counters, that is to say, offensive counters, with the hashtag Ukraine counteroffensive, ideally to confuse Russians.
Yeah, oh, thank you for bringing that up, Anda, because I kind of had parsed out what it meant, but it's so hilarious. I was enjoying that too for a little while of guilty Twitter scrolling for entertainment. And I wanted to actually include my old countertops in this, and I totally forgotten about it until you just mentioned it. So I need to go dig up a picture of my old counters because they were truly offensive, in my opinion. This horrible sort of like light blue color with this weird like blonde wood on the sides and everything. It was so bad, and it didn't match anything in my house. And uh, so I finally got rid of them last year, thankfully. But I think I'm going to try to remember to make my own counteroffensive meme and put my counters in there because they are just truly horrifically offensive. So
You know what the funny thing is? I know what's going on. I know why this kicked off. And I have a hunch as to who started it. I think what happened was the people in the three-letter agencies that found Jack Teixeira's identity on the basis of the kitchen counter in his mother's house said, you know what would be really useful? If we had a big database of everybody's kitchen counter. And then, if they take pictures of any classified documents, we can find them right away.
oh my lord. See, you know what? I this is what happens when they are, in this sort of news blackout. We're forced to entertain ourselves with this absolute insanity. It's brilliant though, and I think you might be onto something there, Doman. Sounds legit. Totally seems legit.
Dr. Nick, I tagged you in something. Go look it up because it's an origin story of Contact, and I think Scribe wants to touch on that as well. Just don't touch it too hard because then it explodes. Scribe.
Yeah,
that's how ERA works.
Oh no!
I'm gonna have to. So one of my I'm so sorry. I'll send this to you. Well, I don't know if I should, but somebody on my Twitter feed, and some of you probably follow this person too. Oh gosh, what's his name again? I think it's Friendly Kozak. It's Kozak something or other. But anyway, he made this really hilarious one, and like it's actually kind of inappropriate, but it's so funny. And I might share it with a few of you. But it's so good. I mean, these things are just so hilarious. They're cracking me up. But I did see that Doman and I retweeted it.
Scribe.
So I was just going to comment on the whole countertop things. I have seen some offensively countertops from Russia. Let's just say I had to not eat for a few hours.
Yeah, that is a thing. And if you watch some Russian TikTok or YouTube videos sometimes, you'll see the offensive kind in the fact that they're kind of dirty and messy and whatnot. So yeah, you will see some of that too. Uh, and some equally offensive people to go with it.
Come on, guys, you are being too harsh with the Russians. They are trying to improve themselves. I really believe this because the prime minister of Russia announced in a public discussion with Putin, apparently. I will make a parenthesis. There is something that is happening in Moscow these days, like a scientific conference or something like this, and it's taking place in Moscow Manege. It's very strange because in Romania, Manege is a space where you train the animals to walk in circles, and it's also used for the circus. So I don't know, but it's called like this. And yesterday, Mr. Medvedev, as Doman said, made some very bold statements about how Hungary, Poland, and Romania want to have a bite of Ukraine. Like, you know, in the paradigm, come on, boys, we've done all the job. We take a piece of Ukraine, take a bite yourselves, and let's settle this like this. Otherwise, you know, we have some nuclear weapons. But yeah. And today, the Prime Minister announced that they want to change, they want a new model of public administration, and they want to base it on big data. To get the information directly from the source, bypassing intermediaries, and to have a good feedback from the citizens and businesses. So I have two, I don't know, I can think of two reasons. One reason is that they are so ridden with the corruption that they cannot do it anymore. And the second, you know, when they started this war, they had a lot of big data for the military, but now they are kind of on the side of small data, and they want back to big data again. What do you think?
I think they just manipulate whatever data they want for their purposes, whether it's big data, medium data, small data. Um, that's just what I see. And w- there's been multiple times where I've had, and this just happened to me recently again. Funny you mentioned that. A Vatnik, think a Russian Vatnik by scrolling his page, was trying to post some sort of like data of I forget what it even was, like oh, like I think Ukrainians killing Russians and genocide or some nonsense like this, right? In the war. And like they come up with the most crazy like charts. And see, that's a thing though that can be kind of slick about this, unfortunately, is if you don't know any better, when you look at these things, you're like, oh, well, that looks official because it's like a chart and it's got like dates on the bottom and it's got a squiggly line and it goes up and down and, it looks like some serious piece of data. Um, but when you call them on it, like, hey, I want to see the original source to that. Don't just hand me a screenshot. I'd like to look at that original source because I have some questions, right? And of course, they never provide the actual link, which is quite interesting. But they come up with all kinds of data to manipulate, twist. Um, look at one aspect. Sometimes it has some uh, very small bearing in truth, and they'll just maybe look at a couple of data points out of context of other things. So it's just, I you can't even like really try to make sense of it because that's the point. It's not supposed to make sense. I think from the point of view of the Russian state, they just want to get any information out there that they can that will confuse people. Maybe a few people will buy it, maybe more than a few. There'll be those that don't. There'll be those that, will say, well, gosh, it's also confusing. How can I make sense of any of this stuff and just give up and not want, just sort of walk away from it? And that really is their sort of ideal situation. They want to create that sense of uncertainty, like nobody can possibly know the truth, because there's just so much stuff out there. And, politicians lie anyway, and we'll never know the truth. And that's what they do. That's their modus operandi. And you can see it, especially if you happen to be an unlucky person who gets attacked by some of these bots. I've had it happen to me where they throw like every narrative at you. And if you aren't somebody that's savvy, and trying to discern what the truth is, it's very easy to get lost and confused in that.
You're missing the forest for the trees, Dr. Day. You keep saying data, data, data. No,
It's
that's not
not
what it is.
data.
No, hear me out. That's not what it's about. Look, the Russian, high official, Medvedev, somebody else. He looked at it. He said, "Aha, da, ta, yes, this," and that's why he got so excited, because they like something that's very close to them. That's very something that they can reach out and touch, that they can really understand well. And that's why they got so excited. And everything else is just misreporting, a slight misunderstanding. Even much slighter misunderstanding than whatever Ramaphosa was on about yesterday.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely from the point of view of Medvedev. I was just talking about how she said that's, sometimes they go for big data, little data, medium data, and so when you do happen to come across somebody that's tweeting data, quote unquote, at you, it's like, the point of that is just to confuse you. But no, I totally agree with you about Medvedev yesterday, and the Poland thing. And one thing I'll say about that, going to this disinformation and confusion, right, is how Medvedev and Putin, not that long ago, and for many years actually before all this, have been talking about that Poland is next, that they're going to come for Poland, you know? And so now what? Now they're going to make some sort of land deal with them. But if you don't, then we got the nukes, or like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just this weird, disjointed, just sort of whatever grabs them at the moment, type situation.
They made like a statement like this yesterday, like we have only 2 square kilometers to deal with in Bakhmut, and then we are up to Warsaw. So
see, it keeps evolving, right? So initially they said, all we need to do is take Bakhmut, and then the road to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk is open. Then they said, all we need is to take Bakhmut, and then we can take all of Donetsk Oblast. And say, well, we know you need to do is to take Bakhmut, and we can get all the way to Dnipro. And they said, what we need to do is take Bakhmut, and then we can get all the way to Kiev. And now, as Ivana says, all we need to do is take Bakhmut, and we're going to go all the way to Warsaw. So it keeps expanding. Another week or so, we're going to hear Berlin, Paris, London.
Oh, hey, I
By
thought
by
I
May
have
9th, we're going to hear, all you need to do is take Bakhmut. And the next day, we will be in Washington.
Right, right. Okay, well, listen, I have an article from early in the war from Medvedev that he put out some opinion piece in one of these Russian rags. I forget which one it is now. But he said that his idea of the Russian borders is that they would extend all the way out to Lisbon.
From Lisbon to Vladivostok.
Exactly. That's literally what he said. From Lisbon to Vladivostok.
I know,
Okay.
I read the same one.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. So like legit, that isn't like even like it's totally not even a crazy thing. And, then they start tweeting out these things from this like shaman, from one of the ethnic republics saying, well, we need to go take Alaska, not just Alaska, but California, because there were ports that the Russians had in California. So technically that was our territory. So we should go take all the way down to California, from Alaska to California. It's just, that's the thing. It's like we kind of laugh about it, but at the same time, it's like in a way, you kind of have to in order to stay sane, because exactly, Doman, like you said a minute ago, the narratives change so often. and it's like literally whatever strikes them at the moment. Um, and but at the same time, you have to think about it seriously though too, because one day Putin could keel over and we don't know who's going to come after him, and they might be even crazier than Pooty Poot and might think, oh, that Medvedev guy, had a great idea. Let's go all the way to Lisbon or something. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't know who's going to come after and how serious they're going to take this stuff. They may be serious about trying to retake Alaska. That keeps coming up in the Duma, of course, probably more for propaganda purposes at this point. But somebody might take that seriously. Nobody would have thought, well, unless you studied the region, I guess. But outside of that, you wouldn't have necessarily thought that this would even be happening, that 2014 would have happened. Like, how could you legitimately try to say there aren't any Russian troops in Ukraine when there's actual literal, like, you know what I mean? It's like that toddler that's, broke something in the house or got their hand in the cookie jar and is like, that's not my hand. I didn't do that. No, that wasn't me. That was like, my invisible friend or something, you know what I mean? It's just absolutely insane. But this is what we're dealing with. And who knows what's going to come after that?
Who knows? All I'll say is that when it comes to Alaska, being part of America, it's much like when Orban says, "Oh yes," and Greater Hungary, we want all of this back. They're only saying it because they know that there's no way of this ever coming true or anybody ever attempting it, even the more crazy folk. And it's okay. It's okay. Johannes, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. And yeah, I mean, I think it was like 6 years ago or so that Putin had appeared on some TV show and took a kind of geography test from a boy, and then there was a question where do Russia's border end? Where does Russia's border end? Or I think the kid asked, and Putin answered, well, Russia's border, granica России нигде не заканчивается. So the border of Russia ends nowhere, and that's kind of yeah. I think that's a saying that everybody in Russia is familiar with. So it's on purpose that borders can shift any day, and that there is no fixed border for them. There is no place where it ends. But I guess I mean more realistic than taking back Alaska, or as they say, taking back. Is actually, I mean, there's a huge threat for years already hanging over Kazakhstan, because I mean that's something which has been very seriously discussed in the Russian Duma, that if that Kazakhstan will be next, and that all the northern oblasts of Kazakhstan, which are mainly Russian speaking, should be rightfully Russia's. So I think that's a danger that hasn't gone away. I think, I mean, currently probably not in the mood for more adventures, but that's something which is probably can be put back onto the agenda any day. And there was another thing, I mean, regarding big data. I would assume that there is a connection there with this law that Putin signed on 14th of April, which is they call it the Zakon об электронных повестках, which translates like I think the law on electronic draft or so. So when now. Since Putin has signed that law, the situation in Russia is that you don't even have to receive a letter in your mail saying that you should go to the Военкомат, the place where
the draft office, conscription office.
Okay, yeah, okay, thanks. But that this letter is considered received by you 7 days after it has been entered into the registry. So it doesn't even go out in the mail. You don't even have to get an email. It's just they consider that officially that you have received it 7 days after they have entered into the registry. And I guess that's a Russian version of big data. So data as something that allows you to kind of do anything with anybody. And I would assume that this is somehow linked. And maybe the other thing that I actually last night wanted to chime in when Dr. Nick talked about, I think it was last night, I mean, at least last night, our European time, so it was probably yesterday around noon in the US, about Chechnya and the anniversary of the killing of Johar Dudayev. And I think something that I thought should be mentioned in that connection is not only the struggle of Chechens for their self-determination, independence, but at the same time that this genocide in this repeated genocide in Chechnya is what has made Putin so popular in Russia. I mean, that's something which is I think very, very concerning. That I mean, Putin didn't start committing genocide in Ukraine, not even in Syria, but really 20 years back in Chechnya, and even before he became president, and that's what got him the ticket to the presidency. Yeah, and he's been popular with Russians ever since, not least because he did so. Yeah, so I just that was just a small addition to what Dr. Nick said last night. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was going to add to that. But go ahead, Domi. You go first.
I was going to say thank you, Johannes. Dr. Nick, would you like to add something to that?
Oh, okay. Well, so first, I want to back up, and you were talking about the the borders in Russia not having any borders, and that comment that he made to the kid, and that was aroundish the time, if I remember correctly. Time is sort of a sort of sieve right now to me in relation to everything Russia's doing, but um, it was around the time-ish, if I remember correctly, that they put in that law related to R2P, which in international law is the abbreviation for the right to protect. And that is something that actually exists in international law. And of course, because, and again, you've probably heard me say this a bajillion times, but it's true, which is why they did it. Putin is a legitimacy seeking authoritarian. And so they're trying to, through the R2P initiative that they created and wrote into their constitution, trying to sort of like shoehorn in some idea of international law, international human rights law, believe it or not. Okay. This idea, but it doesn't quite work in the Russian context, because what Putin's basically saying is that he has the right to protect any Russian speaker, which really he means ethnic Russian, but he could, if he wanted to, because that word does have double meaning in Russian, uh, make it just Russian speakers, but to protect them anywhere they are in the world. So that could be, geez, I don't know where all the Russians are in different countries of the world, but they exist in most countries. You have a Russian neighborhood or whatever in most places. And like it, for example, in New York City area, it's Brighton Beach, right? And so that law under the Russian Constitution allows him to, anytime that they perceive there is a threat to Russian speakers or ethnic Russians, however it is they choose to interpret that, will allow them to go into that country, to cross their borders, and engage in defensive combat, is what they would call it, I guess, right? Um, and it's just insane if you think about it. And so, to your point, Johannes, about what he said to that little boy, that notion that they baked into this international law idea of R2P into the Russian constitution, right, basically says that That's what that means, essentially. If you think about it at its most literal sense, that anywhere in the world where there are Russians or Russian speakers, ethnic Russians, and see, it could also be just Russian speakers, because what you were talking about a minute ago about Kazakhstan, and that there are Russian speakers in Kazakhstan, they're not all ethnic Russians, or Georgia. Those aren't all ethnic Russians there. Chechnya, for the love of Pete, definitely not, right? And so that any place where there are these Russian speakers, they could go in and protect those people from the leadership that are quote unquote oppressing them in some sort of way. So in that way, in a way, it means that sort of de facto, if that makes sense, Johannes. And real quickly, what you talked about Chechnya, um, yeah, I briefly had mentioned what you were talking about as far as the genocides. I talk about it whenever anybody asks me about it. Usually, um, sometimes, oh gosh, what's his name? Abdullah will come on, and if he sees me, he'll ask me something about it, and we talk about it a little bit. But absolutely, when first of all, let me back up just real quick, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because I feel like I talk about it so much, but the first Chechen War obviously happened under Yeltsin, and believe it or not, the day that Zhokhar Dudayev was assassinated, guess who was visiting Yeltsin? Anybody?
Schröder, maybe?
No,
Oh no,
no.
that was even before Schröder came into office. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was there, and they were having a summit. And there's been a lot of speculation, actually, that the U.S. Helped with this assassination for technical reasons, because Russia didn't have as good of satellites or whatever to have honed in on him that way. And in some ways, the idea that Bill Clinton was there when this happened kind of maybe lends credence to that idea. But I digress. So, um, that happened under Yeltsin. Yeltsin became unpopular because of it, because it was an embarrassment, not because of the genocide so much per se. It was the amount of Russian soldiers that were dying at the hands of little tiny baby Chechnya, population of approximately 1 million people. And it was an embarrassment for most Russians from that perspective. But Putin made it super popular because he just sort of went in there, and even though there was this concept of total war under Yeltsin, obviously because there was a genocide that took place and all of that, Putin sort of took it to another level too. If you can imagine that, sort of kicked it up a notch. And because they had already gone through one genocide, the end of 94 to 95, 96, right, when Zhokhar Dudayev was assassinated in April of 1996. And then right after that, they were forced into this truce. They went through that genocide there. After that, any country that goes through that kind of genocide that's that small, that has been completely devastated. I mean, think about this. What I talked about the other day was that Chechnya is 40 times or no, Ukraine is 40 times the size in population of Chechnya. Okay. And so when that occurred, and you think too about the size of Chechnya, about the size, half the size of Crimea or something like this, um, that the entire country looks like Mariupol, Bakhmut, um, you know, uh, Izium, and all these other places, because it was much easier for Russia to completely level the whole country. They could not recover without any sort of Western aid or anything like that. And then here comes this second war when they're trying to recover, they're trying to get back on their feet, and they're having all these problems with corruption and various other things too. Um, that they couldn't handle a second genocide.
in under 10 years, and be able to recover that from that very easily. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And because this time around, uh, Putin he just got so lucky in so many ways with the economy, with his starting this war and nobody suspecting that they were the ones who blew up the apartments, and Chechnya already being in a very weak position to start with, that they could just power through that whole country and commit all this genocide. And so, yes, it was very popular amongst the Russian people. People loved it. It made him super popular. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a really excellent point to bring up.
I mean, sorry, I put up my hand, but I didn't ask for, wait for Domen to call me up. So, excuse me. But I mean, the strange thing though is what happened afterwards. That I mean, Russia poured so much money into the rebuilding of Grozny, and I think it's now like one of the fanciest places in Russia. So, I mean, like at least from looks of it, the skyscrapers and everything.
Right.
And then Kadyrov is, I mean, he seems to be, I mean, at least he's counted by many as one of the big power brokers in Russia now. So that's something which I really struggle to understand, how this has come to happen and what it actually means. Because I mean, I would believe that most Chechens see him as a traitor, but still he seems to be, I mean, totally disproportionately powerful in Russia. And how could that happen? Why did it happen?
Well, so first of all, just pointing out, we'll start with what Grozny looks like, right? It's important to understand, though, that while that occurred, at the same time, something else was happening. That is massive theft from the Kadyrovs, starting with his father, Ahmed. And ironically, because he was the imam of Chechnya, and on the side of the rebels before Put sort of co-opted him. But massive theft that was supposed to go towards the rebuilding of Chechnya, for homes and all of this kind of stuff. I'm to the tune of probably over $1 billion, at least, of that money. And even Russian officials have been interviewed and commented on that theft. So that's number one. Let's just talk about that. Number two, you step outside Grozny and it looks just like Russia. You step outside Moscow, it's slums. It's, people living in very poor conditions. There's also very high income inequality. There's very high unemployment rates there. Um, so Putin, why did he put money into Chechnya? For the same reason, and this is what I was telling everybody, they've got control of Mariupol. It's going to look like Grozny. They're going to try to turn it into, their plan for Ukraine was basically like a redo of Chechnya. Any place that they destroyed, they would rebuild, but not necessarily great. Especially these housing units. Okay, and the purpose of that is because, number one, they want to have external legitimacy in some way. Like, look, this is our area. Yes, it got torn down by war, but we are going to give the people back, their houses and whatever. In their minds, this creates a certain type of legitimacy and might endear them to the population somehow, or to some people externally, which, by the way, is happening. You see all the time people talking about, oh, look, there are schools open now in Mariupol. Oh, look at these beautiful houses that they built, and all of this stuff. And so it does serve that purpose, just the same as it did in Chechnya when he was putting money towards rebuilding Grozny. And the idea is to make the people submit and be completely dependent upon you. And uh, so that the idea of resistance sort of seems like impossible. And part of that is this economic dependence as well. Need them for housing, all of this stuff. And that's what they've done in Chechnya. I mean, it's this sort of level of state capture where the elites own so much stuff. There's so much corruption, and yet the people live in such horrid conditions, really. And you're right, they do see him as a traitor, the majority of people. um this How he got so much power was because Chechnya was ungovernable, going back to the Mongols. Right? I mean, they Putin realized that he was going to have a very difficult time with a insurgency in Chechnya. And Kadyrov had an idea, particularly his son, before Ramzan became prime minister and then president and then, leader of Chechnya, whatever. Okay. Um, he started the Kadyrovsky under his father. And the idea was essentially to weaponize their own culture sort of against them. This is something else I'm going to talk about in my book, about how they basically subdued the insurgency by doing things like kidnapping their relatives, by like raping the men in their families. Because, yes, of course, that's going to be horrific in any culture, but particularly in a culture like Chechnya, where they're based on this sort of like an honor based society, and notions of family and clans and all of this kind of stuff, and blood feuds, that this would create, um, this sort of situation where people might felt like be embarrassed, be humiliated, somehow might have to then go to Kadyrov and say, I need protection from this other group over here. And I mean, he really used and weaponized Chechen culture against the population in such a way that it allowed the Kadyrovsky to, just really flourish. Because you would go, say, to Kadyrovsky, one of them, for protection against maybe somebody else in the Kadyrovsky, and you, in order to become protected by the Kadyrovsky, by Kadyrov, you would have to then, say, go kill somebody for Kadyrov, and that might be one of the other insurgents. And so you then become tied to Kadyrov through what's called chir, or blood libel. And it's this whole, like, very intricate, complicated web. And that sort of concept is what allowed him to subdue the insurgency. And so, because of that, he won, um, Putin's favor, because Chechnya was going to be a big problem for him, and he basically brought Chechnya to heel. And so that's how he's kind of gained some power. Sometimes throughout his rule, uh, people have thought that Putin can't even control Kadyrov if he wanted to in some ways. Um, uh, Ultimately, he would have to, because Putin is the leader, but he's kind of let Kadyrov run Chechnya through this um, policy of Chechenization, weaponizing a dot and doing all of this stuff in society, because it was successful. And so he has power from that perspective, because from, I guess, Putin's idea that nobody could control Chechnya, he can't see anybody else who could do what Kadyrov did, you know and so he's got that power from that perspective. But at the same time, I would be wary of trying to extrapolate that to anything beyond, really, um Chechnya. So, like, in other words, he's not going to become the next Putin. because never in a million years would Russian society accept a Chechen, somebody like Kadyrov as the president of Russia. It just won't happen. So while he has power, yes, his power is still tied to Putin, though. And if Putin goes down, Kadyrov goes down. And that's one reason why you see these Chechen battalions in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine. They hope that Putin will become weak through this war. Dudayev had said that that Russia will break its back on Ukraine. And so that's what they're biding their time for. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Laughing Tommy.
Sorry, I was away from the phone for a second. Basically, Dr. Nick touched upon most of what I wanted to say. I just want to also point out one interesting fact that, the amount of unexploded ordnance there was around Kiev and so on, those huge mountainous piles that they gathered of cluster munitions, etc. An interesting fact is that after the Chechen wars, especially the second one, they couldn't after the first, but after the second one, when the Russians regained control of Ichkeria, they never conducted a wide-scale unexploded ordnance removal operation. So if you imagine the situation where Ukrainians are still finding all these unexploded shells, grenades, all of that, and there's an international effort to train specialists so it can all be removed. Since '97, even though the operation to subdue the Ichkerians was even worse because they had far less means to defend themselves, so cities were leveled and the volume of fire was simply insane. Even despite all of that, there are still insane amounts. Nothing has been cleaned, and people are still discovering and blowing up and getting mutilated by unexploded ordnance to this day. Nothing has changed. And the second bit is exactly what Dr. Nick said about the organization was correct. Basically, Kadyrov is given absolute rule within Ichkeria, but he does so with in order to demonstrate absolute brutality, to demonstrate the strength of the regime, but he has no power outside because his power within Ichkeria even is supported by the Siloviki and especially the FSB. Ichkeria is very interested in that the entire infrastructure for surveillance, communication, security, and so on was built from the ground up by the FSB. So if you want to look at what an FSB police state looks like in reality, if it's built from the ground up, Ichkeria is the perfect example. They have these metropolitan centers. And one thing that's very weird, somebody mentioned on, I think it was either Camille Galev or somebody else, but what was very interesting is that around 20 kilometers away from the place where Kadyrov lives, all the traffic lights are constantly red. And that's done for everybody to be constantly within traffic violations, because when Kadyrov and his Siloviki move in a convoy, they drive out at huge speeds, like 150, 160 kilometers an hour, so that they can be tracked or intercepted by somebody who's trying to organize an ambush or something. And if somebody collides with the convoy due to its high speed, it's the red lights are all, they're basically you rammed into the convoy on a red light, so the punishment is brutal judicially against you. if you ever get to the judicial phase. And it's like that. And also something interesting, the Kadyrovites aren't clan-based. They were initially, but the idea is that they're based on who can deliver brutality to the regime. And Kadyrov's people are basically run by three guys whose names I can't remember because, ADD. But basically, you prove your loyalty. Sometimes you might have to prove your loyalty by killing members of your own clan, of your own family. And what struck me was that they call going out and killing a random person delivering a result. So basically, they need people who can show that they are brutal, that they don't care who they apply their brutality to, and that those people are valued because they are able to cement the posture of the tyrant, right, of each carrier. And that's that. It's an insanely efficient and brutal regime organized entirely around brutality. There's no legalism to speak of in each carrier. Everything, even the laws, are built to be in service to the brutality of the regime. It's, in a way, it's weirder than North Korea.
That's true. And there's a couple of things. One, let me add one asterisk to what I said about Kadyrov doesn't have power outside of Ichkeria. I guess not really Ichkeria anymore, Chechnya. But the if Kadyrov has enemies among the diaspora, he can rely on the FSB to help with that intelligence gathering so that he can go after these people or their families or whatever. And that's another level of brutality that you see there. And because there are those Chechens, particularly in the diaspora, who are still attached to the idea of the clan and the importance of family and all of that. Of course, you're going to feel that way about somebody in your family, period. But it takes like an added level because this is something very cultural, where it's like your sense of manliness is tied to your ability to protect your family, for instance. And so that's just like this whole other layer of this onion. And so the state uses the FSB to hunt down people in the diaspora, anybody that Kadyrov says needs to go. And you're right about the concept of clans from Kadyrov. He's trying to break down the clan structure in Chechnya. And that's one way how they do it. So, like what I was talking about, when, if you need to go and get protection from Kadyrov, they'll have you kill somebody. And yes, it can even be somebody in your own family that you might have to kill for your own protection. And that it's another way to break down the clan system, which is what he's trying to do, so that Chechens will ultimately be responsible to the state and not their clan anymore. And it's just this really sort of twisted thing. And about that red light, it's so funny. I laughed when you said that because it's true. And another way that they use that red light, not just, because Kadyrov could be speeding out of, his complex or whatever, and you better get out of the way. The other thing is if they just decide that, everybody, if you're going into this town, you're going to run this red light, like there's no way around it because it's literally one street that goes in the way they have it into the city where Kadyrov's house is. There's only one way in and one way out of that city, and so you're gonna run this red light no matter what. And the idea, though, too, is that if they want to get you for some reason and you run that light, well, they can just stop you because it's a traffic violation, and then they can just grab you. It's easier to grab you and arrest you from your car in a traffic violation or something like this. So it's so sinister, um but that's just exactly how Kadyrov is, and that's how what his rule looks like.
Right, and what do we see here? Let's zoom out a little bit, right? We're seeing a pretty medievally system that's being used in the Russian Federation to keep the vassals to the glorious supreme leader in check, and to keep them wanting to stay vassals because it's a pretty cushy job if you can get it, and maintain with the distributed suppression of local populations, ones that would otherwise be among the more likely ones to not want to be a part of the Russian Federation anymore. And this is a recipe that's being used, indeed abused, across the Russian Federation to make Russia into more effective, I guess, into a more effective, efficient imperialist power. Johannes?
Yeah, I think that's one thing which really struck me that Dr. Nick said. It's about Kadyrov trying to destroy the clan system and switching the primary loyalty of people from the clan to the state, and that's something I've seen very much with those indigenous peoples of Siberia that I've been working with. That there it happened already, like in the 1930s, 1940s, that all their traditional institutions were destroyed, and the traditional kind of leaders, shamans, reindeer herders, and so on, they were all being killed, and a new kind of state-educated elite was put into power, whose primary loyalty was no longer with their people, but with the Soviet state. And I think that's something which has been happening everywhere in the former Soviet Union. You were trying to take away agency from the peoples, from the communities, and redirect it towards the state. So it really makes a lot of sense to think that probably Kadyrov is doing the same in Chechnya.
Tommy?
Yes, precisely what Dr. Nick and Johannes were saying. It's a perversion of the existing traditional authority into basically creating a super clan according to the old system, but it's actually a brutal criminal organization that rules the polity. And also, when I was saying that he has no power outside of Chechnya, I meant that he is a tool, he's a truncheon for the regime in Russia, so he doesn't have political power that comes above such a level. He's going to be a tool forever, exactly as Dr. Nick said. Russians would never allow themselves to be ruled by him. He's not that part of the apparatus. He's not the decision maker or something like that. He's the thing that they scare other people with, including at the front. He's are the barrier troops. He's the guy who basically enforces the brutality of the regime wherever he goes, and that's the point of the Akhmat Corps. They just kill whoever's unwilling to follow the words of the regime.
100%. You see them at the front lines, but they're usually in the back. They don't do the fighting. They're like second, third, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Line back, because they're there to make sure that the people in front of them, because of course they're not going to do the fighting, not really. They're there to make sure that the ethnic others, like the Buryats and whoever else, who are on the front line, are doing what they're supposed to do, or maybe on occasion get together with Wagner and help them a little bit, to ensure that people are facing forward towards the enemy, and that's pretty much it, and to enforce that structure, because as we've seen, they're more like TikTok troops. They're not particularly, because they're not warriors. They not in that way. Not they've never not really fought real war before. They're thugs, they're gangsters, they're, enforcers. And so that's the role that they're best in. And so they do that from sort of behind. So yeah, we definitely see that play out here.
Very good, thank you, Dr. Nick. And as to the previous comment of Kazakhstan, there's already worries in there. There's already worries internally within Kazakhstan, quite considerable ones, and I think some people got arrested a day or two ago, 3 days maybe last week. I'm not sure. River, shoot.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Dr. Ford, laughing since apparently there's a couple of SMEs up on this topic. So apparently Chechnya is running under a dynastic system. Kadyrov offed his dad and has apparently started promoting his son. And one of the problems with dynastic systems is when your son starts getting groomed for power and building his own clique, at some point he starts looking at you, wondering when you're going to kick the bucket or if he has to help it along. So what does that dynastic succession system look like in Chechnya?
Well, I mean, no, when was this? It was a couple of months ago. Remember when all those pictures were floating around how Kadyrov looked extra puffy and fat? Right around that time, I think that was in January-ish. Um, uh, his eldest son, went and met with Putin. And so to me, it gave me those sort of vibes, because I remember Ramzan meeting with Putin right after the death of his father. And, I'm not going to try to pretend to know if anything like that is definitely going to happen or not, or what the timeline for something like that is. Nobody really knows. But what you're saying, Raver, isn't completely um, out of left field or anything. That is a potentiality. That's one way that this whole thing could go down. Um, but the way it works is they've been grooming the sons to rule in some way, shape, or form. The eldest would probably take over for Ramzan. The other two might potentially be within, that power structure, whether a mayor of Grozny or somebody in position of power within the security services or whatever. Um, how that works out, time will tell. But that's probably the way it'll be. But at the same time, Ramzan has created this precedent that you don't necessarily have to, you know, favor anybody in your family. As a matter of fact, that the people that are around him, like Dudayev and all of those people, they are actually not from his clan. And so that's one thing that's kind of interesting. There are some people within his clan who are in positions of of relative power, but the people that are closest to him are not part of his clan. They're tied to him through cheer blood libel. And that's how he's choosing to rule, kind of like, so kind of comes back full circle to what we were talking about earlier, about how he's trying to break down that clan system, and that you don't necessarily have to have loyalty to people in your family. As a matter of fact, you might kill people in your family for power and protection or what have you, to show loyalty to the system. So time will tell. Because of that, that creates an additional sort of X factor. That having no need to remain loyal to the family, to the clan, about how it will all play out. But at this point, the way it's looking is that the eldest is the one who will likely take over for Ramzan whenever that occurs, either because he is sick and he just falls over and croaks, or whether he gets a meeting with a window for some reason. However it works out, right now it looks as though his eldest will be taking over for him.
Maybe.
So I think Laughing was ahead of me, but I'll come back to, I'll just throw this to Dr. Ford and Laughing both. So how is he using the Islamic structure of society, or how is he guarding against it?
So one thing that he's doing is, okay, so this is slightly complex. So I kind of alluded to this earlier, that Chechen culture, their cultural norms are called adat. And adat is this sort of, it's based on the clan. It's based on down to the duzul, which is the family unit, and the male, his parents, maybe brothers. That makes up a duzul, their wives, children, etc. Could even include great grandparents if they're still alive in one like housing complex. That's the way it used to be. Um, but still, a dot does have um, a significant amount of sway because, okay, typically in Islamic culture, is the Islamic law would be Sharia. Now, there is no such thing as a unified Sharia. It changes based on, that specific culture, that specific society. When Chechens adopted Islam rather late in the mid 1700s, they, because of how Islam can be sort of molded onto the society that adopts it, they chose to keep a dot mostly, um, through people like Sheikh Mansour, one of their heroes, uh, who fought the Russians and all of that. He, though, was more Sunni and favored Sharia. And so they adopted some aspects of Sharia. And since that time, since they've adopted Islam, believe it or not, there has been this sort of push and pull between Sharia and Adat in Chechnya. Now, when Wahhabism got introduced to the region, that pull got greater. It got greater again when the Soviet Union fell apart and young people were going over to, say, Saudi Arabia, and because they're Sunnis and they're Wahhabism and Salafism is what they follow, the same thing that ISIS follows, by the way, but in a different way. But I digress. So that pull got greater at that period. Then it got greater again in certain aspects of, say, the separatist movement. They became more radicalized after the assassination of Zhokhar Dudayev and then that interwar period. So you saw where Mashkadov, who was the second president, was sort of forced in a way through opposition politics to create Sharia courts, even though he really didn't like that idea. Uh, so there's this sort of push and pull between that. Now, Kadyrov is keeps some aspects of a dot in place, but he's trying to break down the clan structure aspect of it, which is really kind of central to a dot, because they are basically like these sort of like courts, these clan based courts you can have in the Sadat structure. And many Chechens don't trust the Russian federal rule. And so they obviously aren't going to trust Russian courts and legal systems and all of that. And so they often will still prefer to go through their clan and their council of elders to mitigate various things like divorces, like if a woman wants to divorce her husband, or child custody type situations, or um, you know, typical run of the mill legal crap that you might deal with your neighbor who's being a jerk or whatever it is, right? They prefer that over the Russian federal laws. However, it's there isn't an easy answer to that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And the answer is far too complex probably for this space. But there's he's trying to break down that system, um, but not totally, I guess, if that makes sense, because he's still very much using things like blood libel. Another aspect of a dot is hospitality and silence and all of that. And he's weaponizing a dot for his purposes to bring the people under submission. You know, with Sharia would come aspects of like jihadism if in its most extreme, and that's something that they definitely don't want, right? Um, but uh, you know, and that comes in conflict with the dot also, because it, gosh, it's so complex. It's like, you know, jihadism implies like international struggle, right? The sort of international jihadis that are, you know, engaged in conflict and struggle for the greater ummah, right? The greater Muslim population, that isn't just residing within Chechnya or outside the diaspora of Chechens, you know. Um, that aspect that exists in Sharia, that is one of those things that is kind of supposed to be a sort of universal, you know, this concept of the Ummah, that Chechens don't really adhere to. You know, they don't really think of conflicts in an international, like transnational activism in that way. They think of it more as the struggle against the Russian state. That is historically, it's baked into a dot too. That concept of who the enemy is, and they've adopted that with their form of Islam, with their Shia, you know, form of Islam. They are, oh gosh, why am I? It just completely yeeted out of my brain. I've written about this like academically, and why am I forgetting? Sufis. They're Sufis. That form of Sharia, and not form of Sharia, that form of Islam. So it's just really complex, I guess is what I'm trying to say, Raven. I mean, Raver. There isn't a easy answer to that. Um, it's complicated, as Dolman said earlier. But there is that struggle that exists between the two, and it's trying to get stronger all the time. There's certain elements, you know, within, say, Saudi Arabia, when they were pushing the madrasas into Chechnya and trying to expand, you know, this notion of Wahhabism and Salafism into Chechnya. So that is there.
I believe Doman has crashed out, as his phone tends to do once in a while. Raver, did you want to come back on that? And then we'll go to Laughing Tommy.
I was just going to do a quick thing for the audience on the various schools of Islam, so I can wait for Laughing Tommy.
Okay, go ahead, Laughing Tommy.
Thank you, Marcus. So I just want to go to the previous point regarding Raver's previous question, the Kadyrov succession. So it's already happened, as Dr. Nick pointed out. He was basically, he knocked off his father with the help of the central powers in Russia. But what I wanted to point out is that if you remember, during the so-called special military operation, Ramzan got promoted twice. And the first time, so as we've established, his purpose is to be a brute. And he started criticizing the people who are part of the Ministry of Defense, so the regular Russian army. They couldn't fight as tough as his Kadyrovites, etc., which was a play for power, because that's the next step up. If you're somebody like Prigozhin, you are an actual instrument. So you're not just there to enforce brutality, you're there to serve a purpose. And that's why we're talking a different kind of level. And he wanted to go for that level. And that's the first time he got promoted. And basically, he wanted to get to the point where he can criticize freely and so on. But instead, he was giving a bit of power, but no additional command or anything like that. He just remained the guy that controls Ichkeria and the guy who supplies the barrier troops. Now, after that happened, he kept criticizing Russian command, especially, if you remember General Lapin, who was coordinating the defense in Kharkiv. And what happened was that, and there's this thing it was in the Bulgarian army as well, but in the Russian army where they go, if you're messing up, first time I show you, I tell you, second time I show you, and the third time I punish you. So basically he got up for his second time and he got promoted again. However, he suddenly developed a health problem and his son got called to talk to Putin. And after that, he stopped criticizing the army. He started talking about jihad against the West again. He started talking about how it was impossible for Chechnya to become independent because it was entirely reliant on the federal government, which is total BS, by the way, but we can speak about the economics of that a separate time. And so he started towing the party line and his health improved. And he hasn't had health troubles since. He has all these videos being a strongman lifting a barbell with fake weights on it. Anyway, I just want to point that out. We actually in real time saw the FSB teach a bad vassal a lesson because the vassal wanted to become one of the boyars and that wasn't allowed.
100% laughing. It's so hilarious because, when he was getting those promotions and he was getting uppity with like Shoigu and Prigozhin, and I don't know if you guys remember, I'm sure some of you do remember around that time, there were these pictures that were coming out and videos, especially from Kadyrov's Telegram, of him at these meetings where he was like leading these like military operational meetings, and Shoigu was sitting there looking, all dejected and irritated, and same with Prigozhin and other people, and there was that sort of power struggle, yes, that took place around that time, and it's so funny when you're talking about how he was, whining about, it's such a shame that Chechnya didn't win its independence from Russia, and it's lost its independence to Russia and all that kind of stuff. And you just have to laugh. I mean, because what else can you do? Um, it was a clear case of him being put in his place. But one of the things that, I don't know if you remember this, Tommy, was that he said that when they were doing that, that second mobilization somewhere around the fallish, right? And Kadyrov was like, I'm not giving any more troops. We've given more than our quota of troops, and it's not going to happen. But that's what he said publicly, right? But at which was bad because he's standing up to the boss. But what was happening behind the scenes, and I was tweeting about this at the time because there would be Chechens who, like young Chechens who might be speaking out against Kadyrov or the war or whatever on Telegram, and the Kadyrovsky would go kidnap these people, and they were ending up on front lines. And there was these sort of mass sort of rounding up very quietly of people that were being kidnapped or otherwise strong armed into this situation. And there was this cry out from the women, mothers, sisters, wives, etc., to Chechen civil society groups, human rights groups, being like, please, can you help us? Is there anything you can do to get my kid out of this conscription or whatever? And unfortunately, obviously their hands are tied because they're not really any sort of effective, because they're part of the opposition. So it was really kind of interesting to see that whole dynamic play out, and how he got put in his place, and his son gets that meeting and everything. But anyway, it was really interesting to watch. And you're right, he got put in his place.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Thank you, Tommy. Let's take all a deep breath. Let's go from Chechnya to the US. Now that we have much of our Western Hemisphere listeners up and about, because Angrians just wrote up a really cool thread on some cool new developments in Washington. Bipartisan bill being passed last night, if I understand correctly, saying we want more stuff to Ukraine. We want Ukraine to win, right, there, Angrians?
Yeah, Doman. First of all, thanks for having me up, and I'm glad to take a little bit of time today to kind of talk about this. A good development yesterday, but actually the real hard work that has to come to get these things done here in Washington D.C. And I apologize for everybody who's not from America who's listening, but if you're not from America, let me take this opportunity to remind you that if you live in a democracy, it's exactly why, the reason why we're talking about advocacy right now is exactly why Putin, is trying to destroy Ukraine. It terrifies people like that. If actual regular people have a voice, and in the United States, we have a voice. We can engage our members of Congress to have them voice their support or take direct action by voting on bills, resolutions, etc. You do that. Every parliament has that same process across the free world, and take this opportunity as a challenge to figure out a way to engage your members in your home country if you're not in the United States. But there's been a lot of conversations about support for Ukraine from the American people and Congress in the last few weeks and months. And, there's a lot of us who've been working very hard on Capitol Hill since, last year, especially leading into the NDAA to make sure that we build enough support for the support for the members, the politicians and the administration. They need to hear from the voters in their districts and people from around the country so that they can make these decisions, like making sure that there's enough weapons, that there's enough funding for the Veterans Care Program, that we're saying the words we need to say. Ukraine must win, and the borders must go back to the original borders, and all the special things. So, with that, I'm very proud. Yesterday, there was a large group of Ukrainian American members of their community on Capitol Hill, working with the Helsinki Committee and a bipartisan group of members of Congress that introduced a simple resolution to the House. And that resolution is called Expressing the Sense of the House of Representatives on Ukrainian Victory. Sorry. So it's House Resolution 322, Expressing the Sense of the House of Representatives on Ukrainian Victory. So what this means is a resolution is not a law. A resolution does not bind anybody, but a resolution is supposed to guide, if it's passed, it will guide the House's work from here on out on Ukraine. That's kind of how a resolution works. Everybody agrees. This is kind of where we stand as the House. And let me just read a couple of things really quickly in this resolution that was introduced, and I'll introduce the folks who introduced it here in a second. But there's three main points. The first, affirm that it is the policy of the United States to see Ukrainian victorious against Russia's invasion and restored international recognized 1991 borders. Point number one. Assuming that peace after victory for Ukraine should be ensured by integrating Ukraine into NATO. Number three, states that the United States must work with its allies and partners to ensure Russia repatriates payments to Ukraine. The world community assists in rebuilding Ukraine, holding Russian leadership accountable for this war of aggression, and restoring justice for the victims of crimes committed by Russia during the invasion. All right, those are the main points of this resolution that is now introduced. So how a bill works, it gets introduced by a really wonderful Republican named Joe Wilson from South Carolina, or from North Carolina, and a Democrat, Steve Cohen, along with another group of bipartisan co-sponsors, including Brian Fitzpatrick, who's a Republican, and Marcy Kapto, Captor, who's a Democrat from Ohio. Along with them, there's a total of 18 co-sponsors so far with this introduction of a bill. So if folks can go to the Nest, I'll just kind of go through the short thread I made to kind of explain what you can look at and how you can get involved in supporting making sure that the House passed this resolution and the different steps. So first and foremost, again, a resolution is not a bill, so this will not be something that goes to the president's desk. But what this will do is will make members of the House of Representatives, both Republicans and Democrats, put their name on the line, whether they support those tenets that we just talked about, those three factors, which are very clear, and I think everybody on this space supports. They're going to have an option to either support those tenets or not support Ukraine. That's as simple as it is. So the first part of any kind of resolution is how does it work? A lot of people don't understand exactly how these systems work. So the first tweet or the second tweet is about the steps. So first and foremost, we need introduction. Once the resolution is introduced and it has a name, it will be then sent to the committee and it is right now sent to the Committee of Foreign Affairs, where they will debate and vote to pass this resolution out of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. This does not mean that it's a done deal yet, because once that happens, the Speaker of the House will then have to create time for this resolution to be both debated and voted on in the full House. So that means that at one point in time, there will be a debate and there'll be a vote with every member of Congress, every member of the House of Representatives. This is a House of Representative focused resolution, and they will have to vote. And hopefully, after that debate and vote happens, the House passes it. Unfortunately, it might not pass if there's not enough people who want to vote for it. In that tweet, I linked the official congressional website that outlines the bill. In that, through that link, you can look up the text of the bill, the actions, where the bill is in the process as it goes through these steps. You can also, what I think is the most important one, is check to see who's a co-sponsor of this resolution. Right now, there's 18. There's 13 Democrats and 5 Republicans co-sponsoring the bill at this moment right now here in Washington, D.C. Our goal is to get that much higher. So when we talk about things that we can do, again, this resolution is a step up or shut up kind of resolution. It is made to make everybody take a real good look at themselves and ask where they stand as it relates to Ukraine. So everybody has the ability to ask their member to co-sponsor this bill. There's 435 members of the House of Representatives. As I said, right now there's only 18 co-sponsors. So we need to at least get this thing to 100 co-sponsors as soon as possible, because that will allow this to become a priority. It'll become a priority for the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And then as you build co-sponsors, it will become more of a priority when it goes to the Speaker of the House. And very important things. When it comes to timing on this bill, if you're an American, here's what you can do. You can, and how you can support. You can make a phone call to your member of Congress. Most of the time, you're not going to talk to the member of Congress. You're going to talk to somebody on the staff. I always recommend making a phone call and also sending an email where you ask them to reply to that email by a certain date. But by calling your member of Congress, you are engaging them as a constituent, saying, we want you to support this resolution. All right. And the information's in the thread to be able to know exactly what to say. The goal is to give them a timeline, because right now members of Congress are in session. They are about to go back home to district, so they'll be around your home area. You may never see your member of Congress, but trust me, they do events in your area. So when they come back to Washington, D.C., it will be May 9th. And at May 9th, We want to see, it would be great to see 100 co-sponsors by May 9th. And I think that that's something that we all can do by harnessing all the power of all the advocates on social media or in the public to get those co-sponsors. Because, and remember, if you've made one phone call, you need to be persistent. You need to follow up. So if they haven't, say, signed on by the time they get back to their district, it's a really easy thing to do is make a phone call to your local office, your local member of Congress's office, and say, we'd like to set up a meeting to talk about this, and just bring all this information and say, this is what we want you to get on. But again, it's very important. It's very important that we do this. To me, the most important thing that we can do right now as Americans, and I talked to many folks, we've been on the Hill, there is quite a bit of pushback. Unfortunately, there's the sense of urgency to support Ukraine is not as high as it should be. It's not as high as it should be, especially in certain demographics and certain communities, things that we need to work on. But if we as individual citizens engage our members of Congress, whether we agree with all of their policies or not all of their policies, but explain to them that we support their efforts to support Ukraine. Maybe we're not going to vote for you, but this is something critically important for us. It is so important right now at this time. I'm telling folks that the political will to get the advanced weaponry, to get fixed-wing airplanes, is not there yet in Congress. And we have got to build the support to do it. This resolution is an easy thing for members of Congress to do. So what I just simply want, before I kind of open this up, I know I rambled on for a while. I would like to simply say, this is an easy ask for you to make to your member of Congress. But for them, they've got to choose between not supporting it or supporting it. And it's up to you as individual folks to make them support it. And it's very easy right now. There's 435 members of the House. Only 18 of them are co-sponsored this. So pretty much anybody on this call can probably reach out to a member immediately and get this thing moving. And anyway, I apologize for just rambling and not being as clear as I wanted to be, but direct action is important.
Let me continue on this, Angrians, right? What you said, political will. There needs to be much more political will. This is also what we heard yesterday here on the space from retired General Philip Breedlove, former SACEUR, former Supreme Commander, Allied Forces, Europe. So this isn't, just Angrians here saying it. No, this is serious. This is a serious thing. Now, before I pass it on, I've had a check. Raver just left. I was just going to say I checked. Raver's representative definitely isn't a co-sponsor yet because there's nobody from Arkansas. Dr. Nick from Florida, there's only one, Florida 27th. And from Pennsylvania, George, there's currently 3, 1st, 2nd, and 7th districts. I don't know exactly where you are, but I know, these are the ones from Pennsylvania. So just so that you know whether you still need to badger them or not.
No, exactly. And
this is pragmatic here.
Yeah. So Dom, and one thing that I'll say is that, something that frustrated me a little bit yesterday, and I don't mean to because there's folks that should know, folks know how Washington, D.C. works. And there was a lot of folks posting, a headline that says bipartisan support, resolution introduced. And they acted like that's it. Again, there's 18 members of Congress signed on to this bill right now. It's not it. You can't just say things are bipartisan and not actually have the votes or the people behind it. So that's just what I just want to make sure. And this goes for both sides of the aisle. We're not just picking on one side or not, but you need to look into your communities, who you are and who you can affect the most. For me, I'm going to do the best reaching out to more progressive folks, and I have special ways to engage them to understand the importance of supporting Ukraine. And I hope people who can speak, like our good friend Randy, who works nonstop to counteract the propaganda on the right. So we all can come together as a community and get this bill passed, or this resolution passed, because this resolution will then lead to more bills and more statements and actual hard currency that goes to Ukraine. That's the important part of it. This is just one step of this political process, and we just need to start. This is a starting point for all of us.
I think that we're going to bypass you for a second, go to George, because I think he wants to add a little bit to this, and then we can always go back to Sheffield afterwards. George?
Yeah, so the second congressional district here in Pennsylvania is Brendan Boyle, and he's been on board. So the second congressional district here is the northeast part of Philadelphia, and we have a very large Ukrainian community, and we have a large Ukrainian community that's been here for years, going back to the 1930s, that came here. From the survivors of the Holodomor that somehow got to get the hell out of there. And we also have a huge post 1990 or 91 Ukrainian community. And at the last count, and I've mentioned this several times, I was told that we've had about 70,000 Ukrainians come here since the start of this new phase of the war in February 22. So yeah, there's a huge community here. The roots go back, close to over 100 years here in Philadelphia. So obviously, Brendan Boyle is going to be a significant part of any efforts that help Ukraine. We are also, I have friends of mine that are on his staff, and we are actually working now, trying to get, because this war affects other countries besides Ukraine, especially third world countries, countries in Africa, because of the whole food situation. We're trying to get members of the Black Caucus on board this too. So, there's multiple efforts trying to get more people to sign off on this, because this doesn't only affect Ukraine; it affects other countries, and the United States is a land of immigrants.
George, you brought up an extremely important part, is that by members not being on this list right now, right? This bill just got in, or this resolution just got introduced yesterday, does not mean that they do not support this bill. But the thing is there's a million resolutions that get sent around the House of Representatives. There's a million bills. Unfortunately, our members of Congress do not have massive staffs of hundreds of people working on these issues. So sometimes it takes time. The most effective way to get somebody is, especially if your member is the most effective person that could work on this bill right now, is if your member supports Ukraine. And by tagging them on social media and reaching out to their office and saying, look, here's something, we know you support Ukraine, get on this bill or get on this resolution, get on it now as soon as possible, and give them that date. So I don't want to say that if you're not on the bill, you don't support it. George brought up a great point, but we need to make sure that their offices are engaged, that they know that's out there, and that they have the ability to sign on, and they need to as soon as possible.
Yeah, 100% agree. And so, like I said, this bill, not this bill, this resolution helps Ukraine, but it also helps other countries. And that's what people tend to forget. Ukraine is a breadbasket not only of Europe, but of a lot of countries in Asia and in Africa. So. If you have family in any of those countries that are being affected by this outside of Ukraine, you need to speak up. You need to, get on the phone, call your congressional reps, and say, hey, look, this is what I'm concerned about, and I'm not Ukrainian, but this is how it affects my my grandmother, my great grandmother, my aunt, my uncle. Wherever they're at, and I need you to get on board and get come in for the big win.
Exactly. And my last point is that this resolution is not about tanks and guns and bombs and all that good stuff. This is about saying we support Ukraine and we support Ukraine to win this war and beat Russia and make Russia pay and bring back the borders to the 1991. Exactly what every one of us here is working to do. So we'll have more opportunities to have advocacy around fighter jets and ATACMS here in the very near future, and I can guarantee you that. But this one's a first step for the members of the House to push just a simple support, saying out loud, Ukraine must have victory and they must beat Russia.
%. Tommy, if you want to do a comment, go for it, and then we'll carry on with this because I think we're inciting a bunch of people who want to call their reps. Tommy.
This is actually precisely what I want to ask Angry Ants about. So, Angry Ants, I'm looking at the co-sponsors of the bill, and I cross-referenced them with the 51 candidates on the House Committee of Foreign Affairs, who are the first, basically, threshold that the resolution has to cross right now. And I'm seeing that 6 of the co-sponsors are members of the 51 member committee. Do you perceive any members of the committee that are going to be a hurdle sufficient enough to cause a problem? Because maybe that's the first people that listeners should concentrate when contracting representative.
Laughing Tommy is an excellent point. And unfortunately, I haven't dug through the House Foreign Affairs folks, which I will. I can make maybe a target spreadsheet out that we can share out over the next couple of days. That's actually something I probably will do with the priorities. And definitely, if you live in a district, and you can just Google House Foreign Affairs Committee, see if your member works or lives in your district that is on that committee. And if they do, you are someone who can make a major difference in supporting Ukraine. You can do it. Just simply you advocating your member of Congress because you live in a democracy, especially those members of that committee. It's incredibly important. Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you very much. Arrow, go ahead.
Hi, Angry Ants. I wanted to thank you for doing this. I've been calling my member of Congress for some time now, like twice a week, and I'm going to continue to do that. And he is a big Ukraine supporter. I'm from the Kansas City, Missouri area. Emmanuel Cleaver is my rep, and he's on the Helsinki Commission. He's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine, but I continue to call. And I'm not somebody who usually engages Congress in this way. I don't make phone calls in general, but I have for this very important topic to me, Ukraine. And I want to urge everybody else who's listening, you can make a difference too. I'm not a specialist. I don't have the knowledge that these guys do, but they bring the knowledge to us every day and arm us to be able to make these emails and phone calls. And I have friends in Ukraine, and their lives literally hang in the balance. They're in occupied territory. So I'm just asking you as a regular citizen, please make these phone calls. Please do this. It's very important. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Arrow, and I really appreciate you taking the words to heart and taking that direct action for advocacy. And the one thing I'll say is, if there is an American on this, if you are an American on this show right now, right? I'm an organizer. I like to organize. You have my tweet up in the nest. Find out who your member of Congress is. Retweet that thread. And simply ask them if they are going to become a co-sponsor in the public domain of Twitter with them tagged in it. And that is a simple way we all could do it right now while we're sitting here listening to this conversation. And that could possibly lead to many co-sponsors very quickly, because their staff will see that tweet very quickly if it's in the public.
I love this. Straightforward. Max?
Yes, that's in question. I'm trying to find this resolution you're talking about on Congress's website. and it's not coming up. What I'm looking at in particular is that quote by, let me get back to it. Damn it. The nest is almost impossible to use.
It's in the leftmost
Yeah,
dot.
it's not sliding over there.
If you click on the dots, maybe that'll help.
There we go. Okay. Nope, that's not it either.
Max, if you check your DMs, I just sent you the
Okay.
tweet in the thread that has the link to the
Ah, there.
page.
Is this Angry Ants?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
it is.
sir.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it now. That's what I was looking for, House Res 322. I just found my, I'm new to living in Ohio, so I just found my rep. She happens to be a Democrat, much to my amazement. So there's some hope there. But anyway, I wanted to give her a call and I wanted to be able to reference this resolution. Somewhere in there, John Spencer had a note that had the actual, it looked like he had actually quoted the resolution, and it looks like you've now, there it is. Affirms that it is the policy of the United States to see Ukraine victorious, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to find that language in the resolution so I can refer to it when I'm speaking with my rep.
So, Max, I can help you with that. So, in like the third tweet, I think, on Angry Ants' thread, there's a congress.gov link. And it's currently, there's several tabs on it. The current one that's open is co-sponsors, 18. But then where you see that, you see a bunch of other tabs. And one of the tabs is called text. And therein is the complete text of the resolution. Starts with expressing the sense of the House of Representatives on Ukrainian victory, whereas Ukraine regained its independence in 1991 after 3 centuries of Moscow's imperial rule, whereas the United States encouraged Ukraine, etc., etc. So you can find it all on that link in the various tabs that the link offers. The Congress.gov one, and I think the third tweet there.
I wish you could get at this on the desktop. This is a royal pain in the ass on the phone.
Get at it on the desktop, 100%.
Beg your pardon?
I'm saying I'm completely in agreement with you. Go get it. Go get at it on the desktop. It'll be so much easier to read than on the phone.
Well, I can't get to the nest on the desktop.
Matt, I think Angren said he DM'd you the link, so you can go to your messages on the desktop and get the thread there.
Also, if you Ukrainian World Press, if you look up Ukrainian World Press on your phone, they have an article about it that really spells out the main points to it. That would definitely be able to give you ammunition also.
Right. All I need for my rep is she's gonna. I mean, I need to point her at the actual resolution. She needs to. I don't know if she's on the resolution or not already. I don't know what committee she's on, but I want to point her at this resolution and get her to back it. God, I hate Andrew.
Could you tell us her name, please?
Beg your pardon?
The name of your representative, could you tell it to us, please?
Oh, yes, it's Amelia Sykes. Amelia,
Okay.
Amelia Strong Sykes.
She's not a co-sponsor yet.
She's in the 13th Congressional District.
Yeah, the only one from Ohio thus far is Marcy Captor from the 9th. So she's definitely not yet Amelia.
So, okay, so I should call her. And point her at Res 322. And have her get busy. All right, we'll see what happens when I call.
Best of luck, Max.
Hopefully she has a serf in the office that can take a message and actually get it to her. All right. Thank you. That was really it. I just wanted to get some detail before I call her.
No worries. We're here to help.
Yeah, hopefully we can get more than 18 co-sponsors going here. I need to get it to the floor and vote on it. All right, so I will do what I can to try and help move that process along. My cat, however, is not interested. He just wants to whine at me to go outside. Anyway, thank you. I've got what I need. I will
Thank
give
you
her
very
a
much,
call.
Max.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Max,
Cheers.
I would also just like to tell you the rules that if I hear your cat on the space, you must then give said cat some pets on my behalf. So please supply some ear scritches or something like that for me. Thank
Yes,
you.
he gets plenty of that. I have several cats. He's an assassin, basically. But he comes home and insists on
He's not a
scratches, and
quiet one.
he insists on having his space on the bed at night. And other than that, he wants to be out the door hunting rabbits. He's an absolute assassin when it comes to bunnies, unfortunately. However, other than that, he's a very sociable character. Mr. Mustachio. He has a Hitler mustache.
Excellent name. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, who was next? I have no idea.
Forrest.
Hey, I just wanted to come up and give supporting fires to angry ants. I called both my rep and then I have a rep in my state who's running for Senate. So I called both of them and neither one of their staffs knew anything about it. And they assumed that the rep did not either. So they now know. But it would be very helpful if everyone else does it. It took me less than 10 minutes to talk to two people. They have to write down your name and all that, but quick and easy. So please, please, please make the phone call. It won't take very long.
Thank you, Forrest. Do as Forrest does. Tommy?
Yes, just a quick point. I would hope that everyone can click on the link that Angry Ants provided to see if their House representative is already a sponsor, so that you don't go asking people that are already sponsors. You can, of course, send them a message, and I advise you to send them a message thanking them that they're a sponsor, so that you show that the motion enjoys support. And yes, just check so that you don't ask people that have already done it. That's my point. Thank you.
That's a good point. Positive reinforcement. Positive reinforcement is a good thing. Right. Issue praise where praise is appropriate. Excellent. Okay. Since nobody else wants to talk about this, Angry Ants, do you want to close it out? And then I've got a question for you. It's a pop quiz.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to close it out. I'm going to have to bounce here in a second. I got some domestic policy stuff I got to work on here. But I did want to make sure we got this out because I saw folks talking about some stuff. I saw people acting like this was a victory. These are only starting points. The victory ends when we have 100% full support for Ukraine. And if we don't have 110 or 100% support for Ukraine, the members of Congress who do not support Ukraine need to hear from us, and they need to hear from us in a very hard way, especially at the ballot box, because it'll be atrocious if members of Congress do not support Ukraine when they have all the abilities and all the tools to do it right
now. 100%. Angry Ants, pop quiz. Why is it highly appropriate, historically highly appropriate, that the Ukrainians paired up the Bradleys with the M55Ss?
You know, was it because the Bradleys were designed to destroy T-55s? I'm not 100% sure.
No, it's even better because this will be exciting for you. Because the M55S has the L7 gun, which is the same as the M68 in American parlance, and the original M1 Abrams, not the M1A1, the original M1 Abrams had the same gun, and that's what the Bradleys were designed to play with.
You know, that's incredible. And, you know, I look at that brigade that's made up, and you know what that's going to be? That is going to be the brigade that is destroying these trench lines. Once the main tanks are out of the line, once it comes down to storming trench lines of Russian infantry and pillboxes, that combination of massively mobile, heavy infantry mobility, along with the fire support of the 55s, with their updated thermals and armor, etc. Not many trench lines are going to stop that gun, and it makes me very, again, it's very a unique way to put that combination together. And we know that they've been working it to train in combined arms tactics in Germany, which is where I learned combined arms tactics. And I'll tell you what, I am patiently waiting to see Russian fear in Russians' eyes as they meet some Bradleys, some M55s, and a bunch of angry ants coming out the back of those Bradleys to deliver freedom at the end of whatever gun they have in their hands. Makes me happy, but we have to make sure that we have the support for Ukraine because we need more Bradleys over there. We need about 2 more of those brigades full of Bradleys, and then I'll be really happy.
Love it. Thank you, Angry Anson. You're right. I think that's exactly how they're going to be used. The Charlies up front, these ones coming to clean up once the biggest obstacles Russia put into place are already gone. Fantastic. Thank you, Angry Ants. People, especially if you're in the US, go and retweet Angry Ants' thread there. Go get to your representatives by phone, by email, by Twitter. Do it several ways. Then it looks like there's more of you. Get your friends and family to do it. And if somebody's already signed up, if your representative is already signed up as a co-sponsor, send them a little letter of thanks. Say, good job, well done. This is important. I'm glad your priorities are set straight, etc. Positive reinforcement, all that works very well.
And one last thing is, folks, all your members of Congress will be back in district the first week of next month. Starting on the 30th, I believe, they'll be in district. So that means that they're going to have campaign events where they're going to be asking to raise money. They're going to have probably town halls. You can look at their congressional schedule or their political schedule to see where they're going to be at in your district. And I recommend going to one of those events. You don't have to actually give them money to go to the events most of the time. And simply, if you support them, yes. But if just simply find a way to maybe personally engage with your member of Congress. They need to hear from you.
Thank you, Will. Aaron?
I just spoke a few minutes ago, and I just wanted to demonstrate how easy it is to call Congress. I've already made a phone call, and my representative is a co-sponsor, Representative Cleaver. He's also on the Helsinki Commission, so he's been very involved and a big Ukraine supporter. But it's so easy. I'm already back. I've already made the phone call thanking him for being a co-sponsor, and I urge everybody to do the same as well. Put pressure on DC because we need to build the political will.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Aaron. Who's this Will? Why is he so political? Why is there never enough of him? I'm glad like 4 people laughed. That's something. That's something.
All right, folks. Hey, Doman, thanks so much again for letting me come up for a few minutes here today. And I'm going to drop down. I'll be listening on my ride over to Capitol Hill. But thanks again. I really appreciate the time and just no one's going to know if you've made a call or not, folks, who's listening. No one's going to know except yourself. And you're going to know deep down in your soul if you've made a phone call to Congress. And I just hope that you go to bed tonight feeling a little bit secure that you made that phone call and not worried that you didn't. So that's my guilt trip. So talk to you later.
Cheers, Angry. I'm trying to connect up a couple of people, but they're just spinning, and they're just not showing up here. All right. In the meantime, mockers, there's one fewer plane in the Russian VKS fleet, isn't it?
There absolutely is. And did you see the concern on the people's faces when it was coming down? Did you notice that the people just sort of didn't even bother to look up? Must
Honestly,
be
I didn't even look at the people. I was just looking at the plane and nothing else.
Well, apparently it's a MiG-31. And did you know what MiG-31s are famous for if they're not properly looked after?
MiG-31s are famous for, I don't know. What are MiG-31s famous for if they're not properly looked after? Crashing.
Engine failure, I believe. Engine failure that might result in a fire. So, perhaps Ming can come up and tell us a little bit more.
So, Ming, I trust you've never had to insure a MiG-31 because it doesn't quite qualify as a commercial jet.
No, funny enough, actually, but I have insured MiG-29s and MiG-30 and Su-34s on exports to India. But anyway, that's another story.
Interesting.
No, just to answer your question about what MiG-31s are famous for, well, this one looks like it wanted to be famous for its skiing skills.
It's got an extra afterburner.
Yes, well, apparently, one of the things with a MiG-31 is if you don't look after their engines meticulously, there is a possibility that they can burst into spontaneous flame, which is fine if you're, looking after them meticulously. But if you're not, then whoops.
So, do you know why the MiG-31 was designed in the first place? I think Ming knows why the MiG-31 was designed in the first place.
He's not telling you though.
No, is this the interceptor that's supposed to be able to catch the SR-71 or something?
Well, yes and no. So the reason why they designed the MiG-31 was because it was preceded by the MiG-25. And the MiG-25 was famously the interceptor that couldn't actually get to its top speed because it fell apart if it did.
Yeah, that's right. They burnt its own engines out at maximum speed.
So they had to go and develop this one. Apparently, this one managed to burn its own engines out as well. No, but the MiG-31, to be quite serious, there's several types of the MiG-31. The one that the only one I think that's really visible in the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the MiG-31K. The MiG-31K is modified to be able to carry the Kinzhal missiles. Kinzhal missiles are the allegedly hypersonic missiles that Russia uses. They are, if I understand correctly, it's basically an Iskandar with a difference, with some different parts switched out. And instead of being ground launch, it's air launch, and then it behaves kind of like a cruise missile in a ballistic missile's body. But it's allegedly a hypersonic missile. It's not really a hypersonic missile, according to the more strict rules, right, of what a hypersonic missile is. But hey, no, that's what this is, and that's what it's famous for. A few of them crashed, right, over the course of the last year or so. But yeah, don't really know what else to say. One fewer that they need to maintain. It's probably a good thing.
Gentlemen, I've just noticed, as of, sometime today, 44 Ukrainian defenders have been returned home after a new prisoner exchange. And I will just retweet it now, but I would urge you to look at the second tweet in the thread, which shows the Russians exchanged and how thoroughly cheerful they are about the whole thing.
Ukrainians are there, big smiles on their faces, posing with their flags and everything. And yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the Russians just don't look very happy. Maybe it's just their faces.
And you know they have to go back to Russia now.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest it's probably that they know exactly what they're going back to. But yeah, 44 Ukrainian defenders. Amongst them are 36 privates and sergeants, 6 officers. These are mainly regular army soldiers, border guards, National Guard, and Marines. So it's good news to get these people back. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I just nearly killed myself laughing. One of the Russian guys gets off the bus, and he puts his hand up as in like, yay, I'm home, and then he trips up and nearly falls over. Ah.
Oh my, very good.
Just worth watching because it was funny. He was like, yay, I'm home.
Yeah. Let me say this. In just under half an hour, we'll be joined by Volodymyr Omelian, who's a former Ukrainian Ministry of Infrastructure between 2016 and 2019, who's now serving in the Ukrainian Armed Forces. I believe he's currently a captain. So we will turn to him for a fantastic interview in just about half an hour, give or take. Couple of other announcements. Tomorrow, at more or less the same time, I think, we'll be talking drones. And then on Sunday, we have yet another Tynathon scheduled. Let's see how long Thomas Tyner will stay with us this time around. I think the last time was not the last time. The time before last was the record, right, of some 7 hours. Be prepared for it. That's what I'll say. Now we're starting at 9 p.m. Kiev time, and let's see if this time we can make it to sunrise over Kiev, all the way to sunrise over Kiev. It will get ever easier, the deeper towards the solstice, the June solstice we get. So lots of fun, exciting stuff there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, but I won't be able to stay awake throughout all of it. I know what I'm like. And not because it isn't fascinating and interesting, just because I'm like a little old lady these days and I have to go to bed at 10 p.m.
Well, this is when it pays to be in America, right? Because you can start at the nice, easy sort of maybe 11 a.m. if you're in the West Coast, but even if you're in the East Coast, 2 p.m. start, easy to then stay for another 7 hours. Much more straightforward. All right, shall we go through some more of the news of the day? So the Czech government put Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church on a sanctions list. So Hungary's been blocking the EU at large to put Patriarch Kirill on the sanctions list. Only 3 countries, I think, have: Ukraine, Canada, and the UK. And the Czech Republic now said, you know what, we need our own sanctions list on top of the general EU one. And the first use of the Czech Magnitsky Act. And they literally put him at the top of the list. The allegedly former KGB officer, although there is no such thing as a former KGB officer.
No, there is no such thing as a former KGB officer. Exactly. And, these things happen, don't they? Now, did you hear that in the last prisoner exchange, I think there was 28 or something like that in exchange for just one of the Moscow patriarchs. So it just goes to show that they're still what's it called, valuable in some way. And surely they wouldn't do that just for a holy man.
Who knows? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. In other news, there's a large military depot in the north of Crimea somewhere, which satellite imagery shows has been emptied. So if you look at the images from February 11th, it's all full. From mid-March, it's sort of a third full. From yesterday, it's completely empty. It's as though nothing was ever there. It's as though nothing was ever there. Where could all of those vehicles possibly have gone? The tanks, the IVs, artillery. What do you reckon? Have they moved them to the front and lost them already? Have they moved them in the front to backfill what was there before? Did they move them out back to Russia proper?
Maybe
Because they don't want to
taking
lose them.
stuff that they're shining up for the parade.
It's quite far away.
I know, but what else have they got left?
There's T-34s, IS-3s, all manner of things.
Tuvan horses?
Well, cavalry always takes the prime positioning at a parade, right? You can't have a proper parade without the cavalry there, can you?
No, I guess not. It lends a certain ambience, doesn't it? Have you seen today the latest whining from Potato Head Prigozhin?
What he done? What he do this time around?
Oh,
I haven't heard from
whining.
him ever since he said that all they need to take is Bakhmut and then the road to Warsaw's open.
Of course, yeah, because it's just a long straight run there. Yeah, apparently the armed forces of Ukraine will launch a counter-offensive after May the 2nd. That's his prediction. So, get your crystal balls out, folks. And they are ready to cut our flanks. There is treason inside Russia. They don't give us ammunition. We still have enough for 2 or 3 weeks. So if we just put that note in the diary, 2 or 3 weeks, and they'll be hopefully out of ammunition. We like the sound of that.
2 to 3 weeks. Okay, so sort of mid-May.
Yeah, apparently if he doesn't receive proper replenishment, that's when they're going to start running out. I mean, it could be just rubbish, but just the fact that he keeps coming out and having a moan. Who's he talking to here? Is he like moaning because he thinks it's going to make a difference?
Who knows? But I think one thing that it shows is just how relatively little power he has within the greater structure of things. Because if he were so all powerful as he's made out to be, especially in some Western media, it's what can I say? It's he probably wouldn't, right? He probably wouldn't have to resort to just going about and moaning and complaining in public.
Well, it does seem a sign of weakness, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Klaus, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Potato Head could be an influencer, maybe. That's why he is in the news all the time. Just guessing.
Like Mr. Pickle at Gherkin. Go ahead, John.
Good morning. How's everybody today?
Always good.
Always good. I just jumped on and there was conversation about running out of ammunition, which is exciting. The conversation yesterday that I listened to briefly was just talking about Russia running out of people. And I got thinking about how, obviously when this war started last February, there's There's a lot more Russian soldiers to be had than there is now. And Russia, when does the switch flip? So Russia with soldiers is an army. Russia without soldiers becomes a terrorist organization, does it not? And what does that mean for the world when they're looking at Russia? I think we all kind of think of the Russian government as being essentially thugs and terrorists already. But how do we, as an international community, interact with Russia as a terrorist organization versus a quasi-legitimate government entity unto itself? And secondarily, the other thing that I've been thinking about lately is just, if all of a sudden Russia were to plead for peace now and pull out and leave 100,000 Russians in Ukraine and basically insinuate, you lost the war, you're not welcome back here. If you come back here, we'll kill you. What does that mean for the international community? We can't expect Ukraine to deal with their own rebuilding and take care of 100,000 ex-Russian soldiers. How does that work if all of a sudden I wake up one day with a retreating terrorist organization and we have to take care of two humanitarian disasters at the same time in the same country? Just some thoughts. Any insight from the group? Thanks.
That's an interesting question, John. So depends on how efficiently they retreat, I guess. Right? That's kind of the big determining factor here. I think you'd agree. If they pack up and just where's John gone? If they pack up and all go back to Russia forthwith, and it only takes a few days, then that'd be fantastic. And then there's not much to really complain about. Yes, you can have other things to then fix, obviously, in all of the previously occupied territories, newly liberated territories, but it's the most optimal option for Ukraine, frankly.
But what happens, Domin, if they just don't retreat? So that's what I'm saying, is that all of a sudden Putin says, okay, that's it, we're done. You deal with the cleaning up the mess. So we all are going to have to figure out how we help Ukraine rebuild. We all agree. But think about how much more complicated that gets if Russia just walks away and leaves the world trying to deal with fixing or helping Ukraine become the country they should be, and the country they should be permitted to design their own nation and their own destiny. But in addition to that, we got to deal with 100,000 people that are from Russia in Ukraine that are an enemy to that state, that are no longer welcome in their own nation anymore. And what do we do with those people, and who is responsible? Because that's not cheap either, taking care of those people. What on earth do we do? I'm not feeling sorry for the Russian soldiers, but what on earth do we do with 100,000 Russian soldiers? It sounds like a song, but what?
No, so I get the question. Yeah. I think it's a really good question. To which I'll say the following. First of all, the Russians wouldn't just leave all of their soldiers behind in Ukraine. They'll probably leave a few, right? Say Russia now says we're packing up, we're going home. There's probably going to be a few hundred, maybe a couple of thousand who are going to get lost in the stampede, in the mess getting out, right? And they'll just kind of be popping up in villages and out of ruined buildings and goodness knows what old cities for a while. But those would be kind of one here, two there, 5 got lost in the forest somewhere. Whatever. That's pretty straightforward as far as cleanup goes. I just don't think there's any chance of there being 100,000 all in one place. And even if they are, as you say, they're no longer an army. But what are they? They have no more support, no more logistics, no more anything. And they simply wouldn't be very difficult. They would be dazed, confused, at their wits' ends. Anybody organized who would come around to mob them up, right, would be relatively quick and easy to get them to surrender and so on. I understand the question of how do you do then that logistically. I would say to that a whole lot easier than actually running the counteroffensive that Ukraine currently has planned, whatever it is, right? So that's a lot harder than even having to clean up 100,000 left behind soldiers. But Russia wouldn't do that. It's demographically impossible for them to do it.
Okay, but take that a step further, Dolman. Imagine you're a Russian soldier and you just spent the last 8 months being told, hey, you're part of a meat wave. We really don't care if you die. As a matter of fact, if you try to go home, we'll kill you. Are you going to want to go home? Are you going to try to do everything you can not to go back to that? Because let's be honest, if you're sitting there where they are now, they're as good as dead either way. So you're dealing, it's not even a question of whether Russia will bring them home. It's a question of whether you can get them to go home. It's something that, in a roundabout way, let's hope we get to that point of having to answer this question sooner than later. But it is, the aftermath is very complex, both, from a Ukrainian perspective, but eventually we're going to have to start to figure out a humanitarian angle on the Russian side for those people that are left behind, because there's going to be thousands of people that are left essentially with no home.
See, if you look at historical examples, empires which collapsed, right? POWs that didn't know where they were going to be returning to. You can look at, for example, the Russian collapse in the First World War as an example of that. Eventually they kind of found their way home. Eventually they went back. There's no way for Russia to kind of seal off their own border and prevent their own soldiers from returning anyway. Again, the small handfuls that might be left in that, it's fine. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. And if nothing else, they would be wanted back by their families or whatnot. It's really not an issue. If anything, it would be beneficial for Ukraine in that sort of situation, because it would mean extra people whom they can eventually use as leverage to get their own populations back from having been kidnapped and tucked away to somewhere in Russia. In many cases, isn't even clear where exactly. Max?
Hello. I just wanted to touch base. I called my rep, and that was interesting. I also looked up the bill in the House online, and a couple things. HR 322, if you just do a search for House Resolution 322, I got a whole page full of a whole bunch of resolutions, none of which had anything to do with Ukraine. It is specifically HR 322 from this session of Congress, introduced on 4/25/2023. And the only actions it shows is that it was introduced, and then it says in-house. That does not mean it's actually gone to the House. It is still in committee. It has 18 sponsors, co-sponsors at the moment. The primary sponsor is Joe Wilson. So if you do a search for HR 322 Joe Wilson, it should bring it up from the Committee on Foreign Affairs. And that's where I found the verbiage that John Spencer had stuck in the nest. That's where it's coming from. He's getting that right from the resolution. My congresswoman is a Democrat, so that's a good sign. I wasn't able to speak with her. I spoke with one of her aides, who I'm not even sure was really listening or taking notes. So I will be calling again and keep bugging until I get some kind of affirmative response from her. But she should definitely be behind this. And I will probably keep going and do the same with my senators. But just to pinpoint what it is, because HR 322 will get you into a rat's nest of House resolutions. It is specifically the one from this session of Congress that was introduced yesterday. And if you narrow it down that way, you'll find it. Also, the fact that the original sponsor is Joe Wilson from the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
You know what's funny? I was thinking that same thing earlier. I was thinking, oh, it's only 322. Is there, do they restart at the start of every Congress? So I looked that up and learned that exactly same thing about half an hour ago.
Yep. So the way to pin it down is it's sponsored by Joe Wilson, and it was introduced yesterday. And that'll get you to it. You might want to stick that as a note on John Spencer's thing in the nest. But in the meantime, they gave me the wrong phone number for Congressman Sykes, and I ended up getting connected to Congressman Davis, who's also from Ohio. He's from the 8th District. So I ran it down with Congressman Davis while I had him on the phone.
I don't think it can hurt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not my congressman, but he needs to be aware of the bill, the resolution, and get behind it. So I'll give him a few days, and I'll call him again. And I have Congressman Davis's phone number now too, so I'll call them both. I don't care if he's my congressman or not. Tell you the truth, I recently moved to Ohio, and I'm not even registered to vote here yet, but I will be by the time elections come around. In fact, I will be sometime in the next 2 weeks. So I can really start bugging them as a official constituent. But they have to pay attention to me because they know my address and my phone number. As I've recently become well aware, all of that information has been well hacked and online, which is something I know from a PhD thesis I was working on. All of our information is out there at least 15 times over for everyone who is online, which is somewhere around 6.2 billion of us. It's all been hacked. You can count on it. So just a note of caution. Be careful what you do online because your info is out there.
Thank you, Max.
Anyway, that's it. Yeah, just if people are going to be calling congressmen, senators, they need to know how to track down the resolution. So you just have to specify the date and the sponsor, and that will narrow it down.
Again, it's since they know that it was introduced yesterday, that helps.
Hey, Delman.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Prince.
Yeah. If you look through Angry Ant's replies on the tweet that is in the nest, I have put a link to the text of the resolution in there. I found it on the Helsinki Commission website.
Very good. Prince, have you had a chance to get in contact with your elected representative yet?
I haven't even had a chance to drink all my coffee. So, no, I have not. I have been up for like less than an hour, man. And I came on and Angry was talking about the bill, and I was obsessed with finding the text to the bill last night. And or not bill, the resolution. And so yeah, I just was still hunting that down because I still hadn't found it, and I finally just found it and read through it, and there's nothing snuck in there hidden that I thought there may be. So yeah, that I wanted to read it before I got too excited about it, and I was, I know there's still a long road for this resolution that we need to work to get things done on. So yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to call Earl Blumenauer yet. The man who wears the funky bow ties all the time that I used to run into all the time when I worked downtown. But yeah, I will give them a call here shortly, but you can find the actual text to the resolution in a reply on Angry Ant's tweet thread there.
Thank you very much, Prince. Andrew.
Hey guys, long time lurker, first or second time calling in, and I just wanted to speak a moment about the this question of how to push for this resolution in the U.S. Congress, but also I think as Angry Ant said earlier, it's just that there's just about everything about this can apply to a citizen of any democracy. You know, just find out who your member of parliament or your representative is, and just keep letting them know from time to time. I used to work in Washington, and one thing that that really matters a lot still is snail mail. Putting an actual letter into the physical post, as in, you know, words on dead trees, and with a stamp going to the representative's office carries a lot of weight still, because when you think about it, you know, typing in some stuff into a form online is pretty easy now. It's also pretty easy for you know, kind of form letters to be pushed out that way by advocacy groups. So anything that's, you know, personalized and takes some time to do, like writing an actual letter, can have an outsized impact. And so that's one thing to think about for those who do have the time. Sending a letter, and also to multiple levels. This is a House resolution we're talking about, but making sure senators are aware of this, you know, can't hurt. Again, that's sort of icing on the cake or gravy on the effort if you have time. But you know, it's just a good example, just to let, or it's a good thing to do to let the powers that be know that there are folks out there who continue to be, you know, strong advocates on Ukraine. You know, there's I've been reading these dismaying headlines about, like, oh, Americans are suffering from war fatigue when it comes to Ukraine. I'm thinking, fatigue? What are we doing? We're like you know, on Twitter and watching on TV. How about the Ukrainians? How about their fatigue with war? So I think the least we can do, and for, you know, others who are not in combat around the world, is to take a little time to do this, you know, very basic but really critical political advocacy. So that's my resolution for today: is to send a letter and make some calls and do some little email contacts. So that's my speech. But my specific question is, you know, I've observed people doing some fantastic advocacy on Twitter. Before, someone mentioned a frequent listener, I don't know if he's on right now, but Randy Mott, who does just yeoman's work talking to, you know, engaging people from his political tribe, the sort of Republican, Trump sympathetic faction, and really, you know, in good faith, giving facts, arguing back, challenging misconceptions and disinformation on like a daily basis. It's really impressive to watch. And that's sort of the Republicans is where I used to be politically. And now having, yes, I'm sorry.
We need to move on. I'm very sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
we
I'm
need
sorry.
to move on because it's the top of the hour, and we have the
Oh,
former
oh.
Ukrainian Minister of Infrastructure, Volodymyr Omelian, with us momentarily. So I was waiting patiently for you to land the plane, but now
Okay.
you're just gonna have to go back into the holding pattern.
So I'm not that important. Oh, okay. Anyway, have a wonderful talk, and I look forward to listening. Take care. Bye.
But on the bigger point, I'm very glad that there is the dedication and the interest in this resolution that came up on the docket last night on Capitol Hill. Axel. Okay, and Axel's gone. Okay, well, I'm trying to both at the same time do everything, including changing the title to the space here at the same time. So, Minister Emilian, if you're listening, do please click that request button in the bottom left corner, and we'll get also Axel up momentarily. Aha, here we go. Here we have everyone up and running, and I can go back to changing the title.
Hello.
Welcome, Volodymyr. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be up and running momentarily, just as soon as Axel's technological issues stop repeating. Axel, mic check.
All right, let's give it a try. Good evening, everyone. Volodymyr, good to see you here on the panel. Thank you very much for joining us. Jakub.
Good evening. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава.
It's a great pleasure and honor being invited to your discussion, and I hope we will have a lot of things to discuss, not only about Ukraine and war, but also about the future of all our countries and allies. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you very much. And just for our audience, let's highlight this. Volodymyr Emilian has been in politics for quite some time. He actually served as the Minister of Infrastructure in the previous government from 2016 onwards, and he has been vital to the, say, at that point in time, change of the civil society onwards and improving both the road and rail networks and transportation networks. Infrastructure, as many people will know, had after 2014 to be renewed, revitalized, upgraded, and integrated also with our European partners. And Volodymyr has been a spearhead of that for 3 years during that time. And we're very glad that he has taken the time to join us this evening.
Thank you once again. I'm very happy to be with you. And yes, I'm kind of career bureaucrat and served for the government for almost 20 years. My last official position was Minister of Infrastructure, but I also worked for the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Environment, Cabinet of Ministers, and many other state bodies and institutions.
Volodymyr, I did not want to introduce you as the Ukrainian equivalent of the classic bureaucrat which we have in Britain, Sir Humphrey Appleby, but it is vital. It is absolutely vital that people understand that there is continuity of government in Ukraine to the extent that many people actually sacrificed their professional careers and their opportunities already early on to try to make sure that Ukraine could, during the transition after the Soviet Empire went down and Ukraine managed to escape from the suppression of Russia, to actually commit to themselves and commit to the civil society. And your career is one of the examples in that
regard. Thank you. Yes, I'm trying to build new experience in my life. It's a military one because I joined the army on the first day of big Russian invasion in February 24th, 2022. I wouldn't say that this is my dream job, but I do understand that in such challenging times, you do not have anything else in your hands except a machine gun to protect your country, to protect your citizens, and to protect your nation. So it was not only my choice, but it was the choice of the nation. And frankly saying, it was a great surprise for many outside, but also inside of Ukraine. Ukraine was and has been always full of surprises for many, but finally we did really strong war for independence. We do understand all our risks, but we want this nightmare of a long term, for centuries, Russian occupation over Ukraine to be stopped. And we finally should be back to Europe, to our native allies. I mean, European countries. I mean, first of all, definitely United States, United Kingdom, which were from the very first second with Ukrainian people fighting alongside with us, because even today in Bakhmut or last year near Kiev and in the southern Ukraine, where my battalion was confronting Russians, I met a lot of you guys from your countries fighting side by side with us. And those guys were very professional and committed, and all of them were volunteers. So they came to Ukraine to risk their own lives, but to fight, as they told me many times, to fight communists and to let democracies develop.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is what Doman and I have been discussing here since the very early days. And Doman, we never met before prior to actually coming onto our space. And funny enough, apart from the fact that we have many things which unify us, including a love for wine and say a life completely outside of these conflicts, but we all felt compelled to join Ukraine and support Ukraine in its fight for independence, and if only if it is here in terms of information warfare, quite literally, because Ukraine was suppressed, and you took up the gun, which many people in outside of Ukraine could not necessarily do so. But 1 year down the road, actually 14 months down the road, how does it feel now? What is your role? What do you do in your daily life other than that you communicate about it, obviously, and still as a political person, communicate with the world on Twitter and everywhere else? But what do you do when you fight?
It's also changed a couple of times, because I joined the army as a soldier, and we were on missions all around Kyiv when Kyiv was almost surrounded by Red Army. And there were some fights with machine guns, with all weapons we had at that time. Mostly we had only Soviet type or Ukrainian type, quite outdated weapon. When my battalion was moved in April last year to the south, we protected Mykolaiv and then started our offensive operations in Kherson region. I was promoted to captain of armed forces of Ukraine, and I was responsible for anti-drone activities. So my responsibility was to fight Russian drones, to put them down, to block them. And then our artillery or our troops were able to make their own operations against Russians. Here in Bakhmut, I'm mainly responsible for logistics and supply, but also involved in some specific operations with militaries, with my battalion and with some other battalion. Due to my competences, I can perform.
Well, one should think that you have a good understanding of logistics, given your background.
Yeah, quite a bit, yeah.
How is that going for the troops? We understand that the Ukrainians obviously had massive challenges which they faced, but that this is at least the feedback we get both from the ZSU as well as from TDF forces, plus of course our colleagues, and be them still in service or retired from service in NATO armies, that they are very impressed as to both the pragmatism as well as the logistical capacity of the Ukrainian armed forces and how they have developed them under fire. Because it's one thing to prepare for logistics in peacetime, it's quite another to reinvent yourself and upgrade yourself whilst under fire. Can you speak a little bit about how logistics have changed since last year?
I cannot say much, unfortunately, because it's prohibited by our commanders, but in general, it works very well. And you may see from public reports that Russians still are not able to hit or target any of our supply chains for the army or for some operations. And it's due to well-organized system and great level of confidence and secrecy we preserve with the army. because definitely those logistic chains are of prime importance for Russians, and they perfectly know that if you cut any army, big or small one, from permanent supply, this army will be able to fight for a couple of days or maximum couple of weeks. That's it. In case of Ukraine, we keep on fighting, and we do understand that unless some miracle will happen, it will be long war. And we should be ready to that. And once again, we are very grateful to our Western allies, namely all of you who are part of this space today, and your governments and your nations, for helping Ukraine, for assisting us, because it's not only about military supply or financial aid or investment you do right now into Ukraine, but it's about morale. Morale of Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian nation is very high, but also because they know, and we all know, that we are not alone fighting Russians, fighting empire to come back to the 19th century. And we understand that you are with us, and it stimulates us a lot, and it helps us a lot to survive, to win, and not to stop or surrender.
I am very glad that you highlighted the point of morale. We've been talking about this many times, and whenever, how should I put this? Whenever we have Ukrainians and Ukrainians who are different age groups, doesn't really matter, as long as they're in some shape or form working with the armed forces or are actually effectively fighting on the front lines, the feedback is always that they're very focused and that they sincerely appreciate the interaction, that they want, that they like to hear that they're not alone. And I understand why. I can absolutely relate to this. But sometimes in the West, we even hear it here irregularly on the space, people come and say, oh, do they really know? Do they understand? And then our friend and colleague, Vika Verlaine, who is associated with one of the rapid response units, who are also currently pretty much, who have been at every single frontline east facing in the Donbass. She brought some of her colleagues on just as recently as earlier today and yesterday and the days before, because we're doing a fundraiser. And their comments mirror exactly what you just said. Their morale is high, they're committed, they're dedicated, they can see the light at the end of the tunnel, whilst it is a long one. But they really need to hear from us on a regular basis that they're not left alone, that we are not giving up on Ukraine.
Absolutely, and I would say that most difficult were first 2 weeks of this great war, when nobody knew what is going to happen next. And many Ukrainians were told or even infiltrated the story of great unbeatable Red Army, that the only choice for Ukraine is to surrender. Unfortunately, many in the West also believed to that fairy tale. And that's why not everybody was very active on the side of Ukraine. Situation has changed when we started to fight them back, when we saw first Russian helicopter going down, hit by Ukrainian missile, when we saw that Russian troops can not only attack, but they can also retreat, that we can destroy Russian army. It happened first around Kiev, and I was also occupying Brovary, it's left bank of Dnieper River near Kiev, and many other places that we switched our focus to Mykolaiv, Kharkiv. Right now we are fighting strongly with the best of the rest Russian army in Bakhmut. I would say that crash or that change of mind was very important, that you have the option to fight and you have the option to win. Second issue, which also helps us a lot, is that we know what we are fighting for. Russians mainly came to Ukraine to occupy, to steal our property, even water closets, what was very specifically funny for us, to come to die with the hope to collect some stuff from the toilet room. In our case, we know that we fight for our independence, but what also makes us great, we understand that we fight for democracy and for the choice of the whole world, what kind of model will be implemented to run the world in the future. Will it be autocracy or will it be democracy? And we know that we are in good company, that we are on the right side of civilization, and this it inspires us a lot. And inspiration is very important for the troops, for every military guy, that he understands any second you can die in the battlefield, and you should accept that 1 second, one boom, you are without your leg, hand, or head, and mainly you cannot predict this second when it's going to happen. But when you know that the idea you are fighting for is right, it's much easier for you to join the battle, to be in the battlefield, and to kill the enemy.
Absolutely. It's both the, as they say in psychology, and it's intrinsic and extrinsic. But in your case, the inspiration has helped people motivate themselves intrinsically. We have heard this in recent days that many people actually returned to volunteer, as we, by the way, reported in the first days of the full-scale invasion. But one example was one of the drone commanders of the Rapid Response Force, the Rubige unit, who actually was for 3 years traveling in Asia and was in Cambodia. And as soon as the full-scale invasion hit, he got himself a ticket, boarded a plane, returned, came back, immediately went to his old unit as quickly as he could. Within days, was back, and has been fighting ever since. But then his family signal name is Ochanas, so it fits. Now let's maybe switch gears a little bit, because we spoke a bit beforehand about what options Ukraine has, and right in parallel to our discussion, it came to me that you had posted this note about the riches of Ukraine. Many people talk about Ukraine in terms of what they know by now, agricultural importance and prowess, and I think we are all very much aware of this. Some people have worked in recent years, and within the last decade at least, closely with people who are very, very energetic in the IT sector and have seen the massive and the real value of the Ukrainian economy being, of course, its people and the adaptation to technology. We could even go as far back as to the industrial acumen, and whether you want to take Zaporizhzhia or Dnipropetrovsk or Azovstal, or if you want to go there, Motov Sich, for example, or Antonov. But still, there's one thing which is not so much talked about anymore, and that is this the exploitation, which already since 2014, the Russian government has committed in Donbass. It's the exploitation of minerals. You posted about the riches of Ukraine. Can you speak to this and tell the audience a little bit about what the Russians actually are doing and what Ukraine has in store for its future?
Absolutely, thank you for this question, because beneath each war, it's not only politics but also the economy. And I believe that in Russian dream or in Kremlin dream, to occupy Ukraine, it's not only to restore Soviet Union and to try to hit West, but it's also about to get Ukrainian resources. It's not kind of a secret that before the invasion, Putin had a big meeting with his oligarchs, and actually they divided in Ukrainian regions under the auspices of each oligarch. So one responsible for one region, and he or she can do anything they want with this Ukrainian region. Logic was very simple. Yes, Ukraine is full of resources. According to our data, which is internationally proved, the estimation value of mineral resources in Ukraine is around $14 trillion. But
say that again,
also
Volodymyr.
about,
say that again slowly.
Yeah.
14
yeah, okay,
trillion.
sorry. $14 trillion. Yes. So this is all resources starting from oil, gas, or gold, and everything else. Definitely, it's a great value, but you should invest to get them out and to sell them. So it's not kind of immediate cash coming to you next day when you occupy Ukraine. But Russians do understand the real value of Ukraine, and they do understand that there is no great empire without Ukraine, especially about resources, mineral ones and also human resources, because extra 40 million of population, which is motivated, educated, and strong, it's a great added value for any country or any union. Concerning what Russians did since 2014, they simply stole everything they were able to do. So they were taking coal from our coal mines, sending it to Russia, making fake documents, and try to sell all over the world. When it was possible, it was done to China or some Asian countries. When it was not possible due to sanctions imposed each year more and more, they lost a lot of money, but still doing some business. Same thing happened with our machinery. So many factories were simply moved to Russia, and there were unique factories for military purposes, for machine production, for big factories, machine equipment, and so on. So everything was stolen, and people were left there in misery. And they finally understood that Russia is not going to invest. They promised a lot, that we occupy Donbass, or we occupy Crimea, we invest, and you will be like in paradise. Reality turned out to be very different, and since 2014, especially in Donbass, it's total poverty and no prospects of hope. Concerning Ukraine itself, I'm very big believer in high tech, and I think that yes, we can still produce a lot of grain. We can still produce a lot of ore or some other things to meet world market demands. But if we invest into people, if we invest into high tech, we will get great added value. For example, when I was a minister, since 2016, I was pushing hard the issue of EVs, electric vehicles. And I still remember 2016 when I met my colleague, Minister of Transport of Germany, talking to him about EVs, that this is the future. He was smiling into my face and saying, "Oh, come on, forget about that idea. We have Mercedes, we have Audi, we have Volkswagen. They have nothing to do with EVs." I was right and he was wrong. Economy is different, and Ukraine could be another great added value for that, because the largest lithium reserves in Europe are in Ukraine.
Exactly. I was just about to highlight this.
Still, Germany, whole European Union is very much dependent on China to produce lithium batteries. Even Elon Musk with Tesla has the same problems. You have your production in Ukraine and you are safe. The only problem definitely is Russia, and to have victory over Russia.
You should always take into account that Mr. Dobrindt actually originally is a sociologist. And whilst he worked as a bookkeeper, which then elevated himself to becoming a financial director, he learned his trade, of course, but he is not an entrepreneur per se, and he never was, shall we say, a leading industrial economist. Just let it stand there.
Okay, I will not comment that, but I will only mention in addition that Germany was also somehow limited or maybe constructed by the big car makers. And those companies were not very much motivated to invest into future or something totally different. Actually, the same mistake was done by Japan. They are late with EVs. They are trying somehow to jump into this train, but they are missing time.
That's an interesting point you just mentioned, because if you look back in history, the transition of Japan from its own industrial society, don't forget they had a resource problem anyway, but let's not go there. But if you consider the transition they undertook from their heavy industry rebuilt after the war and then into high tech, it took them decades, but they pursued it relentlessly with a view to always being at the technological edge. They go their own way, they interact. Yes, of course, from time to time they even copied certain technologies, but they did the basic research stuff, which, by the way, the Germans once prided themselves, and they still do. But whereas the Japanese actually converted into new product, into new technologies, Germany or Germans, to a large extent, have started to doubt their future and not implement the technologies. And which is, as you just said, you're a strong believer in technology, and this positive approach to having your own future in your hand because you have nothing to lose, but only everything to win. I think the whole European society currently projects their hopes on that spirit in Ukraine coming out of this war.
Absolutely. Plus, also very important thing is to invest into people. For Ukrainians, it was always a great challenge to become famous as inventors or businessmen or women in Ukraine. I was even joking visiting Canada, where I spent almost a year of my life, or United States. I've been many times too. That Canada is Ukraine, which is successful, and every second Ukrainian American I met was very famous. And you know, for us Ukrainians in Ukraine, sometimes it was even sad story that you cannot achieve much in Ukraine, but if you immigrate to some other countries, especially in the West, you are a very successful person. We want to change this right now here, and I believe that new government in Ukraine will pay to human factor the most significant attention, because without investing into people, you will not be able to jump into high tech. Without investing into people, it's really difficult to win the war. We see it nowadays because we started the war with Soviet artillery. Thanks to your support, you got Javelins, you got Patriots. I hope that we will get F-16s and new sophisticated weapon, but all personnel should be well trained for that. For drone operations, we right now establish new military reality. People should be trained for that first, and then you get the result and you get success at the end of the country or of the West as a whole.
Very good point. Now, when you look at the technologies and the likes, for example, aviation. Yes, currently at war, it's very hard to produce anything reliably and make these investments, as one would say. But in aviation, in fine mechanics, and optoelectronics, Ukraine has always been successful. Ukraine was the boon for rocketry. If I look back as my first visits to Ukraine were first to Zaporizhzhia and then to Motor Sich, because Motor Sich was building the engines for the Hind helicopter, for example. And without Motor Sich, Tatarstan or Kazan would not have employed anyone. I'm sorry to say.
Absolutely.
So the interesting thing there is that there is a good tradition in fine mechanics. Actually, more recently, there were tests to utilize nano coating also for planes in Ukraine. The Ukrainians have that, or had that edge before the war to an extent already. Merging precision technology, merging fine mechanics, merging optoelectronics with the next thing, meaning applying machine learning tools or AI tools, better design structures and design philosophies which fit in with the IT sector of Ukraine perfectly, should give Ukraine a significant edge. And by the way, would allow a lot of veterans who may have lost a limb, who may be stressed, a new opportunity. How do you see Ukrainian society integrating those who have been fighting after the war?
Yes, absolutely. You rightly mentioned about all those factors, and we used to be and still are good not only in aviation but also in space technologies. And nanotech was one of the key features of many companies and R&D in Ukraine, and I hope it will be developed after the war. The only big challenge is to identify the place of Ukraine in world production chain. And this is what exactly I'm fighting for with Ukrainian government right now, to understand where we are, what is our niche. It could be different in 5, 10, or 20 years because everything is changing nowadays. But if we make kind of agreement with the biggest companies that, okay, after the war, we come to Ukraine to produce this or this, and you supply it all over the world. I did it personally with General Electric when this company was producing locomotives. We signed the biggest ever contract for General Electric in Eastern Europe at the cost of $1 billion to buy and to produce locomotives in Ukraine for Ukraine. But then, during the implementation of this project, we jumped to the idea to produce spare parts for all GE locomotives all over the world in Ukraine. And I think it should be and might be good option for big companies to come to Ukraine and to see the opportunity after the war. But to identify these opportunities, they should start right now. I also talked to some other big companies, and they say, okay, you have a great titanium production. Why don't we look into that direction? Lithium we talked about, and lithium batteries. And there are so many opportunities because country is huge. You have, and not only you, but all of us, we have some turbulence with China nowadays. For European Union, transportation link is huge. To produce something in China, then transport it to European Union and back. Move production to Ukraine. And it could be another factory of Europe or European Union in Ukraine, not in China. Why you move to India? Choose Ukraine. And there are a lot of real options on the table, but definitely, first of all, victory should be in place and peace should be restored. And this is maybe one of the biggest challenges we face nowadays, because it's difficult to talk about real business opportunities when you know that Russians can launch any kind of missile to hit your factory, which only started to be constructed.
Interesting part in that regard is, of course, that GE understood that there is a possibility to actually produce the same kind of quality which satisfies their standards, which are quite exacting. I mean, this is one of the top 4 locomotive producers worldwide. So this is not a contract which you give out lightly. On the contrary, they did understand both the quality at hand as well as the possibility for future innovation and say value for money development, let's put it this way, because that's what it is. There's both a cost advantage, but at the same time, the depth of the technical capabilities which Ukraine does possess with its capital stock and specifically human capital, as it's often called or misnomed. It's interesting to see that GE was willing to do that at that point in time. But then again, you have many other companies who now soon, as soon as there's victory and Ukraine can defend its sovereign territory, will have the opportunity to go back into country, not only to refurbish and rebuild, that's part of it, but also actually make direct investments. In wartime, by the way, let me just add this one thing, even our friends and colleagues from Rheinmetall in Pattberger have said that they would immediately and now, even still this year, together with Ukraine, build a factory to build tanks and do this appropriately. Just imagine what can happen if Ukraine lives outside of wartime in whatever kind of cold peace. Ukraine will be a significant attraction point and comparative cost advantage region and market to work in. If you compare this to China, for example, the reshoring or the, say, reclaiming of industrial capacity into Europe is absolutely vital for Europe. Isn't this exactly the opportunity for Ukraine for its future?
Absolutely, and this is actually my main idea. I'm trying to convince people and to explain to them that time of kind of neutral states or some gray zones has passed away. And the concept that Ukraine will be in between East and West failed. And the result of this concept, ongoing war in Europe. I hope that the result of our victory will be Ukraine joining NATO and European Union. And it might be one of the strongest motivation for foreign investors to invest into Ukraine, because they know in this case their money are well protected. In military terms, in judicial terms, in private property terms, which is also very important thing, the rule of justice, and we hope that there will be no issues in future for Ukraine regarding some misuse of power or misuse of regulation. And frankly saying, during my term in the office as a minister, my primary target was to invite as many as possible top world companies to Ukraine. Because in my opinion, they are kind of lights for all other investors. We are here. It's safe. It's good. We make a lot of money. You are ready to come any second you want to. And we did it with seaport concession. It's another great industry booming in Ukraine before the war, and still of high importance right now during the grain corridor through Turkey to Asia and to many other countries. A Qatar company, Qatar fund came to concession Ukrainian seaport Olvia, which is close to Mykolaiv, so it's almost a part of Mykolaiv city. We held talks with Hudson Ports, world biggest company operating seaports all over the world. We talked to DP World, company from United Arab Emirates, and they came partially to big private seaport in Ukraine, but we hope that they will come and concession Ukrainian largest seaport in Yuzhny near Odessa. So having big companies on board, and you rightly mentioned Rheinmetall, but it's also a trick question. Who is going to come to that market? Is it Rheinmetall or company that produces Abrams in the United States? Or maybe a producer of South Korean tanks? You see, Poland has recently signed big contract with Southern Korea companies in military field. So it's also about the competition. It's also about fair approach, about the opportunities for business to develop. And war is an ugly and bloody thing, and I witness it every day. But on the other hand, it's a big opportunity to overthink the reality for my country, for our allies, and for business. What should come next? And what is the result of the war? Because we also know that many inventions take place during wartime. Just recall World War II or Cold War times or another great wars in human history. Many or most things were invented during those unfortunate periods.
It's interesting if you think about that the logistics capacity. I mean, Ukraine has, for its purposes in future, a unique logistical opportunity, even if it does not allow trade with Russia. Many people always complain about the fact, but what will happen if Ukraine then has to guard its own border? I'm not worried about that border, and I think neither are you. I'm significantly more interested in its location for global aviation, for logistics, and the Black Sea. And there, Ukraine can make a significant advance and a significant difference. I think that the trade routes, which go from there all the way to Kazakhstan, will be exceedingly interesting and will offer unique opportunities specifically for Ukraine.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear
Colleague
you.
just cycled up.
Okay,
There was a
because
little
it was-
glitch
it was-
in the
oh.
matrix.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Concerning the logistic chains, yes, we analyzed many times with top world companies situation in Ukraine. And you rightly mentioned that even taking into account the risk with Russia, it was before 2022, we still discussed with the top container companies the idea to for example, transit goods through Mediterranean Sea, then Black Sea, through the territory of Ukraine and to Scandinavia with trains. And it would have been much faster and even cheaper than you transit your goods all along Europe and take another month to deliver them on time to some northern European seaports. So there were a lot of options available, and that's why with this idea we constructed the only new highway in Ukraine. It was Go Highway. We call that because it was coming from Gdansk in Poland to Odessa in Ukraine, and it became one of the main transition routes since 2017-2018, and still operates very efficiently even during wartime. And I believe that those new routes to be developed, it could be also private initiative, or it could be public-private partnership, or it could be a state finance idea, but then operated by some private companies. It's a good business and it's a good opportunity, because in Ukraine, when we started to invest money into road network, we understood that business is doubled or even tripled during 1 year term when new road is in place. I was the one to get Ryanair to Ukraine, and it was real revolution in aviation, because people started to travel cheaply and fast all over Europe from Ukraine and to Ukraine. But next day, another low cost, it was bus company, Flixbus. They came to Ukraine, and it was also a revolution for people who were preferring to travel with buses. And I would say that there are so many logistics opportunities that sometimes we do not even understand their potential for business and for people, and also for mobility of the nation. Because one of the core thing for European Union, and this is the right thing, I believe, it's about not logistics itself or transportation itself. It's about mobility. How fast you are ready to deliver a person or to deliver goods. Because in our internet society, We want with one click to have TV or iPhone delivered to our house within a couple of minutes. It's not possible because it's a physical delivery. But if you make it faster, you will get more.
That's the interesting piece, yet again. Everything, both in war as well as in peacetime, everything is dependent on logistics and the interaction of parties to reduce friction, compete with each other for opportunities in terms of transporting goods and services. And what you just highlighted, the competition between road, not just competition, but also the interaction and multimodal transport, road, train, ship, aviation, for people, as well as especially for goods, is absolutely vital. Ukraine has a unique opportunity in that regard. And from what we've seen in those years you described, 2016 onwards, if this opportunity is taken, so to say, grabbed with both hands right after the war has ended, albeit that Ukraine already, even in wartime, refurbishes extremely quickly, and we can talk about it. But if that opportunity is grabbed with both hands, I think Ukraine will have a significant competitive advantage.
Just one hint from my side. If you analyze the story of any big company or many billionaires, normal billionaires, not those type of Russian oligarchs, they were first to come. And this is exactly, I'm talking to my friends from foreign companies, and I helped some of them already. I cannot say their names, but the idea is very simple. Do not wait when war is over. Get ready now.
100%.
Analyze the market and find personnel. Think about production, if you think about production in Ukraine or any other kind of office right now. Because when war is over and you are only start to develop some plan, you are already late. You will not make that kind of money you wanted to. And the first people who will come after the war, they will become new billionaires for sure. Because market is huge and country is huge, and Russia knows what is fighting for. West should also understand. This is not the simple idea of helping Ukraine to beat Russian Empire or to start a Russian expansion, or we can call it even China expansion. But it's also the idea to invest and to make good business in Ukraine with Ukrainians and to become stronger. Actually, sometime maybe 10 or 15 years ago, many big German companies understood that when Poland, Hungary, Slovak Republic joined European Union. They started to invest there immediately, just to balance the level of life all over European Union. But all those investments, ROI was significantly high for those Germans who first came to invest. And I think this story can easily repeat with Ukraine. The only thing which worries me a lot that the result of this war should not be end of Soviet Empire, but Ukraine to become member of European Union and NATO. Because if it's not going to happen, there will be no peace in Europe. New horde will come from the east soon.
Yeah, this is the thing that when Monsieur Macron in recent months said that he does not want, and it would not be in the best interest of Europe, and definitely not desired by France, that Putin and and Russia should not be crushed. I think this is where we diverge, and this is where both you and we would argue on the contrary. This is essentially the tail end of the Second World War. This is the unresolved issue. This is where freedom needs to be defended. And if we deliver a very sincere blow, it will also not only prevent Russia from resurging, but it will deter other totalitarian regimes from interfering. The best policy for growth in the 21st century is helping Ukraine win decisively?
Yeah, you are right. And I would say that maybe common mistake of wealthy country or wealthy superpower that war is happening somewhere far from my borders, and I as a country will be always able to make a deal with barbarians. This concept is totally wrong. You cannot make a deal with barbarians because barbarians will come one day to your home and will set it on fire. It happened many times in the history. Concerning Monsieur Macron and Scholz and other leaders of European Union, yes, sometimes we are heavily disappointed with them. At the same time, they can disappoint us in the morning and then in the evening give us Leopards or Caesar artillery systems. They also act differently. But the only person that makes me really upset is Mr. Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, which I would say there is a very good expression that Hungary is de jure a NATO member state and Ukraine is de facto NATO member state. And I would say that Hungarian problem is seriously underestimated right now because it could present a real headache very soon. Concerning Mr. Macron, I still hope that I would say cooperation and understanding for France the value of the allies of NATO and European Union will prevail over new friends to come, as we see from the recent visit of French president to China, which was rather controversial, I would say.
We had this discussion. It is evident that if you are in a righteous war, you have to make a choice. Our friend and colleague and CEO of the MriyaReport as a charity, Peter Doran, often links this back to the speeches of both Ronald Reagan and Barry Goldwater. This is a time for choosing. You have to choose who you're with. Orban strikes us as the one who went to the party with one woman and then at the party chooses another. In English, you would say, you dance with the one who brung you. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand this. And it's terrible to see how a country which once, in 1956, suffered from the same suppression, from the brutality, the atrocities, the killing by a Soviet, as you rightly called it, Red Army, killing the hopes and dreams of Hungarians in the streets of Budapest. And someone who once predicated or said that he himself was trying to liberate Ukraine, trying to liberate Hungary, Mr. Orban, so to say, in his version 1.0. It strikes me as quite insane that we're tolerating this, albeit that we have very little measure. But it's good to see that Ukraine is undeterred in that regard. Yes, please.
Yes, our answer is very simple. We have no other choice. We have to win. And a unique moment of this particular war is that Ukraine is supported by the West. And we do value this fact because in many previous wars, we were simply occupied by Russians, and that happened. That was that, and nobody helped us a lot. In the 20th century, United States, Canada, UK, many other countries hosted many immigrants from Ukraine, but independent Ukraine has lost, and now we will win, and there is no doubt for that. Yes, we will pay a very high price for this victory because we die every day in the battlefield, in the civil houses and so on, but we know that we should do that because there is no other choice for us on the table. If Russians occupy Ukraine, definitely they will not stop and will try to use Ukraine resources and people to attack the West. But on the other hand, we will be dead. And looking at what Russians are doing right now with Bakhmut, or they did with Mariupol and many other cities, they simply raise them to the ground. You know, every time I wake up in the morning in Bakhmut, it's a different city I left night before going to bed. Totally bombed with aviation, with artillery, with missile strikes, and so on. And this is the reality we face. There is no other options for us on the table but to win.
And so you shall. Volodymyr, if you don't mind, we've been chatting away here. We have lots of hands up and lots of questions coming in from DM. I would like to open the floor a little bit, and my colleague and friend Mokas, as well as David and Florian, would like to ask a few questions. But shall we do that?
Absolutely, and I am very grateful to you for having this discussion with me in this interview. And let's go to Q&A. I'm happy to answer all questions I can answer.
Excellent, wonderful. Mokas, you had your hand up first.
Okay, well, I have quite a light-hearted question, and it's about morale. You mentioned that morale was very important, and I wondered if you knew about the fellas and what you thought of them.
You know, people are different, and I wouldn't say that there is only one type of Ukrainians. Some people could be really burned out with the war, which already lasts more than a year. Some people could be really traumatized by loss of their relatives, houses, property, and so on. In battles, I saw a lot of soldiers with a great experience for fighting with Russians for many years. But then new battle comes and he's really helpless. He says, I cannot do that anymore. But those are different examples. As nation, we are strong, and we do understand that we will not surrender. Even if we fight alone, even we are out of ammo and weapon, we will fight as we did it in 20th century when Soviet Union occupied Ukraine, and we simply went into forests fighting Russian troops and Red Army from the forests with the trophy machine guns and tanks and so on, what we were ready to capture. So in general, morale is high. And it's, you know, frankly saying, it's surprise even for myself because it's a long war. For many brothers in arms, I know personally, this war started in 2014, and they are still alive, and they are still fighting 8 years after.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I can assure you that there is an awful lot of people who are supporting Ukraine right now. But I did want to draw your attention to something in particular, which is a grassroots organization of people from all over the world who, I don't know if you look down on your screen a little bit, you might see an awful lot of characters that look like little dogs.
Uh-huh.
And these are the fellas, and the fellas organise and fundraise, and they go around harassing Russian ambassadors online, and generally making fun of Russians and dispelling a lot of Russian propaganda. They are like the little doggies that help.
Oh, thank you for that information. I will study it definitely, and I would say that it's really important to know that all of you are with Ukraine, and we do understand that it doesn't mean that you should take some military equipment and to fight Russians with us in the trenches. But there are different levels of war, and even making fun of Russian propaganda, it also works. Because Russia, it's not only empire to kill, to rape, to rob people and nations, but it's also empire of fakes. Whatever happens, China will remain as a great power because it has its own history and it's a big country with, I believe, big future. But Russia, when it fails or it falls, there is no future and there is no past for this country because all its history is based on fake news and fake facts. And finally, it comes to the understanding of many nations in the world. I wouldn't say all of them, but many of them. That Russians are simply barbarians who stole everything, starting from inventions and some nice commodities from the West, history from Ukraine, many other things from the Asia, and try to somehow combine its uniqueness, which is not. And it's very important to tell the truth, and truth can be fun. It's also okay. Truth should not be boring, and history was not boring because we are alive right now, and we are constructing new history for new generations to come, and we are also fun.
Thank you for that. I'd like to go on to our colleague David Brookfield.
Thank you very much, Axel. Thank you very much for letting me come in, and thank you very much, Vladimir, for coming and giving us your insights. I have a question, and I was listening earlier on. Before the war, the thing that I really liked about Ukraine was Ukraine had was getting a really good mix of having really technical IT type businesses, but you still had this amazing heavy industry, right? Avastal, the steelworks, etc. But sadly, obviously, we know that what's happened there. Can you tell us, are there any intentions of rebuilding that? Because I see that as one of the really big advantages you had, given how close you were to the sea.
Thank you for this question, because it's many other business and investors. Unfortunately, a majority of largest companies in Ukraine are totally destroyed. Azovstal is gone. All factories which were located in Mariupol or eastern Ukraine are seriously damaged or gone. But what is left? People. We still preserve very good technicians who are ready to run new factories, and reserve base for this production. So all ore is present. Nobody took it, and I hope will never taken by Russians. The issue is following: if we do you hear me?
Perfect.
We do.
Yeah, great. The issue is following: what will come into place instead of those destroyed factories or damaged factories? I believe it should be new state-of-art companies with much greater efficiency, with environmental friendly approach, and they should be constructed, I would say, from the scratch. Unfortunately or fortunately, because many of them, and you mentioned Azovstal, for example, were constructed during Soviet times, and their efficiency was not that good as it possible to be. So I believe that private investors will claim Russia, and Russia will pay the bill. I don't think it will be fast. And we all understand that Russia will pay reparations only if Russia is totally defeated. So it's not the issue that Russians withdraw its troops to the border of 1991, but it's about the defeat of Kremlin and recognition of that defeat. Because Nazism or Nazi in Germany were defeated not when US troops or Soviet troops approached German borders, but when Hitler was down and Nazi regime has fallen.
David, do you have a follow-up?
I'm just taking in all of that's been said, but I will do shortly, though. I'll put my hand back up again in a moment, actually.
No problem. Okay, then let's go to Florian and then to Chris. Florian, please.
Volodymyr, thank you very much for this great conversation and all your services. The question I have is really also looking forward after the war. What would be the best measure in terms of infrastructure that Ukraine gets integrated into the European single market? And what shall the European Union, with its money or its measures, its cohesion funds, or by removing bureaucracy on the border, or whatever is necessary, do that then reindustrialized Ukraine with its strengths gets fully integrated as a major industrialized country into the single market?
I spent more than 6 years fighting with European bureaucracy. And sometimes when somebody says that Ukrainian bureaucracy is awful, I always smile in response, because I know that some Brussels guy can, so to say, enjoy you much better. And right now, we are on the right track with European Union. We've got the candidacy status. I hope that European Union will also be fast with full-fledged member status. I don't think it will happen in 2024, 2025, as some Ukrainian politicians say, but it should be pretty fast. And maybe this is the only key to success. Because look into the reality of today. Even Ukraine on war and under Russian attack has right now problems with exporting grains to European Union or through European Union. Small Ukraine, large European Union, and it's already a problem. Borders are a real headache and will remain a headache as long as we are not the part of European Union, unfortunately. The same was with Poland. Right now, it's with Ukraine, that borders really limit transit of goods and services. They limit the economies of European Union and Ukraine. And I think, as I was the one who offered the job for former Minister of Infrastructure of Poland to head our road state agency. He was always answering very simple question when people ask, when we finally get roads of European Union quality in Ukraine? And he always answered, as soon as you become member state of European Union. And this is the answer. You cannot find any special solution to systemic problems if you don't make Ukraine member of European Union. As soon as we get the membership, I believe that all those problems will be resolved, or maybe not all, but many of them. Until that, I'm not that optimistic, frankly saying.
It's a very important point that the integration needs a roadmap. And whilst the European Union has given, so to say, has accepted the application, a clear roadmap is not yet defined. And there are signs that some European states do have issues with this. And we all know that the common agricultural policy is something which has a more impact on some than on others. And one of the biggest defender of the CAP has always been France. And there you have it again. And there are states such as Poland or Romania who may feel that they could be outcompeted. At the same time, it's not just about competition, it's also about what kind of export regime Europe wants to have with the rest of the world in terms of agricultural product. Funnily enough, I see the positive in this. I would say, Volodymyr, this is a unique opportunity for Europe to rearrange itself and become more competitive with the world again, because it hasn't more recently. But having said this, membership action plan, we should talk about this when we have gone through a few more questions, because the other important membership action plan is, of course, NATO. And we'll come to that. Let's go to Chris. And after Chris, we go to Victoria, Shaggy, Derman, and then back to Florian. Chris. What says the Royal Navy? Chris? 3, 2, 1. The Royal Navy has to wait. We'll go from Chris to Shaggy.
I'm here.
Great. Volodymyr,
Thank you.
It's a running joke. Yeah, Chris is always late. The Navy is always late. Please, Chris.
It's a lie. But anyway, yeah, I have Malamutes. Anyway, Vladimir, I just wanted to let you know that we are heavily supporting your tech industry, particularly the cyber security industry and the software industry, and let you know about an event that we have, that we're building the Ukraine pavilion at a London exhibition in September. I'm also aware that there are going to be Ukrainian companies actually at Tech Week in June in London. And there are companies at RSA in San Francisco today, as we speak, and have been this week. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And all the people at MriyaReport have been very kind to support this initiative. And we will have MriyaReport people broadcasting from the stand. So you might just tell me what you think about the potential for the Ukrainian tech industry. Obviously, we all think that it's massive.
I think definitely that it has great potential, and it's not only words but already facts. Even my brother, he worked for largest US company based in Ukraine, and they are very happy with Ukrainian market, not maybe with sales in those days, but with the personnel they can hire and develop new products. For opportunities, I believe that human resources of Ukraine worth more than $17 trillion as mineral resources. And definitely in the time of war, investing into technologies are the best solution right now, because everything what is applicable right now in modern war could be used in civil life. For example, drones. We can talk about high-tech drones developed by US Army or German Army or anybody else, but 90% of all drones used by Ukrainian Army are manufactured in China, and those are DJIs or Autels, and they perform very well. I think that investing into independent industries, not linked or totally relied on Chinese production, first of all, it's security, but also it's new tech industries we can develop right now. I'm not sure if I'm allowed that to say, but I know number of Ukrainian companies participating in developing drone deliveries and drone traffic in special city United States, and they were designing the whole AI project for that, and all machine learning for this project to be successful. So I believe that physical tech and also IT, it's a good future for Ukrainian business and foreign investments, because you can make it fast, reliable, and market-oriented products designed in Ukraine or constructed or developed in Ukraine.
Thank you. We agree.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, we'll go to Shaggy. Shaggy.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Axel. Right, yeah, just love listening to this. We've got a broad range of topics covered, but I just wanted to give you a quick lowdown on NAFO, the North Atlantic Fellow Organization that I'm a member of. So I'm a fellow. The fellows are, NAFO is less than a year old. We've probably got over 100,000 members at the moment. We fight online and in real life for protests. We fight for Ukraine, for Ukrainians, and for Ukrainian supporters. We bonk Russians online with memes and with text, rubbishing their propaganda nonsense with humor. It's often dark humor, but it's always funny. We report their disgusting propaganda, which breaks Twitter terms and conditions, and they often have their accounts suspended. So we deal in digital death to the Russian supporters. We raise funds for Ukrainian defenders. To become a fellow, we have to make an initial donation, and then we raise funds for helmets, for drones, for clothing, for animal food. The list is just enormous of what we try and do. We raise the morale of Ukrainian defenders. A lot of soldiers really like what we do, and we raise the morale of Ukrainian supporters as well, to keep our own mental health well. So our support for Ukraine is limitless. NATO expansion is non-negotiable. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava.
Thank you a lot, Slava Ukraini, and I enjoy your work. We do follow all your memes and other activities. Believe me that it's very popular among Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian society. Thank you for this.
All righty, so we'll go to Victoria.
Hi guys, Vladimir, thank you so much for joining us today. It was definitely our pleasure and such a great conversation. I have a question. So the Ukrainian victory is not a question on the table. We all know that, but it's someday, you know, one day we're gonna liberate Donbass. In your opinion, how do we approach the issue of brainwashed Ukrainians? I mean, we have the whole generation of Ukrainians that think that they're Russians, and it's been almost 10 years. How do you think we solve this problem? How do we bring those minds back? Thank you.
You know, before 2022, I would ask the same question. But since the beginning of Great War, situation is much different. First of all, there is no such a big difference as it used to be between people from the Eastern Ukraine or Western Ukraine or Kiev. They are all mixed. Many were forced to leave their houses, move to other locations in Ukraine, or even to immigrate from Ukraine for some period of time. Secondly, I was really surprised when my battalion stationed in the southern Ukraine. People were very pro-Ukrainian, and they were fighting side by side with us. They only asked, give us weapon, we are ready to kill Russians. We know already what occupation is. Right now, I'm in the east. Yes, people in eastern Ukraine for centuries were under direct Russian, Soviet, and Russian again propaganda. It's a problem, but unfortunately, if I may to say so, the best cure for Russian propaganda are Russian missiles, and it works. Unfortunately, Russians destroy civilian houses, and people already understand that Russian army are going to kill them, and Ukrainian army wants to save them. So I would say that it's a big mental shift right now in the average minds who never thought about politics or thought that, okay, Russian language is normal to speak. Yes, there were some problems in the past with Soviet Union, but there were also some advantages. Right now they understand that Russians are killers, and they came to kill and to destroy everybody and to steal everything possible. So I hope that it will be this kind of natural solution to that problem. The issue is what to do with the people, as you rightly mentioned, when we deoccupy territories in Donbass or in Crimea. I believe that all Russians or other guys who came to these territories after the occupation should leave next day. All others, if they decide to stay, maybe there should be some limits to their political rights. So they are Ukrainian citizens, no problem with business, they are taxpayers, but they cannot vote. Because if they are allowed to vote, next election cycle we can get another pro-Russian party or softly pro-Russian party in the parliament, and it will be problem again. And Russia will definitely, if Russia stays, if Russia remains, will definitely use this momentum to infiltrate the agents again into government, into the parliament, into other state bodies. So maybe this is a solution, but it's my opinion. I didn't discuss with any politician or somebody else about that. But maybe some limitation to political rights of people who stayed long under Russian occupation should be applicable.
All righty.
And yeah, I'm just gonna say thank you for your answer. It's just gonna be a long way because most of them already have Russian passports, and it's definitely gonna be interesting.
Absolutely. There is even a joke that Moises, who took Jews from the Egypt occupation and walked them in the desert for 40 years, but then some Jews were still missing Egyptian ice cream.
Let us move on to my colleague and friend Doman.
Thank you very much, Vladimir, for being with us. I'm curious about your actually expertise back when you were a minister and your work. I'm curious about the following: what are the biggest infrastructural challenges that Ukraine will have to achieve? We've spoken about the getting into the EU, etc. Those are political things. What are construction parts that during the reconstruction will have to be rethought, whether it comes to roads, whether it comes to railways, maybe a railway gauge that can better, the new 10T corridors that were defined last June connecting into Ukraine, well into Ukraine. or maybe to do with district heating, now that Russian gas simply won't be an option in the same way as it, perhaps regrettably was until last year?
First of all, we have to choose and to define as a national priority or national plan or program, we can call it different names, what we are going to do after the war. Option A is to build new, or option B to rebuild, and somebody says build it better again, but it's also to rebuild with some improvements. I'm a supporter of the option A, to build. And you rightly mentioned TNT corridors. We were fighting for them with Brussels for years to include Ukraine into all TNT corridors, not only railways or highways, but also riverways and all others. Finally, this dream came true. Now we should define what kind of highways we need, what kind of railways we need. To switch from a Soviet gauge system to European one, I don't think that it's really needed, because Soviet gauge system is preferable if you transport goods and you can transport more, and its network covers all Ukraine, covers Ukraine all over. But to build fast railway system, European gauge connecting with European Union, is highly needed. Actually, Baltic states do the same with Baltic railway system. They want to have it united with European Union. It's about speed, because logistics in 21st century, it's about speed. It's not even about the capacity. Capacity is needed for business point of view, but speed is most urgent thing and most important thing. I do believe that if we focus on new infrastructure, we all will win, because it's new materials, new equipment, and it will be a great challenge not only for Ukrainian companies, but first of all for Western companies. I do remember my business talks with largest road companies in Europe to come to Ukraine. They were ready to come if budget starts with 100 million euros. Right now, budget for Ukrainian construction in infrastructure will be tens of billions of dollars. We need all companies in Ukraine to build, and everybody will find its niche, and it's obvious. The only thing which disturbs me a lot, what kind of option we will be able to choose. Because it's not only about the roads, it's about social infrastructure, about heating systems, it's about pipelines, it's about sewage and all other stuff. If we rebuild, we get the same old Soviet, I should find some polite word for that.
Don't.
That's okay. We know what you mean.
Yeah.
No
Thank you.
politeness.
And it will be no chance to build new Ukraine, and I would like to build new Ukraine.
Alrighty, and with that we can revert back to Florian, and then to Brian, and then we move on further. Florian, please.
Going away from infrastructure and that, how is Ukraine winning and when?
If you or me know this answer, we become very rich person and very famous ones. It's war. Nobody can give you the exact answer. Yes, this victory can come fast if we have 10, 20 times more weapons to defeat Russians. With those capacities, what we have right now, it could last another couple of years. I don't think that Ukraine will be able to destroy the whole empire. The fall of empire will come from inside, as it always happened in the past of Soviet and Russian history. This is the key sanctions we apply together. Russian economy is not in good shape. Not as bad as we thought, but much worse than they expected. And problems will only rise because China will not be able to help Russia to that extent Kremlin wants. And this is the key to our success. If we have enough weapons, this could be ended this year. If our allies are not ready to supply us with needed quantity of aircrafts, tanks, artillery systems, ammunition, it will take another year, a couple of years.
And with that, we are quite in sync with what many military leaders, both serving and retired, have said, that this, whilst there may be opportunities to be exploited, whilst there are movements ahead and there can be a lot of success achieved, this is a hard conventional war. Let's go to Brian.
Very fascinating discussion, and thank you for having it. And love the guest here and getting a lot of good insight. I've thought often about this. That as we all know, there's been varying levels of support for the Ukrainian effort, depending on this particular government. I'm thinking of Axel's friends in Berlin as a particular example. And so my question is, after this is over and we have, companies, Western companies coming in, or even Asian companies coming in and wanting to bid on projects and to participate in the the bidding process to win contracts to do the work that's going to be needed across all aspects of I'm thinking just particularly physical infrastructure, as you mentioned previously. Do you think that there would be? I'm not implying any sort of underhanded or corrupt or anything like that, but just in general. That there would be, I don't want to say bias, but I guess I want to say bias, to award contracts to companies from countries that were more active participants and more aggressive in terms of their support for Ukraine, assuming all other things are equal and that the deliverables are the same and the value is not, is consistent with the market. And I'm just thinking of Siemens. I worked for Siemens for 12 and a half years. I don't work for them anymore, but I enjoyed my time there. But obviously they're a very influential German company with a lot of power, a lot of resources. But they also are in a country that didn't necessarily do as much as some of the other countries to help Ukraine. So I'm just curious if that mindset would sort of be present in terms of this when the war is over and you're looking at competing contracts from different countries.
When this great war was about to start, many compared Ukraine with Afghanistan in military terms. I fully respect Afghanistan. I have nothing against this country. I'm only sad with Taliban and all other stuff. But I don't want Ukraine to become Afghanistan in sense of investing or spending money for Ukraine. And my dream work, as I told you in the very beginning, is not a fighting or military fields. I was politician, and I hope if I survive this war, I will come back to politics. And I believe that real success and real victory of Ukraine in this war will be internal change of Ukraine. When rule of justice will be number one importance for all of us, we still have a lot to change in our mentality. And it's a long way, but it's doable, and people finally, through all challenges of war, understand the value of the state and the fair state, justice state. Secondly, concerning the investments and rebuilding and companies to participate, it should be fair process. And I don't think that it should be some kind of privilege that list A of countries and list B of countries. Definitely, this list will include only our allies. But I wouldn't say that some German companies should be less or more preferred than US ones or UK ones. We will all have tremendous scope of work to do. It's really hundreds of billions of dollars to be invested, and my idea and my belief is that yes, we can think about reparations, we can think about some support coming from EU funds or other countries' funds, but key budgets, it's about FDIs. It's about building that type of environment for business in Ukraine that everybody would love to come and to invest and to make money in Ukraine. It's possible because I do not know a single company which was active in. Oh, you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So something wrong with my.
Volodymyr, you can also just speak into your phone. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I know. I'll do that because they are.
All right. Okay, let's mic check. Can you hear us again?
Yeah, it sounded like he was having some technical issues.
It's,
Now he's back.
Do you hear me right now?
yes,
Yep.
perfect.
I
Absolutely
will just final sentence from my side. From my experience as a minister, I knew a lot of foreign companies invested in Ukraine and came to Ukrainian markets. And yes, they might have been unhappy with some bureaucracy or taxation or some other problems, but nobody left. And they were keep on investing, even in not very comfortable environment. Our goal is to make Ukraine really open for foreign investors, and I believe that we will all have to do in Ukraine because it's a real good opportunity for many businesses. Almost everything should be built from the scratch.
Thank you. That was a great answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's interesting, Volodymyr, we had the discussion with Alexander Kamishin here a couple of times, both in his first interview, then in the second interview when he joined us, as well as in a longer form video interview, which we did in Ukraine when our colleague Tim was traveling there, and I arranged for them to meet up, that essentially there is a necessity to use the opportunity of building new. And if you take the example of Germany after the Second World War, where thanks to the support, and by the way, protection of the Western allies, and additional kickstart funding by means of the Marshall Plan, Germany did exactly that. And it was definitely for the better. So Ukraine should not be pushed into a position that it just rebuilds what it had, but actually builds for a new future. So I completely agree with you.
Absolutely, and we also should take into account that politicians love to say good words, and sometimes they're really needed because many people are in very severe conditions and they need some hope coming fast. So they say that everything will be rebuilt or built very soon, second day after the war. That's not true. We should be also conscious about that after the war, we will spend couple of years in the eastern Ukraine to demine everything from artillery shells and mines and so on. Then we should have clear plans what to do, for example, with Bakhmut. Should it be built the same one, the new one? What kind of capacity of the city? What are the logistics and transport routes for the city? What are those people who left Bakhmut? It's almost 100,000 people. What are they doing all that time when city is constructed from the scratch? And it's also big business opportunity to satisfy the needs of those people, maybe to give them some job opportunities, accommodation, and so on. So right now, it could be compared with some countries' ambitions to build new city in desert. We have to build a new country after the battlefield.
Absolutely. Let us cycle through a few more questions. David, you were on, then I would like to go to our friend Richard afterwards, and then Armadillo and Florian. David, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, so my next question is, when the rebuilding of Ukraine starts, the scale of that rebuilding is going to be so big that you're probably going to have a supply-demand problem, and therefore pricing is going to go up. Have you any thoughts on how you will mitigate against that?
True.
I mean, things like bricks, everything, steel, even nails, right?
It's always about supply and demand. During military times, we see that many ammunition skyrocketed with prices. The same will be with reconstruction. But if we have a national program or clear national plan, I know and I hope that it is widely discussed right now, maybe in some kind of business circles or governmental circles. There were 2 or 3 attempts in Lugano, in Paris, if I'm not wrong. New conference is upcoming. It was also discussed in London recently. So if we have a clear action plan, it will help us avoid increase of prices for construction or building. But still, definitely it will happen, and we should be definitely aware of. That's why I tell you that who first come to the market earns the most. Who is ready to come with construction facilities, with equipment, with personnel, if this personnel is ready, because it would be very difficult to bring, let's say, some guys from Germany, 10,000, 20,000 workers to work in Ukraine, I believe. The only opportunity you can think of or to find Ukrainians to train them and send back to the country when it's safe, or to talk to some Indians or Chinese, which is unlikely.
Thank you very much.
All righty. By the way, in the meantime, just for everybody who's listening, who's trying to cycle up, our panel is nearly full, so we'll have to cycle people through when they've spoken, and I'll continue to do so. In the meantime, let's go to Richard.
Good afternoon, Axel. How are you doing?
Splendid, absolutely delighted. And we're very, very glad that we have Volodymyr with us. So I thought it's a good opportunity if you come up, if you have a question for him.
Yes. Well, on the topic of rebuilding, there's what I kind of joined into. There were some people that I was working with in and around the Kyiv area called Doprobat. And the reason I mentioned them on the whole rebuilding topic is that these guys are able to fully take off a roof, a partially destroyed roof in Irpin. In 3 days, they were able to completely take off the old shelled roof, redo the underneath structure of all the wood and everything and insulation, and then put on a new kind of tin roof, all in the space of 3 days. And this apartment block was massive, and it was with just 14 volunteers. Only 2 of them were proper roofers, and the rest of us were just kind of following orders on it. And it really just showed me like how unbelievably hard these, and everyone else was Ukrainian there apart from me, but how quickly these guys can work. And it just gives me zero doubt that kind of immediately after the war, they're going to have everything rebuilt and very quickly just through volunteer and pure grit and determination.
Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, it's a great feature of my nation, and I'm very happy that you noticed that. But in this particular case, if we talk about building new Ukraine, I would say, as a bureaucrat, that we need structured approach. If we talk about one roof, yes, we can do that. If we talk about the whole country, no, we cannot. One of the previous speakers in our space raised the right issue. What will come next after Azov Steel, which is destroyed? It should be the clear answer from the government and private sector. We want to have Azov Steel #2, brand new, brand modern, or maybe we forget about that in this location, or we forget about that totally because we would like to focus on AI and to build Mariupol as an IT center. It should be the vision of the government, it should be the vision of the country, and only this approach will work to that volume and to those challenges we face after the war. Therefore, I think that we need a good combination of governmental will, which is present, because it's also political responsibility that if you fail a reconstruction or construction, people will never vote for you. But it's also vision of private sector, of companies. Guys, we see it's destroyed. You can do the same, but with modern technologies, you can make it faster, cheaper, and much more efficient. Let's go for that. And you take the bit?
I think this is the clear decision to be made, is to be open about it. Certain things may not be able to be rebuilt. Other things, and I'm not so sure. I mean, don't forget, there was Illich and Azovstal, both of them big old behemoths. Certain things you could, even with a fully integrated steel production, you could still, of course, do in the region. But the question is whether Ukraine needs, so to say, both at the same time. We'll have to see. Alrighty, we have more questions. Armadillo.
Hello, friends. So, Vladimir, thanks for being on the space, and some of the discussion earlier prompted some ideas that I've had going on in my mind about, as the yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a year, maybe more, but I'm very interested. I work in cybersecurity in the U.S. I lead. I'm in the private sector. I don't want to say what company, but I lead cybersecurity operations for a U.S. company, and I'm thinking down the road about how to. I've been doing this for a few decades, and I'm thinking about either getting with a partner or something like that, looking at how we could have like IT staff, IT security staff in particular, based in Ukraine. I know there's a lot of talent there. There's probably more and growing talent. With so many guys in the armed forces now, there's so much electronic warfare. There's use of drones. There's many pieces that are very directly related to cybersecurity, or maybe somewhat indirectly cybersecurity. So I was delighted when you mentioned the possibility of maybe Mariupol. Maybe there's a tech hub of some kind there. And so I'll be very interested maybe to make some connections over the coming months or so with various folks who, I want to start fleshing out this idea to see maybe in a year or two if it becomes a possibility of having some type of business arrangement, and then selling those services to companies in the U.S. So it's a win-win, actually, in that way that U.S. companies can get a really good rate on some of those services, and then it's very positive for Ukraine as well. So those are the thoughts in my mind. So I don't know if you have any comments on. I don't know if I really asked you a question per se, but I'm just excited to hear the discussion, and I just wanted to share with you my perspective.
Thank you for your ideas. Definitely, it's a good business opportunity right now because, yes, many IT experts are in army right now, but still Ukraine is more than 40 million, 45 million people, and only 1 million is occupied with army duties. All others on free market, and you can easily hire as many as you want to, especially in these conditions. If you need some any kind of particular advice, just tweet me and I will try to find you best solution. We have a very prominent Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Fedorov. I also know him, and I'm always very supportive of his ideas because he's really good one. He's a guy who put this DIA, maybe you know, this digital infrastructure for governmental services on Apple Store and Google, and it's very popular in Ukraine, and I would say it's maybe the best instrument now in nowadays to interact between government and citizens. So it would be also a good option for you to talk to him, and from my side I will do everything possible and impossible to help you because we do need good companies with good ideas in Ukraine.
Thank you. Do you mind if I reach out via DM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely. Just send me a message over Twitter.
Okay, thank you. And I will.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I'll drop down into listener mode since we have a full speaker panel. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Much appreciated. And with that, we'll go to Mary, then Florian, and afterwards to Roman. Mary, please.
Hi, I think Florian was ahead of me, no? Anyway.
I'm a patient man.
He's a very polite man.
Okay,
Please
Florian.
go.
Okay, Florian. Florian, thank you. I'm concerned about, first of all, thank you for this. Thank you for coming and helping us understand better about Ukraine and rebuilding, or building rather, as you say. Important. I think about diversity. You're building for a country that has been torn apart and destroyed in many places, and that's a great opportunity. But my question to you is, how do you incorporate what is new when it has not been seen before there? For instance, I mean, it has in some ways, but do you know what I mean? I'm giving examples. Here, Houston, Texas, and Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles built enormous highways around as part of modernization. It's a huge problem, not only for pollution, but the human scale of these cities has been destroyed. So what you really want also in Ukraine at the same time is the human touch, human development, human healing. How do you incorporate all of that into the vision for the future without shocking people into a quantum leap? I mean, go ahead, leap ahead. That's great. And it should happen. And I look forward to supporting it in every way I can. But I think there's another aspect to this, which is, for instance, if you build steel or any kind of manufacturing, the truck drivers may be amputees. How do you, or can you provide jobs that way? This may be a side question for you, but for me, it's the one chance to incorporate all of the principles that I have seen done incorrectly here. Anyway, you've probably thought of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this very interesting question, because one of my kind of hobbies was urbanism, and I pay a lot of attention to city planning, which was not direct responsibility of infrastructure as a ministry of infrastructure, but